West on ESPN. The white stuff has been coming down most of the week. And although the field's been under attack, reports say snow flurries will not be stopping anytime soon. Could be looking for a ball control type game here, if the teams can. Philadelphia Eagles, New York Giants. Now!
While the teams are out on the field getting loose, the fans are filing in and finding their seats for the game. Hi, and welcome to Giant Stadium. I'm Dan Stevens. With me, my colleague, Peter O'Keefe. Peter, this game features a big-time matchup between an elite wide receiver and a defensive back who's one of the best in the league.
That's right, Dan. And you've got to figure they'll be seeing a lot of one another today. Number 44, he's a very gifted receiver. He's an exact route runner, and that's crucial for an effective offense because it allows the quarterback to scan his receivers quickly and effectively. Warming up across the field is another tremendous football player. Number 40 is ranked among the very best cornerbacks in the league today. I tell you, this guy's got a lot of horsepower. His speed enables him to lock down receivers and get after the ball no matter where it ends up. It should be one heck of a matchup. It'll be interesting to see who gets the upper hand.
Well, all right, Peter, we'll keep our eye on him as the game progresses, but first, the coin toss. Number 88 kicks it, and we are underway. Number 35 downs this in the end zone for a touchback. The Eagles get their offense on the field and will start this drive at their own 20-yard line. Gains 3 yards, and that will bring up second down. It looks like, we've had an injury down on the field. As soon as we hear anything, we'll be sure to pass the information along to you.
Yeah, that's pretty good. All right. Feel it? All right. That hurts. Okay. You're going to be all right, man. You're going to be all right. Let me help him up. I need you to get back to us. You going to be all right to play?
Second and 7. Ball on the 20-yard line.
Number 11 fires this one over the middle, and this one is incomplete.
With the deflection.
Third down with a split backfield. No good. Incomplete.
Pass interference. Number 70, defense. The ball is placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic
wrap around the
first down.
receiver way too much on that play, and the ref let him know it with a flag for pass interference.
First and 10. Ball on the Eagles, 32-yard line.
Brown carries it past scrimmage and rambles for about 5.
Clipping. Number 83. Offense. 15-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
Number 83 draws the flag here for blocking in the back. Let's take another look. Yep, that's clipping for sure. And that was the right call.
Could somebody please block
First and 25. Ball on the 17-yard line.
Number 30 tips it away on the coverage. Incomplete.
Number 30 found himself in prime position to bat away that football before the receiver even had a shot at it.
A nice defensive play will give him his second batted ball of the game.
Yeah, great read there.
Second down, 25 yards to go. passes this one after the play action, and it's caught at the 47. Chased down at the 45. First down.
McDonald chases down 2 defenders and comes away with the football. Oh, nice catch.
That's broken kind of a cold streak for him. The last 2 passes his way were incomplete.
Yeah, let's see if he stays on track.
First and 10. Ball at the 45.
Carries this one off to the right and picks up a couple. Number 77 had to leave the field earlier in the game, and now Susie Kalber has a report. Susie?
Thank you, Dan. I managed to get a word with the team doctors, and they said that he's suffering from a bruised shoulder. They're icing it a bit right now, but it looks like he should be ready to come back in soon. Dan?
Thanks, Susie.
Second and 7. Ball at the 43.
The ball's loose. The Giants.
The ball, knowing the snow makes it pretty hard to hang on to, and he's able to knock it loose for a fumble. He's the elements to his advantage right there.
Peter, there are many ways you can... Coach Reed is not happy with that call, and he's going to challenge it.
Philadelphia is challenging when the quarterback's arm was moving forward and it was a forward pass.
This is their first challenge of the game, and even if they lose this one, they still have 1 challenge left.
Okay, Dan, what we're going to look for here is whether his arm is moving forward or not. That's going to tell us if it's considered a pass. I don't know, Dan. It doesn't look like it's moving forward to me. I agree with the original call of fumble.
Not moving forward. Therefore, it was a fumble. Philadelphia will be charged for timeout. First down, New York Giants.
That will cost them a timeout, and you have to believe that he is not very happy with that call. The Giants want to capitalize on the fumble and will start this drive at the 45-yard line. Number 16 has his number called on first down and gets the first and more. Breaks a tackle. He's in for the touchdown.
Look at this one, man. Everything worked out to perfection. Look at the fluidity of the running style. There's no wasted motion. What a play.
He gets the TD and a little congratulations from his teammates.
It's well deserved, man.
Here's the extra point, and it's good.
Number 88 kicking off for the Giants.
There's the signal, and we're ready. Number 88 rockets this one deep. Number 35 decides to take it out of the end zone. Stopped at the 18.
Number 35 got out close to the 20 on that one, so his decision to take it out of the end zone didn't really pay off, but it didn't really hurt him either.
Don't touch now.
The Eagles fumbled the ball away last time. Let's see if they can hold on to it as they start this drive at their own 18-yard line. Gains 3 yards, and that brings up second down.
Number 22 with the tackle. Second and 6. Ball on the 21-yard line.
makes a play on this and forces the incompletion.
Huff got himself in prime position to bat away that football before the receiver even had a shot at it.
On second down, they try for the first, but it's played well by the defense. That will bring up third down.
Nice pressure that time.
Number 11 throws a heater, and they get the first on third and long.
Number 44 had 3 guys covering him, but look what happens. Incredible catch.
A nice gain, and they easily convert on third down.
Yeah, that was a good call.
First down, 2 wideouts on the field. Hart makes his 4th carry of the game and chews up about 4 on the play.
Second and 6. Ball 42-yard line.
Number 11 fires this one over the middle and falls loose. Finally dropped at the 37. That will bring up first down.
First.
Coach Coughlin doesn't agree with the call, and we're going to see the red flag.
New York Giants is challenging the player in possession prior to the fumble.
This is their first challenge of the game, and even if they lose this one, they still have one challenge left.
Well, Dan, we've got to see if the receiver established possession before he lost the ball. Remember, he has to have full control of it. That looks like a catch and then a fumble to me, Dan. I'm agreeing with the original call.
After review, the play stands. The receiver did have possession. It is therefore ruled a fumble. New York Giants will be charged for timeout. First down.
That will cost them a timeout, and you have to believe that he is not very happy with that call.
Yeah. Let's do it.
First and 10. Ball 37.
Will get the handoff and gets past the line. Tackled at the 34. It looks like, we've had an injury down on the field. As soon as we hear anything, we'll be sure to pass the information along to you.
Yeah, see this right here. All right. Feel this? All right. That hurts. You're gonna be all right, man. You're gonna be all right. Let me help him out. Come on. You gotta get back to us. You gonna be all right to play?
Second down from the line.
Ball 34-yard line.
Number 11 just rifles this one, and he connects at the 20. Finally stopped at the 17. It will be first down.
Number 11 gets it past 2 defenders on this one. What a throw. It's worth a second look. That's what you call confidence. Throwing into double coverage like that, and what accuracy to boot.
A well-designed play there, Peter, and they will move the chains.
Great execution.
First and 10. Ball 17.
Picks up about 2, and that will bring up second down.
With the tackle. Second and 8. Ball 15.
Number 11 lobs this one deep to the end zone, and it's tipped. Incomplete.
Number 20. He's all over this play, decisively knocking away the pass.
Miss Manners, I don't think, would approve of him cutting in so rudely like that.
What is he supposed to say? May I please bat away this ball?
Absolutely. That is their 4th batted ball. Tell you, we've seen a number of good defensive plays from this squad.
We sure have. We'll see if they can keep it up, though.
We almost got him, baby. He said step it up.
Number 20 puts a lick on the receiver and separates him from the ball. Incomplete. 4th down coming up.
Number 20 played his coverage very snug, and as a result, the pass was incomplete.
Well, the D holds tight on 3rd and long and forces an incompletion. That was a good call by the defensive coordinator.
Well, it sure was. Perfect D for that situation.
And it will bring up 4th down. It's through the uprights.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. We're bringing it. I'm bringing it.
Number 83 has his work cut out for him trying to kick in the snow here. Watch this. Oh, he manages to sail it through. Although with this visibility, somebody ought to tell him that.
Kicking off for the Eagles.
There's the signal, and we're ready. What a kickoff through the uprights. Give that kicker 3 points. The Giants had an effective first drive, and we'll see if they can keep it up. They'll start at their own 20-yard line. Number 16 takes this one way out left and gets the 1st and more. Finally popped out of bounds at the 50. It will be 1st down.
Number 16 left a mark on that play. Wow, that stiff arm was brutal. Gave him plenty of yards to prove.
Boy, that was a strong play, Peter.
I'll say, I don't hear 100 yards of the ball. It's tough to stop that.
Number 40 tips it away on the coverage, incomplete.
Holding. Number 60. Offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
Number 60 clearly held his man back there. Offensive holding was the right call.
1st and 20. Ball at the Giants, 40-yard line.
Number 16 picks up a yard on the play, and that brings up 2nd down.
Number 16 didn't get very far on that last play, and he even had the help of some blocking. I guess the defense had their number.
And at the end of that play, Peter, it goes to show you what leverage and good positioning can do when it comes to making the tackle.
Yeah, and you know, Dan, that's especially important when you're outmatched on strength. That's a good play there. Okay, we got an empty backfield, 5 receivers, and the defense is in their dime. Let's watch.
Number 85 catches the heater left sideline, and that will be good for a gain of 18. And that'll do it for quarter number 1. The Giants are out in front, 7-3. Number 44 goes in motion. Shaw throws a beauty to the right side, and it's knocked away from the receiver, incomplete.
Was the intended receiver.
Number 40 was in man coverage and played it pretty tight. Tight enough for the incompletion.
That was a fantastic job by the defense to stop what would have been a 1st down.
I love to see Big D on 3rd and short situations. 4th down, defenses love to hear that from the refs.
Chandler lines up for the punt. Chandler takes the snap and punts it away. Brown fields it all the way back at the 10. Back down at the 17.
Brown didn't get very far running that ball back, but on the bright side, the kick was pretty lackluster, so his offense gets pretty good field position anyway.
The Eagles bring their offense on the field and will start this drive at their own 17-yard line. Brown dodges this one way out right and chews up about 4 on the play. Number 89 was shaken up earlier, and I hear Susie Culber has a report for us. Susie?
Thanks, Dan. I just talked to the trainers. They said his forearm is in quite a bit of pain. They're looking at him right now. He seems to be in serious pain. The official word on his return, doubtful. Dan, back to you.
Thanks, Susie.
Second and 5. Ball on Eagles 21-yard line.
Chews up 4 yards, and that brings up 3rd down.
Number 30 made the save, dropping the ball carrier before he could get to the markers.
He's now up to 6 tackles.
Third and 1. Ball on Eagles 25-yard line.
Carries it for a 3rd time in a row and gets tackled short of the marker. That will bring up 4th down.
Number 20 just planted the ball carrier in the turf short of the markers. But the only thing that's going to grow there is the D's morale.
The defense's back was against the wall, and they rose to the challenge, Peter.
Yeah, Dan, that's great D. They had to make a stand here, and they stood together.
It will be 4th down. Number 11 lines up to punt after the 3 and out. Number 11 takes the long snap and pummels this one deep. Sims fields the deep punt at the 17. Tackled at the 36.
Sims fields a tremendous kick there. He catches it and hustles back for a very good gain. I'll bet his offense is breathing a sigh of relief right now.
The Giants stalled early last drive, and we'll have to wait and see what happens here. They'll start at their 36-yard line. Shaw rifles it out left side, and it's complete at the 44, 35, 20. Down hard at the 17. That will bring up 1st down.
Fought for a few extra yards after making the catch. You know, I like to see that in a player, that drive to get every last ounce out of the play.
What a play! A massive pickup and an obvious 1st down.
They weren't thinking 1st down as much as they were thinking touchdown in that case.
Number 16 will take this one off the toss and gains about 3 yards.
Look at the yards after the first hit. That's how you fight for every inch of turf.
Number 16 will get stopped at the line, and that will bring up 3rd down.
Number 16 used the blocking, but this stingy defense didn't give up much at all on that last play.
Peter, once he closes his grip around you, you are not going to get free, regardless of how evasive you are.
Not with that strength. With those guns, he could probably juggle bowling balls. Wide receivers, for that matter.
Number 85 catches this one, and that's not enough. He's short of the markers. It'll be 4th down.
Number 45 just planted the ball carrier in the turf short of the markers. But the only thing that's going to grow there is the D's morale.
They allow a little there, but they do force a 4th down.
Way to attack the ball.
It's up through the goal post. Good.
Number 88 has little trouble pooching this one through. Let's see it again. Yep, he knows that you aren't allowed to miss many of those in this league.
Number 88 kicking off for the Giants.
The ref gets the signal, and we're set. This will fly out of the end zone for a touchback. What a kick. The Eagles' offense comes out and has an opportunity to tie it before halftime. They'll start at their own 20-yard line. Barnes Takes it across the line and moves forward for 7.
Number 73 used every ounce of his big self to do some key blocking on that last play.
They move the ball, and it will be 2nd down.
2nd and 3. Ball on Eagles, 27-yard line.
Brown gets the ball on 2nd down and runs into traffic. Huff tackles him behind the line of scrimmage.
Huff was a one-man wrecking crew back there. He powered into the backfield and made the tackle.
They don't let that play get back to the line of scrimmage, and that will bring up 3rd down. Number 11 fires this one over the middle, and this one is incomplete.
Number 44 had that ball in his hands on that play, and then he just dropped it.
Peter, in 3rd down situations, they have not been successful at all with the pass. This play was more proof.
Boy, 3rd is such a crucial down, Dan, and when you don't convert, it really hurts.
Number 11 gets ready to punt this away. Number 11 gets the ball and pummels this one deep. Sims fields it at the 22. Jukes knocked out of bounds at the 37.
Sims took the sting out of that killer punt by picking up a bunch of yards on the run back. You can't coach that.
The Giants are looking for some separation before half and will start this drive at their 37-yard line. Shaw throws a bullet to the flat, and the reception's made at the 36. Tackled, and the clock will continue to run.
Shaw threw an awkward-looking pass off the wrong foot, but it didn't matter. Still made the completion.
2nd down, 2 tight ends in the game. Number 16 will get the carry on 2nd down and chews up about 4 on the play.
Number 16 got aggressive with the stiff arm there to keep that play going.
A decent play, and they'll now face 3rd and short.
That's the key, Dan. Make 3rd down easy, and they did just that.
Now they just need to convert. We'll see what they do.
Look at the numbers generated on the ground. That is impressive.
Shaw zips it to the left sideline, and it's intercepted. And he's in for the touchdown.
I'm coming out.
Johnson picks off the ball, and he's going all the way. Nobody can stop him. Man, I hope his mom's got the VCR going.
Boy, that was a heads-up play to come away with his first interception of the game.
Yeah, you got to love D like that.
Number 83 to attempt the extra point. Number 9, holding.
Here's the point after, and it's good.
Number 83 kicking off for the Eagles.
There's the signal, and we're ready. This will fly out of the end zone for a touchback. What a kick. The Giants were intercepted last time out. We'll see what happens here. We'll start at their own 20-yard line. Number 44 calls it in right side. He's just barely past the markers for a first.
Number 44 pushes down 2 defenders and comes away with the football. Oh, nice catch.
That'll be his first catch of the game after being shut out the entire first quarter. This is a bit of a slow start for him.
That is there, but he will see the ball more and more as the game goes on.
Number 16 chews up 4 yards, and that brings up 2nd down.
All week in practice. Now we're going to get it this time. and we're going to go just like it is. We're going to execute, and we're going to stay strong, and we're going to get to the spots we need to. Okay, fellas?
Second down with the tight end right. So that'll bring the first half of football to a close as the clubs head to the locker room all time. And now let's send you to Chris Berman in our studios in Bristol for the ESPN Halftime Report. Boomer?
Okay, Dano, we'll get back to you guys in a moment. Welcome, everybody, to the ESPN Halftime Show. I'm Chris Berman. Now we'll look at our halftime comparison, and as you can see, total yards definitely tell the story thus far. The Giants should be way ahead on the scoreboard, but somehow they've let their opponent hang with them. Let's see if they can change things in the second half. Let's get started in this one early in the first quarter. Number 11 is going to get this one out to his wide receiver, and he'll do the rest. Giants later on in the first, the Giants with possession at the 46-yard line. Number 16 is going to show a little athleticism here as he finds an opening and then let him go. He's off to the races. A 45-yard touchdown for the Giants. Eagles midway through the first, Eagles back by 7. Number 11 would find his target on this one. They climb back into the game, now down by 4. Giants end of the first quarter. Number 16 is going to bounce this one to the outside. And look at the execution up front. He's in the clear. Giants up 7-3. Number 85 was definitely a key as he was able to work his way open for a big one here. That set up a 28-yard field goal. Giants late into the second quarter, the ball at their own 44-yard line. Number 27 is reading the quarterback's eyes all the way as he's able to get his hands on this one and pick it off. Touchdown for the Eagles. And that's where we'll leave this one. Giants are keeping it evened up. We're tied 10-all. Time now for our Halftime Hero Award, which recognizes the most dominant player of the first half. Duh. This time there can be no question. Number 16 has played like a man possessed. So that does it for our halftime report. We'll send you back now to the second half of this one. Dan Stevens and Peter O'Keefe are there. Gentlemen.
Thanks, Chris. And today's game has been presented in ESPN Game Sound, designed and developed in collaboration with Dolby, the leader in surround sound technology. The Giants get the ball first to start the second half, and they will have a chance to break the deadlock. It's all tied up here. Let's get down to the field and the action. Well, Peter, some interesting information up on the screen.
Oh, you bet. How they turned the ball over leaps out at me, and you have to think that that could come back to haunt them. Turnovers are the most telling stat in the NFL.
The Giants will start this drive at their own 20-yard line. Shaw uncorks this to the left sideline, and it's complete for a first down and a whole lot more.
Shaw airs this one out beautifully. That's how you throw the ball. Take notes all you want to be quarterbacks.
Right on the money, Peter. He is just a fantastic passer.
It's easy to complete a pass when there's only one guy covering the receiver.
A beautiful pickup, Peter. Everyone on the offense is happy about that play.
Great call by the offensive coordinator.
And it will be a first down.
Hey, I like those stats. Great receiving yards.
Number 44 catches it in the flat and is looking for more. Eventually shoved out at the 36. First down.
Number 44 has hands to make the catch, but he's also got legs. Watch. There's the grab, and now the run. It's all about desire. How bad do you want it?
Great job fighting for that first down. He didn't waste any time.
Well, just because the pass is short of the markers doesn't mean he can't run it the rest of the way. He's a true competitor.
First down and 4 wideouts in the game.
Number 16, the ball carrier. Number 55 with the tackle. Second and 9. Ball at the 36-yard line.
His team catches it in the flat and gains a couple.
Number 16 took his lone defender to school on that last play, making the catch with relative ease.
I think the short game is working for them, moving them forward a little at a time.
He's nickel and diming the D.
Shaw really rifles this pass, and it's knocked away from the receiver, incomplete.
Freeman played his coverage very snug, and as a result, the pass was incomplete.
Well, the D holds tight on 3rd and long and forces an incompletion. That was a good call by the defensive coordinator.
Oh, it sure was. Perfect D for that situation.
And it will bring up 4th down. They take the lead.
Number 88 nails it from a long ways away. I think that's just inside his range.
Barely. I'm thinking there's not too many kickers in this league who can make that with any consistency.
Let me put it this way, Dan. If you have to have someone standing near the goalposts to let you know you made it, that's a long kick.
Number 88 booms a beauty here. Number 35 downs this in the end zone for a touchback. The Eagles have had some trouble moving the ball recently. We'll see what they do on this drive as they start at their own 20-yard line. Bonner gets the call on 1st down and picks up a couple. Second down, tight end to the left. Number 11 zings it to the right side, and it's tipped. Incomplete.
Number 41 swatted that one away cleanly. The receiver didn't have a prayer in getting that one.
They have really gotten after the ball as a team today. That is their 5th batted ball.
Nice, aggressive D.
Number 44 grabs the bullet, and they get the first on 3rd and long.
Number 11 has little problem completing this pass. He makes it look so easy, and he's getting paid so much money, Dan, it makes you wonder.
And there he is with the catch. Well, look, you got an easy job, Peter, and you make a lot of money. What's the difference?
Well, the difference is I got to work with you.
Oh, yeah. That's another pass that went pretty much down the middle. He hasn't been working the sides too much.
Well, he's obviously very confident that he's going into where all the traffic is. He's daring the D to stop him.
Picks up a yard on the play, and that will bring up 2nd down.
Barnes powered forward with the football thanks to some initial blocking. Problem was they couldn't keep that push going for very long.
That took some strength, Peter. You can't plow him down the way you plow through a buffet line.
Hey, that depends on what you're serving. Prime rib, watch out.
Number 11 made the throw that was off target there. Incomplete.
Ineligible receiver. Number 60, off. 5-yard penalty. Repeat second.
Number 60 got hit by the ball. He wasn't expecting it, didn't mean to, but unfortunately he was an ineligible receiver, and that's a penalty.
Second and 14. Ball to Eagles, 35-yard line.
Number 11 throws this on a rope, and they can't connect. Incomplete.
Number 11 has been searching for a rhythm out there, and he's come up short, Dan. As you can see by these numbers, he's been having a rough day of it. So far, he's struggled to get 102 yards and no touchdowns.
Third down.
You're going more of the same thing, Tony, when you try to run it here.
Number 84 tips it away on the coverage. Incomplete. That will bring up 4th down.
Number 84 got himself in prime position to bat away that football before the receiver even had a shot at it.
Another batted ball. They have been attacking the pass every chance they get.
That's right, Dan. Why simply defend the pass when you can obliterate it?
Number 11 gets ready to punt this away. Number 11 gets the snap and punts it away. Sims fields the punt at the 26. Brought down at the 40.
Sims racked up a few yards on the run back there, whittling down the size of the punt a little bit.
The Giants will start this first play of the drive at their 40-yard line. Number 16 picks up a yard on the play, and that brings up second down.
Holding. Number 55, offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Repeat first down.
Number 55 gets the flag here. Let's check it out right now and see what happened. Yep, that's offensive holding. The refs were very right to throw that flag.
First and 20. Ball of the Giants, 30-yard line.
Shaw rifles it out left side, and it's intercepted.
Ineligible receiver. Number 79, offense. The penalty is declined.
The Eagles haven't got much out of their offense recently, and we'll see if they can get back on track here. This drive begins at the 25-yard line. Barnes gains 3 yards, and that will bring up second down.
Covered this before. You know the plan. You know what to do. Stick to the plan.
Second and 7. Ball of the 22-yard line.
Gets the sack at the 26.
This man behind the line of scrimmage. That's going to cost the offense a few yards. Oh, yeah, that's a great job of getting to the quarterback. Nice sack.
That'll be his first sack of the game. They get the first on 3rd and long.
Number 11 threaded the ball back there to his man right past all that traffic. Good job.
Again, a nice medium pass. He's been concentrating on those connections a lot today.
Yeah, it's a nice range. Gets you some good yards, but it's not so far out that you're not in total control of the situation.
First down, goal to go.
Ball at the 8-yard line.
Barnes barrels off his left guard and will gain close to 6.
Barnes was assisted on that play by some great blocking that opened up holes for him. Without those blockers, he would have been toast.
A decent play, and they will now face 2nd and short. Would you take a shot here?
Well, there are a lot of options in this situation, but it may not be a bad idea.
Number 35 gets the handoff and gets the touchdown.
This is a nice run here. And when you watch the replay, Dan, check out his field vision. Great job of finding space.
They take the lead on that touchdown, Peter, and they have to be happy with their performance on that drive.
Yeah, great calls and great execution.
Number 83 to attempt the extra point. Number 9, holding.
Now the point after, and it's good.
Hey, way to go out there. Good job. Nice play. Nice play.
Number 83, kicking off for the Eagles.
There's the signal, and we're ready. Number 83 kicks this one away. Number 44 fields the kickoff at the 2. Forces through, tackled hard at the 25.
Number 44 got a very respectable return off that nice kickoff there, Dan.
The Giants' offense comes out and finds themselves losing for the first time in the game. This drive will start at their own 25-yard line. Number 16 takes it off the toss and maybe picks up one on the play. And I'll tell you, Peter, he made a great tackle there. He brought down one of the more elusive backs in the game.
Well, you're absolutely right, Dan. But if there's one guy on this defense that can stick with the ball and make the play, it was him.
Ball at the Giants, 26-yard line.
Number 44 grabs the rope right side, and that will be good for a gain of 8.
Number 44 took his lone defender to school on that last play, making the catch with relative ease.
They've stuck with short passes like that, Peter.
Well, they know the receiver can pick up a few after the catch. They're getting the wiggle room they need.
And that'll do it for the third quarter. The Eagles are out in front, 17-13. Third down, 2 wideouts on the field. Number 16 has his number called on third down, and
Okay, bring him out. Bring him out. We got the change.
First, baby, no first. No first, baby, no first.
Yeah, baby, that's how we get it.
Got more on the same team.
First and 10.
Run again.
Ball at the Giants, 35-yard line.
they couldn't connect on this one. Incomplete.
Number 44 had that one come right to him back there. You have to catch those passes, baby.
That's his first drop, and it is not often you see that from him.
No, normally he's pretty sure-handed there.
Number 44 goes in motion. Shaw fires this one over the middle, and the catch is made well past the markers for a first down. First down, 1 man down.
Check man.
Number 16 takes it for his 11th carry and heads wide right. No one in front of him. The 20. Hugging it down at the 15. It will be first down.
Look at this guy go to town. This is a great run.
What an athlete, Peter. A fantastic display.
Hey, watch for this one to appear on SportsCenter later tonight.
Nice run, Peter, and he's putting together some very nice stats.
Definitely. Up to now, he's got 123 yards on 11 carries. Oh, look at those numbers. That's how to get it done on the ground.
Shaw rifles this one to the end zone, and it's not reeled in. Incomplete.
Number 40 shadowed the slant route back there and kept the receiver from making the catch. Incomplete pass.
That would have been a touchdown, but instead the defense comes up big and forced the incompletion.
Way to prevent the big play.
It'll be second down. Number 16 gets the toss and runs into traffic. Number 60 takes him down back at the 17.
Number 60 targeted the ball carrier early and didn't even let him get back to the line of scrimmage.
Nice job eliminating any forward progress on that play. That will bring up a third and long. Shaw throws a heater, and it's not at the 2. Eventually tackled at the 1. It'll be first and goal.
It's a terrific completion in double coverage. play today. Good running potential out here, Dan. Let's see how they use their backs.
Number 74 sacks him back at the 4.
The Eagles just overpower the O-line on this one. They send 5 guys in to get him, and they got him all right. Check it out. Oh, yeah, that's a great sack. The offense was powerless.
They forced this play backwards, but it's not going to make too much of a difference.
Only second down. Still a lot of options available.
Number 60, the ball carrier. Number 60 with the tackle.
Third down, and this is the 12th play of the drive. It's intercepted. Brought down at the 13.
Number 55 does a great job reacting when he sees the passes off base and steps in to catch it. The snow can be such a wild card in the passing game.
That's their third interception of the game, and Peter, the D is homing in on the passing game.
Yeah, tough play. I love it.
The Eagles offense takes the field with time winding down. They'll start at their own 13-yard line. Barnes carries it off right tackle and chews up about 4 on the play.
Second and 5. Ball on the 17-yard line.
Brown picks up about 2, and that will bring up third down.
Brown had some blocking help on that last one, but he was still left with nowhere to go.
Not a lot of room on that play. It will be third down. Third down with a split backfield. Number 11 fires this one over the middle, and they convert on third down.
Number 11 throws right past the coverage and into his receiver's hands. Nice throw.
That's another pass that went pretty much down the middle. He hasn't been working the sides too much.
Well, he's obviously very confident to be throwing into where all the traffic is. He's daring the D to stop him.
First down, and hands wide left. The Giants take their first timeout. Second down. The clock is stopped at 1:55. Number 11 throws a bullet, and it's caught at the Giants will take a timeout. That's their second.
Well, those are some impressive numbers. Look at those receiving yards.
The Giants take a timeout. That's their final one.
Second and 4. All at the 46-yard line.
Cruises out to the left side, and he's stopped. The clock continues to run.
That brings up third down, and it also will take another chunk of time off the clock.
Third down from the eye.
Well, this is where the offense goes in slow motion. No hurry to start the play. Use up as much time as possible.
Barnes will get the carry on third down and gets the first down. The clock continues to run.
They get the first, and that will do it, Dan. They can now just run out the clock.
10. Ball 38-yard line.
That last play wasted enough time to allow them to run out the clock now. All they need to do is sit on it, and this game is in the bag.
And that is going to do it for this one. The Eagles come out on top, 17-13. For my partner, Peter O'Keefe, this is Dan Stevens saying goodbye until next time.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much. And let's welcome all of you back to the studio. I'm Chris Berman here to bring you our ESPN Video Games post-game wrap-up. The Eagles stepped it up for sure, putting up some good numbers. Let's get started in this one early in the third quarter. After driving 46 yards on 5 plays, number 88 sets up the field goal attempt from just about the parking lot. Got a lot of leg, though. He's got it, a 51-yard field goal. Number 11 would drop back and deliver a strike on this one. Giants ahead by 3. Number 27 is reading the quarterback's eyes all the way as he's able to get his hands on this one and pick it off. The Eagles have it off an interception. Number 35 is able to make things pay off on the ground. A 2-yard touchdown for the Eagles. Eagles out in front, 17-13. Number 55 was in the right place at the right time, as his interception was a possible momentum shifter. The Eagles, after a red zone stop, number 11 connected with his man on this one. And that's where we'll leave this one. Eagles edge out a win, 17-13. Now let's take a sec to chat with our player of the game, the guy who seemed to be all over the field on defense and came up with big play after big play. Number 27 is standing by with Susie Colbert. Suze?
Thanks, Chris. You helped carry your team today, and you edged them out in a hard-fought game. What was the key to your success?
I have to give a lot of credit to the offensive line. You know, the offense starts out with the foundation, and that's the offensive line. Those guys often get overlooked, and they bring it every game. I think their hustle was a big part of us coming out on top today.
Chris, back to you.
On ESPN, the vet finally bought the farm back in March, but there's a beautiful new stadium right next door for Philly fans now to call their own. Lincoln Financial Field. The NFL on ESPN has an excellent matchup for you here. Dallas, Philadelphia. It's go time.
While the teams are out on the field getting loose, the fans are filing in and finding their seats for the game. Hi, folks, I'm Dan Stevens, and welcome to Lincoln Financial Field. With me, as usual, is analyst Peter O'Keefe. Peter, looking at the players on the field, one stands out, and he plays at cornerback.
I think I know to whom you're referring, Dan. He's a dominant player, but will he dominate today?
We'll see how he does once the game begins, Peter. But first, let's go to the coin toss.
Choose heads.
It's tails.
Number 11, kicking off.
There's the signal, and we're ready. Number 11 kicks it off to begin the game. Brown fields it all the way back at the 1. Makes a tackle. Tackled at the 27.
Brown was able to find some weak spots in the defense. Got a good run back off that kick.
The Eagles will start this first play of the drive at their own 27-yard line. Number 33 dodges this one way out right and maybe picks up one on the play. And I'll tell you, Peter, he made a great tackle there. He brought down one of the more elusive backs in the game.
Well, you're absolutely right, Dan. But if there's one guy on this defense that can stick with the ball and make the play, it was him.
Number 3 fires this one over the middle, and the catch is made well past the markers for a first down. First down, 10 yards to go. Brown gets his first carry of the game and shoots forward for 9 yards.
Brown battles the D on this one with his magic feet. Check it out. It was some juke, Dan. He totally caught the defense off guard.
Peter, what a nice pickup to get them into a second and short situation.
Yeah, great play, and now they have a bunch of options on what to try next.
Second and 1. Ball at the 48-yard line.
Number 3 throws this one right sideline, and it's off, incomplete.
Number 44 got free on that one by running a short outside route, but couldn't make the grab. That's incomplete.
That would have gotten their first down, and he had room to run as well. Incomplete, however, and it will be third down. Number 37 heads upfield at the 45. That will bring up first down.
Number 37 was assisted on that play by some great blocking that opened up holes for him. Without those blockers, he would have been toast.
A big gain on third, and they will easily move the chain.
Perfect call for the situation, Dan. No trouble in getting the first.
First down, 2 wideouts on the field. Number 3 throws a big high lob, and this one is incomplete.
Second and 10. Ball at the 45.
Number 33 will get a carry on second down and gains about 3 yards.
Third and 7. Ball at the 42-yard line.
Number 3 rifles it out left side, and they get the first on third and long.
Goodwin faces down 2 defenders and comes away with the football. Oh, nice catch.
Third and long, and they get the big play to convert. What do you think of that, Peter?
I love it. That's what football is all about, making the big plays when you need to, and you can't coach that.
First down with the tight end right. Number 33 has his number called on first down and heads wide right. Eventually tackled at the 16. It will be first down.
Number 33 uses pure strength and guts on this play, Dan. You can't stop something like that easily. You charge like that, the D is going to be in trouble.
Boy, that was a strong play, Peter.
I'll say, I don't care how quick you are to the ball, it's tough to stop that.
Brown picks up 6 on the play, and that will bring up second down.
Second and 4. Ball at the 10-yard line.
Number 34 goes in motion. Number 34 is ready to pass and gets past the markers for a first down.
Number 3 threw the pass into double coverage, but gets his man perfectly. Hey, that was one accurate throw.
Nice second down call, and they will move the chain.
On offense, it is always a plus to avoid third down altogether, just like that. Number 33 used the blocking, but this stingy defense didn't give up much at all on that last play.
Peter, once he closes his grip around you, you are not going to get free, regardless of how evasive you are.
Not with that strength. With those guns, he could probably juggle bowling balls or wide receivers for that matter. Dan, watch for the quarterback tight end connection right here.
Dragged down at the 2.
Number 3 tried to make something happen back there, but nothing doing.
Come on, D.
Third and goal.
Dig in.
Ball at the 2-yard line.
Red. Weak back.
Number 3 throws a heater, and it's caught for a touchdown.
Touchdown, Eagles.
Number 44 makes the catch here with 3 defenders on his tail. I'll tell you, I was not expecting that pass at all. I wonder if he knew it was coming.
Yeah, Peter, I think you could argue that throw probably should never have been made. It was very risky, but it did work out.
Yeah, it's all about staying focused and believing in your teammates.
That's his first touchdown of the day.
And I think he's a guy you can count on to make those end zone catches. He sets a high standard for himself, and he usually meets it.
It's good. Gets the signal, and we're set. Baker kicks it off.
Hayes took it out of the end zone, and while it may have been a little risky, he gets out close to the 20, so it all comes out in the wash on that play.
The Cowboys get their offense on the field and will start this drive at their own 25-yard line. Number 26 hauls it in right side, and it's good for a gain of 10 on the play.
Holding. Number 53, offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
Number 53 clearly held his man back there. Offensive holding was the right call.
First down, 3 wideouts in the game.
Ball at the Cowboys 15-yard line.
Reed picks up about 2, and that will bring up second down. And that'll do it for quarter number 1. The Eagles are out in front, 7-0. Coverage incomplete.
Martin managed to disrupt things. He got in there and he smacked that pass away. Great D.
That play had potential, but the defense had other ideas. They forced the incompletion and also forced a 3rd and long.
That's the perfect setup for the defense, Dan. Strong plays on 1st and 2nd give you this kind of situation.
Number 17 fires this one over the middle and caught. However, it's short of the markers. That will bring up fourth down.
Nelson tackled him so close to the markers, he can probably taste it, along with the dirt and the grass he's trying to spit out.
They allowed a lot more than they wanted to, that's for sure, but they keep them from converting.
On fourth down and plenty to go, I'm betting that's all that will matter.
Number 11 gets the snap and fumbles this one deep. Colts free, stopped at the 40.
Brown fields a tremendous kick there. He catches it and hustles back for a very good gain. I'll bet his offense is breathing a sigh of relief right now.
Had an effective first drive, and we'll see if they can keep it up. They'll start at their 40-yard line. Number 3 gets all of his arm into this pass, and the catch is made well past the markers for a first down. A bunch here, and that brings up second down.
Number 74 was a one-man wrecking crew back there. He powered into the backfield and made the tackle.
That's his second tackle so far. Second down, tight end to the left.
Ball at the 42-yard line.
Blast him back at the 44.
Edwards was a one-man wrecking crew back there. He powered into the backfield and made the tackle.
Another good stop by the defense, and that will be 2 losses in a row.
Third and 12. Ball at the 44-yard line.
This pass will fall harmlessly to the ground, and it's incomplete. It'll be fourth down.
Number 44 positioned himself on the outside back there, but the ball didn't position itself in his hands. No catch.
Peter, in third down situations, they have not been successful at all with the pass. This play was more proof.
Boy, third is such a crucial down, Dan, and when you don't convert, it really hurts.
Baker lines up for the punt. Baker takes the long snap and aims this one out of bounds. This will fly out of bounds at the 19.
Baker did a good job angling the punt out of bounds, so the offense will start off stuck inside the 20.
The Cowboys stalled early last drive, and we'll have to wait and see what happens here. They'll start at their own 20-yard line. He's got the first down and a whole lot more.
Norman has just one guy on him, and he beats him easily. Even with my few extra pounds, I think I could have done a better job covering him.
I doubt that. He would have smoked you like a salmon.
That sounds pretty good.
That'll be his first catch of the game after being shut out the entire first quarter. This is a bit of a slow start for him.
Yeah, it is, Dan, but he will see the ball more and more as the game goes on.
Number 17 zings it to the right side, and it's complete at the 44. Hunted down at the 27. That will bring up first down.
Watch the counter. First and 10. Ball at 27.
Catches the bullet out left, and that's good for a gain of 5.
Hayes was getting double coverage there, but it wasn't enough to stop him from making the catch.
They move the ball, and it will be second down. Second down, one man back.
Ball at 22-yard line.
Number 17 throws a heater, and it is not reeled in. Incomplete.
Pass interference, number 26, defense. The ball is placed at the spot of the foul.
Nelson
Automatic first down.
manhandled that receiver back there like a puppy playing with a chew toy, Dan. And he rightly got slapped with defensive pass interference.
Ball 10-yard line.
Number 35 catches it in the flat, and that will be a gain of 3 yards.
Number 17 made a nice throw there. Got it right past the defender.
Not much there. It'll be second down.
Got to take what you can get, Dan, but they were hoping for more.
Ball 7.
Number 17 walls it out left side, and he connects for a pickup of 4 on the play.
Number 88 took his lone defender to school on that last play, making the catch with relative ease.
They move the ball, and that'll bring up third down. Third down, just a single receiver on the field.
If we see the pass here, Dan, I have no doubt it's heading to his go-to man.
Hayes goes in motion. Reed takes it across the line and is dropped short of the marker. Fourth down coming up.
Number 88 brought down the ball carrier before the markers. There was some gain there, but not enough for the first.
Defense's back was against the wall, and they rose to the challenge, Peter.
Yeah, Dan, that's great D. They had to make a stand here, and they stood together.
It will be fourth down. Fourth down, and the field goal unit is on the field. It's through the uprights.
Number 11 puts in an easy short one. A clean kick, no worries.
Number 11 kicking off for the Cowboys.
There's the signal, and we're ready. Number 11 rockets this one deep. Jackson downs this in the end zone for a touchback. The Eagles are looking for some separation before half and will start this drive at their own 20-yard line. Number 3 rifles this one hard over the middle, and it falls incomplete.
Hill had that ball in his hands on that play, and then he just dropped it.
Potential for a quick first down, but no, they cannot hook up the pass.
You can take a shot in that situation, and it's really not going to hurt you. That's a good call.
That'll bring up second down. Second down with a split backfield. Faces it over the middle and gets past the markers for a first down.
Number 3 makes a terrific completion in double coverage here. Wow, now that is one confident QB.
Nice pass, Peter, and he's really lining up the stat sheet.
Oh, you got it. So far, he's got 70 yards and 1 touchdown.
Number 3 fires this one over the middle, and it's tipped. Incomplete.
Number 34.
Green came in and got a hand on that football and left no chance for a reception there.
That had potential for some yards, Peter, but the defense was on top of it and shut it down.
Good denial there.
Second down coming up. Second down, 10 yards to go. Brown chews up. The Eagles take their first timeout.
We almost got him, baby.
Third and 6. Ball the Eagles, 38-yard line.
Number 3 throws it deep down the left sideline. It's not at the 31. Eventually shoved out at the 29. It will be first down.
Finally pushed him out of bounds, but by then the damage was done. He'd given up a ton of yards on that play.
A big pickup there, and this defense cannot be happy.
If there was any saving grace there, it was that they didn't give up 6 points as well.
First down from the I. Arches off right guard, and the Eagles will take a timeout. That's their second.
Second and 7. Ball at 27.
Whips him down in the backfield, and the clock continues to run. Third down, 2 tight ends in the game. And drops it incomplete. That will bring up fourth down.
Number 34 had that ball in his hands on that play, and then he just dropped it.
He couldn't hold on to that one, and maybe that's why they don't throw to him that often.
No, he's more of a runner than a target out of the backfield.
Fourth down, and the field goal unit is on the field. Baker boots it from 46 yards out, and it's good.
Baker gets the field goal, but watch how close the ball gets to the upright. Man, a few more inches and he'd have made the highlight reel. Not the way he would have wanted to, though.
The field goal will extend their lead some here in the first half.
It's still early, but the momentum is definitely behind them now.
The ref gets the signal, and we're set. Baker kicks it off. Hayes fields the kickoff at the 7. Dragged down at the 25.
Hayes tried to run it out, but the defense preferred that he stayed put, and they made their case pretty forcefully there.
The Cowboys offense takes the field with the clock at 15. Number 33 goes in motion. Reeves gets the handoff and passes the line. Tackled, and the clock will continue to run. Second down, 2 wideouts on the field. And that'll do it for the first half of this one. The Eagles are out in front, 10-3. And now let's send you to Chris Berman in our studios in Bristol for the ESPN Halftime Report. Boomer?
All right, Dan, we'll get back to you in a bit. But welcome, everybody, to the ESPN Halftime Show. I'm Chris Berman. Now we'll look at our halftime comparison. And as you can see, total yards definitely tell the story thus far. The Eagles should be way ahead on the scoreboard, but somehow they've let their opponent hang with them. Let's see if they can change things in the second half. We'll start this one off late in the first quarter. Number 3 would put this pass right where it needed to be. A 2-yard touchdown for the Eagles. The Eagles get the first points of the game and go up by 7. Eagles now early in the second quarter. The ball at their own 39. Number 3 connected with his man on this one. The boys midway through the second. Cowboys down by 7. Number 22 ran a terrific route here and was able to pull this one in. They climb back into the game, now down by 4. Eagles late in the second quarter. Number 3 is back to throw on third down. They need a big play. They get a big play. First down and then some. That set up a 46-yard field goal. And that's where we'll leave this one. Eagles are holding on to a lead, 10-3. Today's halftime hero has turned in an incredible performance thus far. Number 3 has played outstanding. And now let's return to the second half with Dan Stevens and Peter O'Keefe.
Thanks, Chris. And today's game has been presented in ESPN Game Sound, designed and developed in collaboration with Dolby, the leader in surround sound technology. The Cowboys will receive to start the second half, and this is a tight contest. Currently, they're down 10-3. Now, let's get to the game. Baker boots the second half kickoff away. Number 35 fields the second half kickoff at the 1. Brought down at the 21. Well, Peter, some interesting information up on the screen.
Oh, you bet. Not a lot of efficiency there, and when they do score, you can see that it's the field goal variety. They need to punch it in if they want a shot. Number 35 took it out of the end zone, and while it may have been a little risky, he gets out close to the 20, so it all comes out in the wash on that play.
The Cowboys bring their offense on the field and will start this drive at their own 21-yard line. Reeves will get the carry on first down and stiff arms his way to a first down.
Reeves just powers his way through on this play. It's worth a second look. Oh, ouch. That stiff arm's gotta hurt.
A well-designed play there, Peter, and they will move the chains.
And let me tell you, Dan, hearing those chains move is one of the best sounds in the game for an offense.
Ball Cowboys, 33-yard line.
Dan, bunch of receivers out there. Defense is expecting that, and for the nickel.
Reeves will get stopped at the line, and that will bring up second down.
Peters was a one-man wrecking crew back there. He powered into the backfield and made the tackle.
They put a stop to this play behind the line of scrimmage. Pretty good call by the defensive coordinator.
Agreed, Dan. They had it all locked up there.
That will bring up second down. Number 17 throws a bullet to the flat, and the catch is made for a gain of a couple. Third down from the shotgun. Number 26 takes down the lob, and they get the first on 3rd and long.
Number 26 had 3 guys covering him, but look what happens. Incredible catch.
Definitely a slow start, but he's finally got a completion, and maybe now, Peter, he has time to make his mark on the game.
Well, where was he in the first half, Dan? Because I didn't notice him on the field at all.
Hayes goes in motion. Number 17 sends it to the right side, and the reception is made past the markers for a first down.
Hayes does a great job here battling 3 defenders. It's definitely worth a second look. Let's watch. And he still comes up with the ball. Wow, you can't coach that.
First and 10. Ball 31.
Nelson makes a play on this and forces the incompletion.
Nelson came in and got a hand on that football and left no chance for a reception there.
That had potential for some yards, Peter, but the defense was on top of it and shut it down.
Good denial there.
Second down coming up. Hayes goes in motion. Reeves carries it for the 6th time and only gets back to the line of scrimmage.
Reeves played it smart on that last one by following his blockers, but hey, they were unable to open up any holes for him.
Well, not much of a gain there, and they will face 3rd down.
3rd and long, too, Dan. Big play coming up. Oh, let's watch this. 5 wide out versus a D that is wisely loaded up on DBs.
The 26. 4th down coming up.
Number 17 tried to make something happen back there, but nothing doing.
4th down, 5 yards to go. Number Number 11 with the 43-yard attempt, and it's good.
Right there. Yeah, baby. Woo. All day, yeah.
Number 11 knocks through a good-sized kick. Watch here. Nowhere close to his max, but he's obviously still very pleased to pull it off.
Number 11, kicking off for the Cowboys.
There's the signal, and we're ready. Number 11 kicks this one away. Brown fields it all the way back at the 3. Dodges a tackle. Tackled at the 27. Well, Peter, some interesting information up on the screen.
Oh, you bet. Well, there's the drive results, and the thing I want to talk about is how close this game is. When the score is like it is, one single mistake can change the whole game. They need to be careful. Brown was able to find some weak spots in the defense. Got a good run back off that kick.
The Eagles offense takes the field, and they will start at their own 27-yard line. Number 33 gains 3 yards, and that brings up second down.
Okay, fellas, we went over this all week in practice. Now we're going to get it this time. Now we're going to go just like it is. We're going to execute, we're going to stay strong, and we're going to get to the spots we need to. Okay, fellas?
Watch the counter. Watch the counter. Second and 6. Ball at the Eagles, 30-yard line. Throw back.
Tackled at the 43.
Face mask, number 34, offense. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
Number 34 really yanked on that helmet back there, so the personal foul call was a good one. You can't pull someone's face mask like that.
The Cowboys are going to try and capitalize on the interception. They'll start this drive at the 28-yard line. Reeves picks up a yard on the play, and that will bring up second down.
Second and 9. Ball 27.
Nelson hammers the receiver and forces him to drop the ball. Incomplete.
Nelson had superb coverage on that play. No wonder it was incomplete.
On second down, they try for the first, but it's played well by the defense. That will bring up third down.
Nice pressure that time.
Number 17 makes the long pass, and it's knocked away from the receiver. Incomplete.
Number 9, they're sitting back in the zone, waiting for the pass, and then closes enough to force the incompletion. Nice job.
Well, the D holds tight on third and long and forces an incompletion. That was a good call by the defensive coordinator.
Oh, it sure was. Perfect D for that situation.
And it will bring up fourth down. Fourth down, and the field goal unit is on the field. Number 11 with the 44-yard attempt, and he misses this one to the right.
Number 11 misses the field goal here. Let's watch this again. Yep, it's just a little bit to the side of the upright, but close only counts in horseshoes.
Eagles were intercepted last time out. We'll see what happens here. We'll start at their 35-yard line. 33 carries this one off to the right and picks up a couple.
Number 33 stuck close to his blockers, but the play folded quicker than an over-caffeinated origami artist.
Not much there. It'll be second down.
Got to take what you can get, Dan, but they were, hoping for more.
Second and 8. Ball at the Eagles, 37-yard line.
Number 44 didn't haul that one in, and it falls incomplete.
Number 44 did not make that completion and would have had some room on the outside had he made it.
Another ball comes his way, and another incompletion. To come up blank so many times in a row is, well, it's got to be demoralizing for a player.
Absolutely, but you got to fight through the slump and grab one to get rolling again.
Third down, 3 wideouts in the game. Number 3 just rifles this one, and they get the first on 3rd and long. Gets the call on first down and heads left. Run down hard at the 33. First down.
Brown beats his man with a juke coming up. Oh, what athleticism.
A well-designed play there, Peter, and they will move the chains.
And let me tell you, Dan, hearing those chains move is one of the best sounds in the game for an offense.
First down.
Number 3, that's the result of plan B on this play. That's why he gets the big bucks, Dan. He makes it happen no matter what. Oh, yeah, that scramble got him a nice gain. You can't coach that. That's just instinct.
First down, tight end to the left. Number 33 chews up 4 yards, and that brings up second down. And that'll do it for the third quarter. The Eagles are out in front, 10-6.
Party don't stop. Party don't stop. From the north, south, east, and west. Party, yeah. Party, yeah. We want the party, yeah. From the north, south, east, and west. Party, yeah. Party, yeah. We want the party.
Number 3 lobs this one deep to the end zone, and it's cut for the score.
Touchdown, Eagles!
Number 44 has 3 guys covering him, but look what happens. Incredible catch.
That's his second TD reception, and obviously the passes are coming his way when they get in the red zone.
Well, he's taken on the role of scorer today, Dan, and I got to tell you, he's filling that role nicely.
Here's the extra point, and
the extra point is
it's good. Gets the signal, and we're set. Baker kicks it off. Hayes fields the kickoff at the 1. Stopped at the 19.
Hayes got waylaid by the defense before he was able to put Munch on the run back.
The Cowboys stalled early last drive, and we'll have to wait and see what happens here. They'll start at their own 19-yard line. Reed picks up a yard on the play, and that brings up second down.
Reeves didn't get very far on that last play, and he even had the help of some blocking. I guess the defense had their number.
Not much there. It'll be second down.
Got to take what you can get, Dan, but they were hoping for more.
Number 17 fires this one over the middle, and it falls incomplete.
Number 17 has had a number of passing attempts. We've seen that his guys are out there running their routes and trying to make plays. He would like to do a little bit more, however. So far, he's got 112 yards and no touchdowns.
Third down and 4 wideouts in the game. it away on the coverage. Incomplete. It'll be 4th down.
Ramsey came in and got a hand on that football. Left no chance for a reception there.
That is their 4th batted ball. Tell you, we've seen a number of good defensive plays from this squad.
We sure have. We'll see if they can keep it up, though.
Number 11 lines up to punt after the 3 and out. Number 11 takes the snap and punts it away. Brown fields the deep punt at the 35. Tackled at the 50.
Brown returned for a few there, but after that gigantic punt, it was like tearing a single page out of War and Peace. It doesn't make much of a dent.
The Eagles' offense takes the field, and they are already halfway there. They'll start at their 50-yard line. Number 33 picked up about 7, and that will bring up 2nd down.
Number 33 sticks close to his blockers here, and it pays off.
They move the ball, and it will be 2nd down. Second down, and they line up with 3 tight ends. Number 33 gets the call again and maybe picks up 1 on the play.
Let's go, Eagles! Come on, get the first!
Wow, look at those tackles. That's how you play sideline to sideline.
Number 44 brings down the lob left side, and they convert on 3rd down.
Pass interference. Number 34. Defense. The penalty is declined.
First and 10. Ball at the 16-yard line.
Brown gets the ball and hands out right, breaks a tackle, touchdown!
Touchdown, Eagles!
Brown plays some smash-mouth football here. Bam! What a punishing shoulder charge.
He gets the touchdown off a nice play. Fantastic athleticism.
What a player.
Now the extra point, and
The extra
it's
point is good.
There's the signal, and we're ready. Baker kicks this one away. Hayes catches it back at the 4. Tackled at the 27.
Hayes received that nice kick and a nice little run back after the catch. Good job.
The Cowboys have had some trouble moving the ball recently. We'll see what they do on this drive as they start at their own 27-yard line.
Well, they on both sides seem geared up for the pass. Let's see what happens.
Nelson puts a lick on the receiver and separates him from the ball. Incomplete.
Nelson is sitting back there in the zone waiting for this one, Dan. Check it out. Yep, he forced the incomplete pass. That's great coverage.
That had potential for some yards, Peter, but the defense was on top of it and shut it down.
Good denial there.
2nd down coming up. 2nd down, 1 man back. Number 17 airs this one to the left sideline, and it's knocked away from the receiver, incomplete.
Number 9, and that play dissected before it even started, really. Textbook zone coverage there.
They have really gotten after the ball as a team today. That is their 5th batted ball.
Nice, aggressive D.
4th down. Number 17 zings it to the right side, and the reception's made at the 39. 1st down, and 5 wide receivers take the field. Hayes didn't haul that one in, and it falls incomplete.
Number 17 threw that ball to a receiver who had 2 guys on him. He's probably fortunate it was just an incomplete pass at that point.
Another incompletion out left, and it appears that side of the field has not been kind with them at all.
Not at all. They got to go somewhere else. Look for a different matchup.
Number 17 passes this one after the play action, and it's tipped incomplete.
Ramsey came in and got a hand on that football and left no chance for a reception there.
You know, as a team, they are batting down passes left and right. That is their 6th so far.
Wow, great anticipation of the pass.
Peters sacks him way back at the 29. It'll be 4th down. Number 17 throws the bullet, and the reception's made at the 36. Tackled, and he's short. They'll turn the ball over at the 37.
Ramsey
Makes his presence known on this one. He's going to haunt the ball carrier's dreams for a while. Oh, big tackle on 4th. That's how you stop a conversion.
That was some aggressive play calling that deep in their own territory, and it may have cost them dearly.
I just don't see how they were in 4-down mode there, especially at their end of the football field. That's a bad call.
Eagles offense takes the field, and can they capitalize on the defensive stop? Well, they'll start this drive at the 37-yard line. Number 33 goes right up the middle and will gain close to 6.
Second and 3. Ball at the 31.
Brown picks up about 2, and that will bring up 3rd down.
Brown used the blocking, but this stingy defense didn't give up much at all on that last play.
Not much there, but they'll get another shot on 3rd and short. 3rd down with the tight end right.
Ball at 29.
Number 44 grabs the fastball over the middle, and they convert on 3rd down.
Number 44
Had all the time in the world on this play, Danny. He could have made himself a sandwich while he was waiting for the ball.
Always back to the food, Peter. Can't you think of anything else?
Oh, well, let me see. No, I can't.
The balls are coming his way in the middle, and he's making them pay. You have to like his performance so far.
Well, Dan, I like any receiver who's willing to go over the middle and sacrifice the body to make the catch.
1st down, the clock is stopped at 2 minutes.
I got 31.
Number 33, the Cowboys take their first timeout. Second down from the I.
Ball at 17.
This pass will fall harmlessly to the ground, and it's incomplete.
Number 38.
Number 44 was wide open, but he can't get the pass. What a killer.
That's incomplete, and it had a chance at 7.
Oh, boy, they would love to have that play again.
3rd down coming up.
Third and 7. Ball 17.
Number 3 lobs this one deep to the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown.
Number 3 launches this one perfectly, and the D was nowhere to be found.
You got that right. Missed coverage all around.
That's right, Dan. My 6-year-old could have covered that pass better.
That's his 3rd TD reception, and obviously the passes are coming his way.
Yeah, all big passes, too. What a game.
Here's the extra point, and
the extra point is good.
The ref gets the signal, and we're set. Baker kicks this one away. Number 35 fields the kickoff at the 3. Dragged down at the 25.
Number 35 was able to find some weak spots in the defense. Got a good run back off that kick.
The Cowboys start this drive of the game from well in their own territory, and the clock at 1:43. Martin tips it away on the coverage, incomplete.
Yeah, good job, man. Yeah.
Number 17 knows how to spread the ball around, as you can see by this passing chart here. He's getting the ball into his receiver's hands and has piled up 135 yards and no touchdowns.
Second down. The clock is stopped at 1:39. Number 17 throws a heater right sideline, and it's tipped. Incomplete.
Nelson knocked that pass down, and he made sure the only one to touch the football was him.
A nice defensive play will give him his second batted ball of the game.
Great read there.
Third down from the shotgun. Number 33 catches the heater left sideline, and they get the first on 3rd and long.
Number 9 lets the ball carrier get past the markers and a bunch more before he can stop him.
There's the push to send him out of bounds. Very forceful, but really almost pointless.
Yeah, like smashing the barn door after the horses are already escaped.
And Peter, that play doesn't get off the ground unless he runs a very precise route.
And he had to beat his man. Couple of the best banging heads there.
Number 17 fires this one over the middle, and the Cowboys will take a timeout. That's their second. First down, 10 yards to go.
Ball 39.
Number 26 makes the catch on the right sideline, and that's a touchdown.
Number 26 is going to make a great play right here. Snags the football and then really turns on the juice.
Wasn't supposed to be a touchdown pass, but he made it one with that terrific run after the catch.
He fights for every inch he can get out there, so you don't leave any daylight between him and the end zone.
Number 14, holding.
Here's the point after, and it's good. They're setting up for the onside kick. Number 11 bounces it up. Number 98 gathers it up at the 42. Brought down at the 41.
Number 98 is quick to react when the onside kick comes bouncing his way. Watch him move and get the football before the kicking team has a shot. It's all about reflexes.
A gutsy call, and when you live high stakes, you win big. Or You lose big.
Well, they lost, and now we'll see how they recover.
Timeout call.
Second down, 2 wideouts on the field.
Ball at the 42-yard line.
Number 33 gets the call on second down and hands wide left. Tackled, and the clock will continue to run. It will be first down.
Number 33 lowered his shoulder on that play and created some extra yards.
How much strength do you need to pull away from a great pursuer like that, Peter?
Plenty, and good leverage, too. That's a great matchup there.
And that is going to do it for this one. The Eagles come out on top 31-13. For my partner, Peter O'Keefe, this is Dan Stevens saying goodbye until next time.
Okay, Dan, thank you very much. And let's welcome all of you back to the studio. I'm Chris Berman here to bring you our ESPN Video Games post-game wrap-up. The Eagles stepped it up for sure, putting up some good numbers. We'll pick up the action midway through the third quarter. After driving 53 yards on 8 plays, number 11 is called upon to attempt the field goal. This one, good. A 44-yard field goal. The Cowboys climb back again and are now down by 4. The Eagles on D, number 23, shows some great awareness here as he gets himself into position to pick this one off. The Eagles, after a missed field goal, Eagles ahead by 4. Number 3 would get the carry here. Good blocking up front. It helped to spring him. They move ahead by 11. The Eagles have it again. Number 22 would make the first guy miss. Then he'd rip off a chunk of yardage here. A 16-yard touchdown for the Eagles. Eagles up 24-6. Number 3 would find his target on this one. A 17-yard touchdown for the Eagles. The Eagles have opened it up and now lead by 25. The boys answering right back. The Cowboys in control at the 39. Number 26 had to work to find an opening, but he was able to haul this one in. A 39-yard touchdown for the Cowboys. And that's where we'll leave this one. Eagles come away with a win, 31-13. And now it's time to check in with our player of the game, the guy who left it all on the field today. Number 44 was kind enough to give us a moment of his time, and he's on the field with Susie Colbert. Susie?
Thanks, Chris. You really came up big, and you prevailed with a big victory. What was the key to your success?
Man, the crowd really came out today and did a lot of screaming and yelling. And making a big play and hearing the crowd behind you, there's nothing like it in the world. I gotta give a lot of credit to the fans.
Back to you, Chris.
Get your hand off my penis!
Super Bowl call. Here are Brandon Guyton and Charles Davis.
Larry, they broke ground on this place in the year 2000, opened it in August of 2002, and it's been the home of this franchise ever since. Welcome to NRG Stadium in Houston. We count down to kickoff in what should be an epic one here between the Kansas City Chiefs and the Green Bay Packers. With Charles Davis, I'm Brandon Guyton, and it is our extreme privilege to be on hand for the Super Bowl. And I can't help but look down on this field, partner, and think about the history of this game and all the great players, all the great teams that have stood on the field for this moment so special.
This game is so historic that while we call it the Super Bowl now, that wasn't even the name of the first couple. It's the AFL NFL World Championship game before the Super Bowl really took hold. And think about the Green Bay Packers winning the first two that got us kicked off and started towards where we are today.
And with the whole world watching, at the end of this game, at the end of tonight, one of these two sides, they get to etch their name in NFL immortality.
No doubt about it. They hold up the ultimate symbol of victory in this league, the Lombardi Trophy.
We begin the next half-century of Super Bowls to a strobe of flashes. Super Bowl 51 from Houston is underway. This will be taken in at the 1. And not a bad return here. He gets it out to the 25-yard line. So here comes the Packers offense now onto the field. And they'll be led out by the guy under center, Charles, their quarterback. They come out here in the eye. They'll try and start this drive in the air. Got a man over the middle, and it's complete. Past the 20. Touchdown, Packers. Their dangerous wide receiver, 74 yards. And the Packers have taken the early lead. Well, that's how they envisioned it, get the football to start the game and score it.
And I don't know if that was scripted. Was it an audible, or was it just a play call that they had in their pocket? No matter what, they had the right call on against the right defense, and they end up in the end zone.
Extra point forthcoming. And it's good to make it 7-0 Packers. One of the shortest drives you'll ever see. One play, 75 yards, 6 points. So the Packer kickoff team set to go as they will kick this one away. This one fielded at the 5. And not a bad return here. He gets it out to the 25-yard line. So here are the Chiefs now coming out for their opening drive. And a glance here at their shifty mobile signal caller. They'll run it now out of the gun. And he's able to plow forward up to about the 29, just shy of the 30. It's a pickup of 4, and it'll bring up second down. The wide receivers, often a very, very talented group, and that's the case here.
And they don't mind showcasing it either. Those guys love to be flashy, love to make big plays out in the open field. They will attempt to do so in this game.
Second down following the run. Now they'll throw here out of the gun. Over the middle into traffic, and that's complete. They give him 14 yards that time and a fresh set of downs.
That was a nicely run slant route, and what the receiver's trying to do is make the defender think he's going upfield for a deeper route, and then breaks it off, usually after about 3 to 4 steps, and cuts towards the middle of the field. And now what he's trying to do is use his body to keep the defender away from the football and give the quarterback a really nice target.
They'll give it to him right up the gut. And nothing doing. He's immediately taken down at the line of scrimmage. Credit him with a 1-yard gain there to make it 2nd and 9. Partner, your thoughts on this D-line?
I love a unit that can control the run and get after the passer. This is an all-around terrific defensive front. Hard to move the ball against them on the ground, and then when you want to throw it, look out. Here they come after the quarterback.
And ready now for 2nd and 9. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. And a quick throw here, that's complete. 6 yards is the pickup, and that'll lead to a 3rd down.
When you see zone defense and you know you've got a drag route on as your primary call, you've got to be really careful as a passer about how far you let your guy go, because he might wander into some tough coverage.
3rd down and 3. From the shotgun, he'll look to throw. Going to throw right side here, complete. And he's able to get the first before he's taken down at the 36.
That's a pretty good throw on the curl route there. 3rd down, and they pick up a first.
Defense should be aware for that, right?
They should be aware, but it's so hard sometimes.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Because when they sell that route really well, you think they're going upfield, and they curl back, show their numbers to the quarterback, and complete the play.
And he'll give it here to his running back. Just a yard on the 1st down carry, so it's 2nd and 9.
Now that's the type of play that'll fire up the defense. Hold them to 1 yard on a 1st down run. It'll be interesting to see if the offense decides to press the run at all, or if they'll abandon it now after gaining only 1 on that play.
Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. And he will find his man on the outside. And taking it to the 15-yard line before he's brought down.
But it appears that they read man defense and went to the out route. And what you have to do in that one is the receiver's got to make sure he works the defender towards the middle of the field to give himself space to cut to the outside and have that ball delivered with good timing, and they got it done.
Offense walks to the line for play number 7 of the drive. They'll give it to him right up the gut. Trying to run inside, but nothing there. No gain on the play there. 2nd down. A well-executed blitz, no doubt. Great job by the linebacker. Maybe the quarterback, if he could have seen that, could have audibled there.
Yeah, he needed to be in a different play because that one just meshed perfectly for the defense. All the gaps were filled except for the one the offense really wanted to run through, and that was filled by a big man wanting to make a tackle.
And he's going to be wrapped up and driven down. They bring the safety on the blitz, and he busts through to drop him for an 8-yard loss. Well, this has been a pretty sizable drive. They've had some success. Finally, the defensive coordinator found some success of his own.
I think he just simply said enough of that. Okay, they've moved the ball well. We need to force the issue from our end, and that's exactly what he did.
Looks like the Packers have added an extra DB on 3rd down. He'll drop to throw. And he fires one, but incomplete.
As tight ends go, he might not provide the super flashy plays very often, but he's pretty reliable. Usually an excellent target and normally catches what's thrown to him, but he didn't on that play.
So on 4th down, Andy Reid decides to send in the field goal unit. And this one, a 41-yard attempt. And his kick is good. And they are on the board, but still trailing. It's 7-3. And that field goal caps an 11-play drive.
That's a lot of offense to run to only get 3 points, but they'll take them. Anytime you can put anything on the board, you run to your sideline somewhat happy.
Here's the Chiefs kickoff unit now as they'll send this one away. This will be taken in at the 1. And a good effort on the return there. Gets him across the 30 to the 33-yard line. And Green Bay getting ready to go as they take the field. And last time the formula was pretty simple. 1-play drive, long pass. That maybe they just want to do that again, right?
And that's exactly how you want to draw things up. Whether it's on your grease board, right, in your playbook, 1-play drive is exactly what you want on offense. What they have to be careful of is not having a letdown. It was real easy last time. They can't expect that going forward.
Yeah, we'll see if it's that easy here. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Quick hitter here, it's complete. A gain of 6 there on first.
In recent years, the slot receivers really gained stature in the NFL because they can do so many things. Yes, they can line up wide like your normal wide receiver, but to have that kind of courage and toughness to run routes in the middle of the field and become dependable targets for their quarterbacks and move the sticks, those guys are worth their weight in gold.
4 yards remaining now on 2nd down. Back to throw here. He's got time in the pocket. Going up top. A 50-50 ball here, and it's intercepted. A great read, and it's picked off. And a big turnover there as his guys will get the football back.
Brandon, this is a veteran quarterback back there. He should know better than to make a throw like this. This is definitely not his best ball, and I think he knew this was trouble the second it was leaving his hand.
So now here are the Chiefs as their offense makes their way back out onto the field. And they had a long drive last time, but they had to settle for a field goal, and I'm sure that's how it felt to them, settling. They probably should have gotten in the end zone.
Yeah, not out-and-out joy, right? Because that's what you get when you put the ball in the end zone. But there are benefits to that type of a long drive. Your defense gets a chance to take a break, adjust a little bit, maybe get themselves ready to get back out on the field and play a little bit better. So they'll take the benefit even though they wanted the 6 points.
And maybe wore down the other defense. We'll see.
And that's exactly what you want on a 1st down run. Pick up 5 yards, bring up 2nd and 5. The defensive line, though, they've got to figure out a way to out-leverage the guys up front because the offensive line is winning at the point of attack.
They'll look to throw. Over the middle, it's complete. And they're able to bring him down at the 20. They get 9 out of that one, and as a result, the drive continues.
In today's football, where receivers break tackles, make people miss, get upfield for the extra yardage, when you see a play like that where it's caught and he's dropped on the spot, that's a big-time play by the defense.
Offense comes to the line now, 1st and 10.
Here we go now.
They'll run it now out of the gun. And he'll get only a couple up to the 22. So 1 quarter down here in Super Bowl 51. 7-3 the score. You are watching the NFL on EA Sports.
The NFL on EA Sports is brought to you by Head & Shoulders. Shoulders were made for greatness, not dandruff.
Back now with Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin as the Chiefs in possession of the football as we begin the 2nd quarter. They face a 2nd and 7 to start things out. They'll set up a throw. Firing quickly here, and that's complete. And he's brought down, getting this one up to about the 35. Quick pass play there on the slant, Charles. Works out well for the offense.
The offense loves it. The defender hates it. Hard to get through the body of the receiver to get to the football trying to cover a slant.
So the offense has it 1st and 10. run it now out of the gun. And he is met at the line of scrimmage, and he goes down right there. That's going to go as a loss of a yard, and it'll be second down.
Now, that was impressive by the defense. They just got hit for a big pass play, and instead of rushing out and getting back deep to cover, they played their techniques, saw the run develop, and ran to it and made the play.
So now 11 yards to go for this offensive unit. It's second down.
Here we go.
They're going to look to throw. And he will find his man on the end route. Complete. And getting this just shy of midfield. They'll spot it at the 49. And now the passing game here in the second quarter starting to heat up a little bit.
Don't you feel the rhythm starting to happen, right? You see it. Now the confidence is starting to rise. I think now as a play caller, because that has happened, you lean on it a little bit more. You don't go totally away from running the football, but you do say, guess what? We can throw it. We can throw it well with a whole lot of confidence.
They'll run it now out of the gun. And able to push his way forward here for a good little gain. 5 yards is the tally on first down. That brings up 2nd and 5.
Frustrating for a defense, energizing for an offense. Finding a way to create that type of yardage in your running game, that'll make the guys carrying the ball very, very happy.
See if they stay on the ground for second down.
Here we go. Boom, landed. Boom.
Back to throw. And he slings one that's incomplete. Third and 5. This will be the 8th play of the drive. Now they'll throw here out of the gun. And this time he's got the hook up. It's complete. 11 yards on the pickup, and that'll be good for a KC first down.
I know many people like to throw to the tight end, maybe in a little flexed out position because he creates mismatches with his size. But slot receivers do the same thing with their quickness, their speed, and their route running savvy.
Watch left, watch left. Tight end to the left, tight end left.
They'll run it now out of the gun. And this has been a recurring theme tonight for sure. Nowhere to run. Back to the line of scrimmage, that's all. Nice job there defensively to clamp down because really they've been on their heels this drive.
Agreed, and they really needed that one for confidence, just to feel a little bit better. But I don't know if I would be daunted by them stopping me on one run. This drive has gone pretty well. I could come right back at them.
Back to throw now on 2nd and 10. Looking middle, and it's incomplete.
It's always tough for the guys throwing the football when they think they've got a completion and the ball's almost there, and then someone sneaks a hand or two in and bats it away.
Long drive. The defense just cannot seem to catch a break and get off the field. So here we go now. An extra defensive back in there on 3rd and 10. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. And he finds a man on a crossing route. 18 yards on the pickup there. And the Chiefs are going to have a first down.
And fit's the exact right word. Over the middle, there's almost always traffic. So anytime you're a receiver in that area, you're not just focused on catching the football. You're wondering where the collision's going to come from, right? Because there's almost always someone there able to concentrate, catch it, and even added a little extra at the end with a short run.
A long drive here. Play 12 coming up for the offense. Inside the red zone here. They'll look to throw. Finding a safety valve here. That's complete. It'll be a gain of 9, and it'll be second and about a yard.
So many times you hear today's NFL described as a space game. Get your best players into space with the football in their hands. That's why sometimes you swing it out to your runner, get him out in the flat, and let him have a chance to make people miss an open field.
And they'll go on the ground. And the stop will come inside the 5 at the 4. 4 yards on the play, and that leads to the 1st and goal. To play here in the first half. We're back to Super Bowl 51 after this. A reminder, coming up at the intermission, we'll get highlights of this Super Bowl from Larry Ridley and the crew in Orlando with our EA Sports halftime report. Just play after play after play on this long drive for the offense. They come out with 1 back and 3 tight ends. Under pressure now, and he's going to go down. Sacked back around the 8.
Personal foul. Face mask. Defense.
And the dreaded face mask penalty, that's going to cost him 15 yards.
And it's such a dangerous play. Body going one way, and then your head gets yanked back the other. 15 yards is the right call.
Offense has been out there a while. This is their 14th play in this series. They come out here in the eye. They go play action here on 1st down. And that is caught. Touchdown, Kansas City. Their big tight end from 3 yards out. And the Chiefs are in for 6. And a play fake down near the goal line here worked out well.
Anytime you can make them think that you're going to run the ball and go to that play action pass, you see the end result. Usually a touchdown.
Is that harder? Is the play fake harder to defend for the defense near the goal line or no? Because there's not as much room to work with?
It is harder because down near the goal line, you're thinking much more of a running play, especially if people run out big formations. So it is harder to defend.
That drive, a long one, spanning 15 plays. And it winds up with the Chiefs hitting pay dirt. Is the kickoff unit as they run up and send this one away. This will be taken in at the 1. He can't bring him down.
The weight room does work.
And a nice return sets him up pretty good here at the 30-yard line. And Green Bay getting ready to go as they take the field. And following the interception, just any interception, are you a little bit more cautious when you start that next drive, or no, you just throw that out the window?
I think you are. I don't think that there's any way you can run back out there and go, totally didn't affect me. Let's just go ahead and be loose with the football again. You're going to take care of it, but you have to be careful about being too cautious because now you can't run any offense at all.
Still want to attack. We'll see how they attack him here. And he'll toss this one incomplete. Seeing no options, he throws it away. Let's look ahead for a quick minute. We don't have the schedules yet for next year, but what we do have are the 5 international games that will be played, 4 in London and then 1 again in Mexico, Jacksonville, Baltimore, Miami, New Orleans, Cleveland, Minnesota, Rams in Arizona, those in London, and then Mexico's going to get a great game. The Raiders and New England.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And just think about the ones in London. Remember, they're splitting them between the 2 different stadiums in London, so they get a different flavor in all of these places. But Mexico, for the 2nd straight year, the Raiders are coming to town. That should be a whole lot of fun.
Should be a ton of fun and a very good matchup. They'll come out in the pistol. Now a play fake here on 1st down. And no escaping this time as he'll go down. They got him for a sack. Looking to speed things up here, going with some tempo. He'll look to throw. Under pressure, they got him again. They'll wind up losing 10 on the sack, and it'll lead to a 3rd and long.
Well, this is what happens when you get...
Now whistles come in. We're going to get a timeout here by the offense. It's just their first, so they'll have 2 remaining here before we get to halftime. And welcome back. The offensive unit, they took the timeout. And now they get set to line up as we resume action. And the offense now will try to regroup after the sack on 2nd down. And an extra DB here for the Chiefs on 3rd down.
Pass situation.
They'll run it now out of the gun. And he will lose yardage here to the 31-yard line. He lost 2, and it brings up 4th. And the offense there, the O-line, everybody really on offense, they were just manhandled. Now here's a defensive timeout called by the Chiefs. It's just their first, so they'll have 2 remaining here before we get to halftime. All right, so the timeout over and all 11 men back out onto the field for the defense. And it's fielded at the 34. 33 yards is the distance on the punt there. And it's Chiefs football, 1st and 10. Now here's the signal caller getting ready to lead this offense again. He's played a pretty clean first half, a touchdown, no interceptions.
Frankly, that's what they expect out of him. They want to see the ball thrown and thrown well, and he's able to do that and put it in the end zone. They'd love to see more of that before this game finishes. But right now, he's got his team in a good spot.
A good spot, maybe looking for touchdown pass number 2 here in the 2nd quarter. They'll come out throwing here on 1st down. Looking deep downfield. And it drops down incomplete. Thought he might have had it. Instead, 2nd down.
And when all else fails as a defender, when you're not there in the coverage, your best friend is exactly what we saw there. A big play shot taken by the offense. Unfortunately, it ended in a big drop.
Second down now after the incompletion. 1 receiver left, 3 to the right. He'll try again with the arm here on 2nd down. And he fires one incomplete.
Oh, man, that was close. The opportunity to change momentum, big play, right in his hands, unable to come down with it.
A sigh of relief, no doubt, on offense if that fell harmlessly to the ground. And the offense looks to pick up the first here on 3rd after that incompletion. Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. And that one will fall incomplete. Clock here now just under 30 seconds to go in this first half.
I think that's a big-time play there because the slant route is really hard to cover because the timing is so quick. But able to see it, diagnose it, and get to the football, that's why he was able to bat it away.
Here's the Chiefs punter now as he's on to punt for the first time tonight. And no one there to stop it. Hits at the 8, but it carries all the way into the end zone for a touchback. And now we get a look at the captain of this offense heading back out there now. He's had a solid start to this game, but bottom line is they're losing, so he doesn't care about his stats. He just wants to right the ship on the scoreboard.
He wants to actually increase his stats because he feels like if he does, that means things will get better for his team, maybe get them back into the ball game or into the lead. In these situations, I remember playing with a quarterback once where he actually ran out onto the field first ahead of everyone else just to say, guys, let's go. Try and create that energy, create that spark.
Well, so far he has 1 touchdown, 1 interception. He'll be looking for that 2nd touchdown now.
A 1-yard gain can look like a disaster, but it all depends on how the game is going. Is it a series of 1-yard gains running the ball? If that's the case, you might have to start thinking about throwing it a little bit more. But if it's just the occasional 1-yard run, hey, congratulations to the defense. They won that one. Come back and get them the next time.
So as the set designers rush out here to get us ready for the spectacle to come at intermission, these two teams will head to the locker room in Super Bowl 51 from Houston. As we send you on over to Orlando, where we'll check in with Larry Ridley. He's got our EA Sports halftime report. Larry?
All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the first half. Now, early in the first quarter, the connection is made in the middle of the field, and this play will go for 6. Packers is up now by 7. Chiefs have it at the 35. Catch is made after a quick pass, and the play will come to an end after a gain of 20. They would go on to kick a field goal and put 3 points on the board. Late in the first quarter, here the defense will come up with the pick. Chiefs will come away with the football. After the INT, offense comes out now. Here we get a quick pass and completion, and after the short pass, he'll score. They go ahead by a field goal. And with that, it's time to head back to field level as we're just 1 half away from deciding a Super Bowl champion.
Both teams appear ready for the fight ahead, and we resume action here in quarter number 3. This is taken at his 4. And he'll take it up past the 25 to the 26-yard line.
Personal foul, face mask, defense.
Charles, I know it's hard when live bullets are flying, but you cannot keep your hand up around the face mask area.
It is absolutely inexcusable nowadays. We talk about target areas all the time. You have to aim lower so that your hand doesn't get involved in the face mask.
They'll run it now out of the gun. And he takes it past the 45 and down at the 46. It's a 6-yard pickup, and it gets him to 2nd and 4.
First play of the drive, let's give credit all around. Excellent blocking, but the guy carrying the ball, he was the finisher. A really nice run.
And after the play on the ground, that brings up 2nd down here. Back to throw here. And the hit jarred it loose. It's incomplete.
Normally, he's pretty reliable. Usually catches what's thrown to him. On that play, he simply dropped it.
Third down here for the offense after the incomplete pass. It's a 5-receiver set. 3 to the left, 2 to the right. Out of the gun now on 3rd down. And he comes back with one complete. Give him 11 on the gain there. Good enough for a Kansas City first down. So he makes the grab and the chains move forward.
Nice job by the offensive line giving them time to complete that first down pass.
And the offense lining up 1st and 10. They'll run it now out of the gun. And a nifty little deep juke spin move. Not a great deal there on the back end, but a nice gain still.
Some runs are blocked so well, you almost forget that someone has to carry the ball to gain the yardage. The leverage by the offensive line to create space up front, really well done.
Play-action fake. They'll look to throw. He's going to rifle one deep left side. Into a double team, and it's intercepted. A great read, and it's picked off. And a big turnover there as his guys will get the football back. First possession of the third quarter, an interception, so maybe a second-half tone setter.
Indeed, and not the tone they wanted to set. That's the equivalent of running out the wrong door and running into your pool instead of running out onto the field. A real dud for that one.
Has that happened to you before?
No, but I've heard stories about teams actually doing that back in the good old days.
Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. They'll look to throw now on first down. Finding time. He's going to float this one deep right side. And he knocks the ball away, and it falls incomplete.
I know the initial focus was on how far that pass was downfield, but how about the coverage on the play? Able to stay with him, get his hands where the receiver's hands were going to try and catch the ball, tips it up in the air, and knocks it away.
And on 2nd and 10 now. They come up in an empty set. 4 wide receivers, 1 tight end. And 2nd and 10, he'll look to throw again. And this time he's got the hook up. It's complete. 6 yards on the pickup, and it'll be 3rd down.
They gave up the completion there, but this is what zone defenses count on. Catching the ball and not much run after the catch.
So here we go, a 3rd down after the 2nd down pass completion. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. To the sideline, and oh, a nice catch there. Made sure the feet were inbounds, and they were.
I think the training and practice broke down on that play because he simply didn't run the route deep enough to get to the first down marker, despite what was a really nice catch and toe tap on the sideline.
Now that's 3rd down 101. You got to go to the marker, know where it is. On now is the Packers punter as he'll kick it away for the 2nd time. And taken right on the 30. 12 yards on the return that time. And the offense will take over with a new set of downs. There again is the running back as he trots onto the field. And as the numbers show, he really wasn't in the mix at the beginning, but they've got him in the rotation now, and it's proved a good move.
And that's what happens when you're a good player. There's a lot more attention drawn to you, and it's obvious that they had him in their game plan on defense, not letting him get off to a good start, but he's found a way so far here in the 2nd half.
Able to get away.
That's why you keep the legs churning.
And he'll be brought down, losing yardage back at the 40. It's a loss of 2 there, bringing up 2nd down.
The evaluation process in today's NFL does not take into account as much bulk as it does speed, and that's what we're seeing with the linebacker position. Those guys that can run, they can play at any spot because they can make plays on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage.
They'll look to throw. And he almost had it defensively. Could have been a game changer there in this 2nd half. Instead, it's 3rd down. Well, he just threw an interception last drive. Nearly another pick.
And things aren't very even right now, are they? It's a little bit sloppy out there, isn't it? It's kind of just been driving on those paved roads and those country roads that have those potholes in them, isn't it? 'Cause that's the way this game's going right now. A lot of bouncy bounce to it.
You spent some time on some Tennessee country roads.
I certainly have. Plenty of family back there. God love them.
On 3rd down, he'll drop to throw. And that is incomplete. A pretty good coverage there, and both of these defenses, they've had good coverage throughout this one.
No doubt about it, and in today's NFL, where we're used to a bit more scoring, this feels almost like a well-pitched game in baseball on both sides, where the tension continues to build. Who's going to make the big play?
Here's the Chiefs punter now. On for his 2nd punt. He'd take a repeat of his first. The kick's away as he angles this one for the sideline. And this will depend on the spot as it sails out of bounds. And they'll say it sailed out at the 10-yard line. The Packers offense now, they get ready to head back on the field. And a tight game after punting last time. See if they can get something going on this drive.
As they head to the field now, with the game this close, you got to feel there's a sense of urgency for them going on offense right now. But they have to do it without letting panic creep in and affect their play.
Now a play fake here on first down. He's going to let this one go deep. Into double coverage, and it's intercepted. A great read, and it's picked off. And he will return this one to the 30-yard line. So their woes on offense continue. That's the second pick thrown here in the third quarter.
And we know it was ill-advised, but that was an opportunity to help them get back into the game. Instead, he throws another interception, and now their task is even tougher.
The Chiefs offense now making their way back onto the field. They've got the lead. Last time had to punt it, though. What's the key to this drive?
I think it's leverage. Big guys up front. You know the motivational speech on the sideline is, guys, give us an opportunity. Protect the passer, create space for our runners, and let's go ahead and get these guys. Low man wins. Let's go do it on this drive.
We'll watch that leverage on this drive. And he's brought down. A good gain of 14 there, and it moves the chains.
Sometimes it's hard to believe, but there are times this game is about patience, isn't it? Has had the game he expected, but that run there, that may get him going.
I was just going to say, maybe that gives him a little juice, because you're right, he struggled, especially in that first half.
Yeah, and I know the great ones always think to themselves, just hang in there. I'm just one big carry away from busting this open. That's a good start for him.
First down and 10 now for the offensive group. They'll run it now out of the gun. He takes us down to about the 12 for a gain of 3.
They know that old expression, it's not my night. It hasn't been his so far. I don't know if the legs are a little bit heavy. Sometimes having to hang out all day and play doesn't exactly play to your advantage, but it's been a tough go for him.
And every time he looks up, somebody's there defensively. That was the same case on that play. From the shotgun, he'll look to throw. His pass caught at the 4. And he will take it on in for a Chiefs touchdown. Their dangerous wide receiver. A 12-yard touchdown grab. And the Chiefs use the short field to their advantage as they cash in for 6. The call is to go for 1 and kick the extra point. It's good to make it 17-7. The drive there only spanning 3 plays. And it's capped off with a Kansas City touchdown. Set now to kick this one away, and off it goes. This fielded at the 2. And he'll take this across the 25, couple extra yards up to the 27-yard line. And Green Bay getting ready to go as they take the field. And last time, 1-play interception, so this offense, they should be fresh.
That's a good way of putting it. And I can't wait to see what they decide to do with play calling, because a 1-play drive where you throw an interception, a lot of people think the very next time out, run the football, don't give them a chance.
Maybe play action?
I think maybe you go play action, show your quarterback, get a little confidence in him, and let him fling another one.
And he's got his man on the out route. It's a pickup of 19, and it'll be a Green Bay first down.
So that's what you're looking for when you want to throw the ball downfield. You want one of those guys who can play out on the perimeter, can play out wide, who can not only get open, but when they're covered, can uncover themselves downfield and create catches.
So here we go, 1st and 10 now. they'll throw here out of the gun. He couldn't quite hold it. Got hit. Ball pops out. Incomplete.
Looked like they had an opportunity for a big play across the middle, but he didn't have the concentration or the focus necessary and dropped it before he could haul it in.
He'll try again with the arm here on second down. He's going to flip one out here to his running back. And he's brought down. It's a pickup of 15 and a fresh set of downs. 1 quarter remains here in the Super Bowl. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports. It's the Packers who have the football, but in need of points as we begin quarter number 4.
Here we go now. Blue line it. Blue line it.
Back to throw now on first down. Throwing for his running back, and he's got him complete. And he'll lose yardage on the play back at the 45-yard line. That's going to go as a loss of 6, and it'll set him back for second down.
Well, that wasn't exactly a thing of beauty. I know they completed the pass, but look at the yardage lost. I mean, who does that make happy?
That's why I don't play in PPR points per reception fantasy leagues right there.
You'd be really
you don't deserve
upset,
anything
right?
for that.
But you get credit for it? Is that how that works?
Yeah.
Well, I know whoever has this team's defense, they were happy about that play.
They come up in an empty set. 4 wide receivers, 1 tight end. They'll look to throw again. And he's just going to get rid of this thing. To no one here. He throws it away. And now it's third.
Let's face it, you can run the route tree as many times as you want. Get in sync, practice it, do all those things. But once you get to game speed, it doesn't always time up quite that well. That one goes incomplete.
And some secondary help here for the defense in the nickel on 3rd and long. He'll look to throw. He's got time. And this is caught on the sideline. But no, they'll say out of bounds. He caught it but was not in bounds. Incomplete. A 3rd down, he tried to stay in bounds, did all he could. He caught it but was led a little bit too far.
Yeah, that's always difficult, isn't it? Because you know half of your body is trying to stay behind while the other half is reaching out, trying to catch the football. The top half worked. It was the bottom half that was in question.
And this will be out of bounds, and they spot it at the 15-yard line. Not too bad. The Packers defense here getting ready. They have to recover a little bit. Last time they couldn't stop the run. They really couldn't stop the pass either.
And it wasn't just physically. It's mentally, because the offense appears to be a step ahead of them. No matter what they call, it's working. So they've got to get something figured out. And usually you need a big play to get things turned around.
They gave up the touchdown on that balance attack last drive. Now this drive. They'll run it now out of the gun. And he'll take this up only to about his 18-yard line. 2 yards on the carry there. It'll be second down. And in this situation with a lead 4th quarter, they're liking keeping the ball on the ground, I'm sure.
That's just smart football, but you know the defense has to know it as well. They've got to stop them here. So now we're going to see that loading the box in a big way. 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever it's going to take, puts a little bit more pressure on your big offensive line.
All right, here we go.
Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. And he's got it. Got his man on the end route. Complete. And he'll get this up to the 30-yard line. They pick up 12 on the play there, and they move the chains.
I know exactly what's going to be said about that play from the defensive perspective.
What's that?
That's why I tell all you guys we need more than one tackler to the ball. He broke the first tackle. Luckily enough, there were more people there to get him down.
They'll run it now out of the gun. Found a little room there as he's up to about the 37. It's a 7-yard carry to set them up with a 2nd and 3.
I know that every now and then we get in those meetings with coaches, and you almost want to roll your eyes when they talk about staying on schedule when they're moving the football. But would you say a 7-yard run is ahead of schedule?
Fourth quarter with a lead, you love that, don't you?
No doubt about it, because staying on schedule is trying to get 4 downs on first down. They did that plus 3.
Now a handoff here to his running back. And that play is blown up, losing yardage back at the 35. It's a loss of 2, now 3rd down. The fourth quarter here, they've got the lead. They want to keep it on the ground. That's what they're doing.
Smart football. Keep the clock grinding, keep it going. But you got to figure now, they're going to see more people stacked up at the line of scrimmage as they try and bleed it out.
The offense in that middle ground here on 3rd down, 3rd and 5. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. And the 3rd down pass falls incomplete.
Today's NFL, these big guys are featured receivers. They move all over the place to try and find good matchups. And they had one, they were just unable to complete the pass.
Here's the Chiefs punter now as he's on here to punt it away. He gets this one away, and boy, it's another boomer. Just a 2-yard return there following a punt of 48. And possession will switch hands, 1st and 10. The Packers offense now, they get ready to head back onto the field. And down on the scoreboard, certainly needing to avoid what happened on the last drive, punting the football.
Sense of urgency has to take over for them here. They know the score. They know the situation. And by the way, the punter no longer exists for their offense. That's how they have to treat this drive.
They need points.
Big time.
They'll come out throwing here on 1st down. That's going to go as a loss of 2, and it'll be 2nd down. Really good defensive effort. They were all over that little swing pass out to the right side before lost yardage.
Terrific read, better execution, and done with a lot of enthusiasm, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
They saw it all the way, ran to the football, and caused a nice play for lost yardage.
Back to throw here. And this will be incomplete.
Whether they deserve credit or not, the defense is going to take credit for that incompletion because it always feels good when you slow down an offense.
$12 yards to go on 3rd down. Back to throw. It's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect.
You know it's not an easy job to go out and catch passes when people are trying to tackle you and knock the ball away. But the bottom line is, that's a pass he's got to have and a pass he should have caught.
If they're going to have a shot in this Super Bowl, they're going to need this one on 4th down. Got to try it here. He's back to throw. Surveying the field. He's going to launch this thing way downfield. And I think that one might have been intercepted, but he will be ruled out of bounds. So this will go only as incomplete. So now with a 2-minute warning coming up fast, that puts a mammoth dent in their comeback hopes.
I like how you phrased it. It's a dent because there's still opportunity. They've got to get the ball back on defense, obviously twice. But guess what? This thing is not close to being over. They need to go ahead and play it out.
Not over. As you said, 2-score game still. And out come the Chiefs now. They're out in front. Last time they had to punt it away. We'll see if they can add to their lead now.
They don't want to go out and punt it away again. This team now wants to get a cushion, put people away. They want to run their offense and have it end up in the end zone.
They'll run it now out of the gun. Try to find a lane, but instead he'll get back to the line of scrimmage and no more. Nothing on that one. It'll be second down.
Well, he didn't make headway on that one, but he's had plenty of carries all night long. I just wondered maybe he's a little bit tired from toting the rock that much.
And this will probably be the final play before the 2-minute warning.
Here we go now. 3-19.
And they'll go ground game here with a tailback. Oh, no, he lost the football. A little under 2 minutes to go in Super Bowl 51 from Houston. We're back to crown a champion after this. So the Chiefs in possession of the ball as we welcome you back. They've got a third down now as they look for one more first down to help salt this one away. They come out here in the eye. They'll give it to him right up the gut. And he won't have the touchdown, but he will have the first down as he's tackled at the 2. And now a timeout coming from the defensive side for the Packers. It's just their first. They've got 2 more to use here in the final stages. So a defensive timeout, chance to regather, regroup, and get set as we resume action. So it'll be first down here after the run. They'll run it now out of the gun. And now the Packers going to take another timeout. That'll be their second, so one more chance to stop the clock here, and we'll be back. And now following that timeout, the defense back out onto the field. And on the ground they go with a running back. And he is in. Touchdown, Kansas City. A great play there. Taking it in from 4 yards out. And the Chiefs are able to grow their lead.
Well, it'd be real easy to say that they are firmly in control right now, but I'm looking at your face and I'm thinking I've got to be careful with that.
Well, it's a 2-score game. You're inside of 2 minutes. I think you can breathe relatively easily now.
Yeah, you can, but still, you got to stay vigilant. Can't give up anything cheap and easy. That could put you in some jeopardy.
Still an important piece of business to take care of, the extra point. And that'll make this a 3-score game as the lead moves to 17. So that drive spanned 5 plays. And it winds up with the Chiefs hitting pay dirt. Here's the Chiefs kickoff unit now as they'll send this one away. This will be taken in at the 1. And he'll take this across the 25, couple extra yards up to the 27-yard line. And Green Bay getting ready to go as they take the field. They're down big here late. I don't know. You just one last drive here for pride?
Some people like to do that. I remember playing for a guy once. We were down huge, and someone said, "Coach, what do you want to call?" He just waved a hand like, "Who cares? Let's get out of here and do something some other time." But some teams like to do something at the end to feel a little bit better as they continue to move forward.
Yeah, probably just want to put this one behind them. 15 yards on the pickup there, and that leads to a Green Bay first.
When you run a screen pass really well, you got to like the look of it because so many parts come together to make it work well. The offensive linemen, where they're faking people out, the back slipping out there, catching the football, then all of them going together as one unit downfield. A really nice pickup.
Here we go. Boom, landed.
Now on first down, he'll drop to throw it. Oh, he's got a man wide open, complete. And he's brought down. They'll get 19 yards there. And it'll be a Green Bay first down. And they're going to speed things up here. They'll set up to throw. And it's incomplete. They got pressure there and only rushing 3.
And there's a defensive coordinator right now who is celebrating not just getting home with 3 there, but realizing if that's the type of pressure he can get in the entire game, then his pass defense is going to be excellent. You're dropping 8. Where are you going to go with the football?
Here we go.
And 2nd and 10, he'll look to throw again. And he comes back with 1 complete. The reception good for 7. It's 3rd down. But they brought in an extra defensive back here, so probably not expecting a run on 3rd and 3.
A good call.
And this is going to be incomplete.
I'm not sure we could spot any tendency here on this 3rd down. They could have run it or passed it. Either one was available. They chose to try and get it through the air, but they were unsuccessful.
And they're indeed going to go for it here on 4th down. So trailing here in the last quarter. Let's see how this plays out. They'll look to throw again. And this time he's got the hook up. It's complete. 11 yards on the pickup, and that leads to a Green Bay first. They're going to hurry back to the line now.
Let's go.
And he'll indeed get him to the line and spike it here to stop the clock. Ten yards still left on 2nd down. Again, we'll see the pistol here. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw. Now a desperation throw deep downfield. And seeing nowhere to throw, he chucks this one away from harm. Incomplete. Now it's 3rd down.
Tremendous field position there and a perfect time to do exactly what they did. Take a shot at the end zone. And they went for the big play, just unable to complete it.
And on 3rd down, a nickel formation here defensively. And incomplete here on 3rd down.
On any passes in the middle of the field, anyone who's going after the football is going to be conscious that it's probably going to be contested, and often physically. Sometimes that leads to drops.
They're going to try and keep hope alive here on 4th down. They're going for it. Again, he'll drop to throw. And that's caught. Did he stay in bounds, though? He did not. Ruled incomplete. So they tried to go for it for pride, but it really wouldn't have mattered. This one, it was already determined.
No doubt about it. This one was over a while ago.
And now here comes Kansas City. And they were able to punch it in the end zone last time. They'll be looking to do that again here for the defense. Obviously, they'll be looking to stop them from punching it back in the end zone.
It always is punch, counter punch, isn't it? And which team has the advantage? Well, let's just go back. Last time on offense, they rolled downfield, got into a good rhythm. You can see a little more bounce in and out of the huddle. You can see the sideline really get into the game. So defensively, you're thinking to yourself, how do we take that away from them? How do we get the advantage back? Let's see what they come up with. I think pressure is always the first way to go.
You love pressure.
I love it.
We'll see if they dial it up this drive.
After review of the play, the ruling on the field stands.
The D can only stop it one more time as they take the knee. And the Kansas City Chiefs are the Super Bowl champions. And when this moment comes, I think you look back at all the blood, sweat, and tears, the offseason, the workouts, training camp, week 1, 2, 3, all building up now to say you're a Super Bowl champion. It's worth it.
It certainly is, and rarely do we have a team that hoists the Lombardi Trophy that didn't have their share of bumps along the way, didn't have to face some adversity in the journey, and now they get to just enjoy it and revel in it. And all offseason, they'll be signing their autographs with Super Bowl champion underneath it.
And they end this year just how everybody wants to end the year, holding the Lombardi Trophy. What a season for them. What a ride it's been for us as well here in the booth. For Charles Davis and our entire crew, I'm Brandon Gunn. Thanks for watching, everybody. We will see you next season right here on EA Sports.
Something, man. Try mouth to mouth.
You want to?
No way.
Ambulance!
Next! And look at all the happy tailgaters as they get set to cheer for the hometown team. Hello and welcome to Arrowhead Stadium. I'm Dan Stevens. Standing beside me is my right-hand man, Mr. Peter O'Keefe. And Peter, we have a whole bunch of good receivers down there.
You're not kidding, Dan. Both of these teams have a receiving core that can spread the field and make big plays. The Dolphins are blessed with a core of receivers who are outstanding route runners. They get where they're supposed to be when they're supposed to be there. The Chiefs have a group of receivers gifted with lightning speed, man. These guys are just out and out fast. Once these guys get by you, it's see you later. Both of these teams have a chance to shine. The question is, which one?
Okay, Peter, we'll see how they do once the game begins. But first, the toss of the ball. There's the signal, and we're ready. Number 1 boots the opening kickoff. Pitt downs this in the end zone for a touchback. The Chiefs will start this first play of the drive at their own 20-yard line. Number 14 picks up 6 on the play, and that will bring up second down.
Number 77 used every ounce of his big self to do some key blocking on that last play.
They move the ball, and it will be second down.
Ball at the Chiefs' 26-yard line.
Number 84 tackles him behind the line of scrimmage.
Number 84 was a one-man wrecking crew back there. He powered into the backfield and made the tackle.
He's got such a vice-like grip, Peter. It's got to be hard to break out of his grasp, even when you're one of the slipperier runners.
Absolutely.
Third down with the tight end right. Taylor mishandles this one and drops it incomplete. Fourth down coming up.
Taylor looked like he had a solid catch there, and yet somehow he found a way to drop it.
That will bring up fourth down, and what a disappointment. That would have given them the first.
You got to make those plays when they come your way.
Wilson lines up to punt after the 3-and-out. Wilson gets the snap and pummels this one deep. Number 87 gets it at the 28. Stopped at the 41.
Number 87 returned for a few there, but after that gigantic punt, it was like tearing a single page out of War and Peace. It doesn't make much of a dent.
The Dolphins offense will start this drive at their 41-yard line. Warfield takes the catch out to the left and is well past the markers for a first down.
Greasy gambles big time on this play, and it works. Makes it a little more exciting to watch, too. Oh, if he wasn't accurate on this throw, it would have been an interception. It's a real fine line.
A well-designed play there, Peter, and they will move the chains.
And let me tell you, Dan, hearing those chains move is one of the best sounds in the game for an offense.
First down, one man back. Morris punches this one left of center and will gain close to 6.
Second and 4. Ball 37.
Number 39 goes in motion. Morris picks up a yard on the play, and that will bring up third down.
Morris used the blocking, but this stingy defense didn't give up much at all on that last play.
And boy, that was an excellent job of staying with his man that time to make a good tackle.
Yeah, it looked like a skate drill in practice. You keep your feet moving, zone in, and make the play. Perfectly done.
Fumble! The Chiefs. Number 14 is at the 50. First down. Dropped at the 45. It will be first down.
Number 14 plays some smash mouth football here. Bam! What a punishing shoulder chuck.
Number 14 gets the call and gets past the line. Tackled at the 43.
Number 14 used the blocking, but this stingy defense didn't give up much at all on that last play.
Not much there. It'll be second down.
Got to take what you can get, Dan, but they were hoping for more.
Ball 43.
For 6.
Pitts was getting double coverage there, but it wasn't enough to stop him from making the catch.
A decent play, and they'll now face third and short.
That's the key, Dan. Make third down easy, and they did just that.
Now they just need to convert. We'll see what they do. Third down, 3 wideouts in the game. Dawson fires this one over the middle, and the big catch is made with daylight in front of him. And he's in for the touchdown.
zone.
Now the extra point, and it's good. The ref gets the signal, and we're set. Number 3, booms of beauty here. Number 87 downs this in the end zone for a touchback. The Dolphins fumbled the ball away last time. Let's see if they can hold on to it as they start this drive at their own 20-yard line. Thomas hammers the receiver and forces him to drop the ball. Incomplete.
Thomas never gave his assignment any wiggle room and was able to prevent a completion. You know, it's all about blanket coverage, and that, my friends, is exactly what we saw back there.
That had potential for some yards, Peter, but the defense was on top of it and shut it down.
Good denial there.
Second down coming up. Norris gets the handoff and rambles for about 5.
Looks like an even matchup out there. 5 receivers, defense is countering with a nickel.
No dice, and it falls incomplete. That will bring up 4th down.
Thomas was on that fly ball on that last play like glue. And he knew where the pass was going, and he stopped it. Incomplete.
It seemed like the defense read that one from the beginning, and they forced the incompletion with relative ease.
Beautiful call by the D coordinator.
It'll be 4th down. Number 20 gets the ball and punts it away. Dodges a tackle. Tackled at the 46.
Pitts did a nice job getting some yards after fielding the solid punt.
The Chiefs start this one on the center logo at their 46-yard line. Number 14 takes it across the line and picks up 8 yards on the play.
Taylor gave a terrific block downfield back there. It's great to see a wide receiver get in on the action.
Peter, what a nice pickup to get them into a 2nd and short situation.
Yeah, great play, and now they have a bunch of options on what to try next.
Number 14 picks up about 2, and that brings up 1st down. First down, 10 yards to go. No good. Incomplete.
With the deflection.
Here comes the counter. Here comes
2nd and 10. Ball at the 44-yard line.
Dawson throws a bullet, and it's knocked away from the receiver. Incomplete.
Number 89 was the intended receiver. Number 53 with the coverage. Third and 10. Ball at 44-yard line.
No dice, and it falls incomplete. It'll be 4th down.
Pitts looked like he was all over that one, but it just got away somehow. Tough incompletion.
Peter, in 3rd down situations, they have not been successful at all with the pass. This play was more proof.
Boy, 3rd is such a crucial down, Dan, and when you don't convert, it really hurts.
Wilson gets ready to punt this away. Wilson takes the long snap and punts it away. Number 87 takes it at the 14. Pushed out at the 17.
Number 87 didn't get very far running that ball back, but on the bright side, the kick was pretty lackluster, so his offense gets pretty good field position anyway.
The Dolphins offense takes the field, and their running game has yet to get on track. We'll see if it happens here as they start at their own 17-yard line. Morris makes his fourth carry of the game and heads left, right down at the 18.
Number 63 with the tackle. Second and 8. Ball for the 18-yard line.
Greasy zings to the right side, and the catch is made well past the markers for a first down.
Warfield had 3 guys covering him on this play, and he still made the catch. I don't know if it was a good effort by him or a bad one by the defense. It could have been both. Oh, it's hard to believe that play worked.
A well-designed play there, Peter, and they will move the chains.
Great execution.
First down with the tight end right. Tips it away on the coverage, incomplete.
Thomas got himself in prime position to bat away that football before the receiver even had a shot at it.
Second and 10. Ball for the Dolphins, 33-yard line.
Warfield goes in motion. Greasy rifles it out left side, and it's caught at the 49. Finally stopped at the 49. That will bring up first down.
First and 10. Ball at 49.
This one will fall incomplete.
Pass interference, number 52, defense. The ball is placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
Manhandled that receiver back there like a puppy playing with a chew toy, Dan. And he rightly got slapped with defensive pass interference.
First down, tight end to the left.
Ball at 42-yard line.
Morris gets the call on first down and maybe picks up one on the play.
Morris played it smart on that last one by following his blockers, but hey, they were unable to open up any holes for him.
Not much there. It'll be second down.
Got to take what you can get, Dan, but they were, hoping for more.
It's intercepted. Touchdown at the 37.
Snow can be such a wild card in the passing game.
Boy, that was a heads-up play to come away with his first interception of the game.
You gotta love to be like that.
The Chiefs are going to try and capitalize on the interception. They'll start this drive at the 37-yard line. Number 14 has his number called on first down and moves forward for 7.
Number 53 with the tackle.
Number 14 has had good success when taking it out past the tackles where he can find some room and turn on the jets. He's doing his part, and look at the numbers here. So far, he's got 41 yards on 7 carries.
Second down, 2 wideouts on the field.
Ball at 34-yard line.
Number 14 gains 8 yards, and that will bring up first down.
Number 14 has a great offensive line in front of us. They made that play happen. Get those guys over to the low for him.
Nice second down ball, and they will move the chain.
If you stop me,
together.
if you stop me, I might never stop.
third time in a row and takes it upfield. Chase down at the 33. First down.
Number 14 powers through and gets some valuable yards on this play, and watch how he does it. Oh, that shoulder charge had to hurt.
Nice run, Peter, and he's putting together some very nice stats.
Definitely. Up to now, he's got 64 yards on 9 carries.
And that'll do it for quarter number 1. The Chiefs are out in front, 7-0.
First quarter, I'm just
First
warming
and
up.
10. Ball 33.
Leopard. Aye.
Dodges this one way out right and chews up about 4 on the play. Second down, 5 yards to go.
Ball 29.
Number 14 has the number 12 on second down and will gain close to 6.
Number 14 was assisted on that play by some great blocking that opened up holes for him. Without those blockers, he would have been toast.
A decent play, and they'll now face 3rd and short.
That's the key, Dan. Make third down easy, and they did just that.
Now they just need to convert. We'll see what they do.
Oh, look at those numbers. That's how to get it done on the ground.
Holmes gets the call on 3rd down and lowers his shoulder for the first.
Holmes starts with a rhino on that last play. Lowered his shoulder and plowed right through it.
And there was a situation that always makes an offensive situation. If you stop me, perfect example of how to throw your way out.
Actually, but when you got inertia on your side, you always win.
Number 14 gets the ball and passes the line. Tackled at the 17.
Number 14 had some blocking help on that last one, but he was still left with nowhere to go.
Not much there. It'll be second down.
Got to take what you can get, Dan, but they were, hoping for more.
Second and 8. Ball 17.
Number 14 picks up about 2, and that brings up 3rd down.
Number 14 had blockers on his side on that last play, but the defense was too smart. It gave him nowhere to go.
Peter, once he closes his grip around you, you are not going to get free, regardless of how evasive you are.
Not with that strength. With those guns, he could probably juggle bowling balls or wide receivers for that matter.
Dawson fires this one over the middle, and this one is incomplete.
Number 14 is frustrated on that play. He got open, but failed to make the catch across the middle for the incompletion.
3rd and long, they have a chance, but it's incomplete.
Those are the situations where you want someone to step up and make a play.
But no one did, and it will now be 4th down. 4th down, and the field goal unit is on the field. Number 3 kicks it from 32 yards, and it's through the uprights.
Has his work cut out for him trying to kick in the snow here. Watch this. Oh, he manages to sail it through. Although with this visibility, somebody ought to tell him that.
There's the signal, and we're ready. This will fly out of the end zone for a touchback. What a kick. The Dolphins were intercepted last time out. We'll see what happens here. We'll start at their own 20-yard line. Number 46 makes a play on this and forces the incompletion.
Reese has had difficulties, to say the least, and now he's second-guessing everything he's throwing. Terrible day. So far, he's struggled to get 49 yards and 1 interception.
Second and 10. Ball at the Dolphins 20-yard line.
Number 88 goes in motion. Greasy throws the heater right sideline, and he's on target for a gain of 5.
Warfield made a fantastic catch in double coverage. Keep getting him the ball, guys.
That's broken kind of a cold streak for him. The last 2 passes his way were incomplete.
Yeah, let's see if he stays on track.
Third down, empty backfield. Number 81 catches it in the flat, and he's just short of the first down. Fourth down coming up.
Thomas made the save, dropping the ball carrier before he could get to the markers.
And Peter, he reminds me a little of a lion, laying in the weeds out there, waiting to pounce.
And you need cat-like reflexes to bring that guy down. What a matchup.
Number 20 takes the snap and punts this one deep. Charges, stop at the 41.
Pitts fields a tremendous kick there. He catches it and hustles back for a very good gain. I'll bet his offense is breathing a sigh of relief right
now. The Chiefs come out on offense and are well ahead. They have yet another shot to score and start this drive at the 41-yard line. Number 53 crushes him behind the line at the 40.
Number 53 targeted the ball carrier early. He didn't even let him get back to the line of scrimmage.
That's his third tackle of the game. Second down, 3 wideouts in the game. Dawson gets all of his arm in this pass, and the catch is made well past the markers for a first down.
Dawson doesn't leave much room for error on this one. It's either a great pass and completion or an interception. Let's take a look. Well, that's a great catch and a great completion. You don't see many quarterbacks going into double coverage like that and succeed.
And Peter, that play doesn't get off the ground unless he runs a very precise route.
And he had to beat his man. Couple of the best, banging heads there.
The team goes right up the middle and searches for a hole. Dragged down at the 37.
With the tackle. Second and 5. Ball 37.
Dawson zips it to the left sideline, and it's tipped. Incomplete.
Foley couldn't have read that play any better if it was tattooed on the inside of his helmet.
On second down, they try for the first, but it's played well by the defense. That will bring up third down.
Nice pressure that time.
Third down with a split backfield.
Ball 37.
Anderson goes for the ball, knowing the snow makes it pretty hard to hang on to, and he's able to knock it loose for the fumble. He used the elements to his advantage right there.
Peter, he gets his first. Coach Vermeil doesn't agree with the call, and we're going to see the red flag.
Kansas City is challenging the player in possession prior to fumble.
This is their first challenge of the game, and even if they lose this one, they still have one challenge left.
Well, Dan, we've got to see if the receiver established possession before he lost the ball. Remember, he has to have full control of it. That looks like a catch and then a fumble to me, Dan. I'm agreeing with the original call.
The receiver did have possession. It is therefore ruled a fumble. Kansas City will be charged with timeout. First down, Miami.
That will cost them a timeout, and you have to believe that he is not very happy with that call.
Yeah. Let's do it. Nice.
The Dolphins offense has to score here. This drive will start at their own 26-yard line. Morris carries it for the 6th time and picks up a couple.
Morris used the blocking, but this stingy defense didn't give up much at all on that last play.
Not much there. It'll be 2nd down.
Got to take what you can get, Dan, but they were, hoping for more.
Morris gets his 7th carry of the game and chews up about 4 on the play.
Number 46 with the tackle.
All week in practice. Now we're going to get it this time. Now we're going to go just like it is. We're going to execute, and we're going to stay strong, and we're going to get to the spots we need to. Okay, fellas?
3rd down, 2 receivers to the left. Buchanan sacks him back at the 29. It'll be 4th down.
Buchanan gets the sack deep in the pocket. That's going to be a sizable loss. Watch this. Oh, yeah, that's going to push him back, way back. Great defensive play.
Peter forced a loss of yardage on 3rd, and now they face a 4th and long. How do you rate that defensive performance?
How about A+, 2 thumbs up, 5 stars. It's all good, baby.
Number 20 gets the snap and punts it away. Pitt fields the punt at the 27. At the 42.
Pitts did a nice job getting some yards after fielding a solid punt.
The Chiefs had their last drive stall out at the end. We'll see if they can keep momentum throughout this one, which starts at their 42-yard line. Dawson throws a heater, and it's intercepted.
Number 75 takes time out of his busy schedule of smashing O-lines to make the pickoff. Wow, he may be big, but if you're going to throw that low, he's happy to take it from you.
Boy, that was a heads-up play to come away with his first interception of the game.
Yeah, you got to love D like that.
The Dolphins can climb back into it with a score before half here. They will start this drive at the 41-yard line. Number 88 catches it in the flat and picks up maybe a yard.
Greasy is really struggling out there today. As you can see by the numbers, it's all bad. Up to now, he's got 60 yards and 1 interception.
Second and 9. Ball at the 40-yard line.
We back.
Morris picks up a yard on the play, and that will bring up 3rd down.
Okay, what's the plan? Okay, let's go.
3rd down and 5 wide receivers take the field. Number 88 makes the catch on the right sideline, and they get the first on 3rd and long.
First and 10. Ball.
Greasy throws a bullet to the flat, and it's caught. It will be a loss on the play, however. 2nd down, 1 man back.
Ball 22-yard line.
Warfield calls in the pass, and that's a gain of 7 on the play. Greasy zings it to the right side, and it's tipped. Incomplete. That will bring up 4th down.
Bell came in and got a hand on that football and left no chance for a reception there.
It seemed like the defense read that one from the beginning, and they forced the incompletion with relative ease.
Beautiful call by the D coordinator.
It'll be fourth down. Fourth down, 5 yards to go. It's good.
Number 1 kicks the field goal, but watch how close the ball gets to the upright. Man, a few more inches and he'd have made the highlight reel. Not the way he would have wanted to, though.
The field goal puts them a little closer to tying things up.
Yeah, and that's a positive note their coach can point to when he tries to pump up his team at halftime.
Porter catches it back at the 4. Forces through, right down at the 27. Well, Peter, some interesting information up on the screen.
Oh, you bet. How they turned the ball over leaps out at me, and you have to think that that could come back to haunt them. Turnovers are the most telling stat in the NFL. Porter got a very respectable return off that nice kickoff there, Dan.
The Chiefs offense takes the field with the clock at 28. Tackled at the 40.
I'm coming now.
Number 85 shows why you think twice before throwing a pass in his neighborhood. Watch. Great presence of mind to try for the football there.
Well, that's their second interception of the game, and stingy is appearing to be the motto for their defense.
Yeah, either that or give me the ball.
The Dolphins offense takes the field with the clock at 22. Boosts out to the left side. The Dolphins take their first timeout. Second down from the eye.
Ball at the 36-yard line.
Number 46 tips it away on the coverage, incomplete.
Number 46 came in and got a hand on that football and left no chance for a reception there.
A nice defensive play will give him his second batted ball of the game.
Yeah, great read there.
Greasy throws a beauty to the right side, and it's knocked away from the receiver, incomplete.
Thomas was sitting back in the zone waiting for the pass and then closes enough to force the incompletion. Nice job.
Fourth down, and the field goal unit is on the field. Number 1 launches the 53-yard attempt and puts it straight through the uprights and good.
Yeah, good job, man. Yeah.
Number 1 really gets the whole ball here, and he needed it. Watch. That's a powerful kick for 3 points, my friend. When he needs to, he can boot that thing.
There's the signal, and we're ready. Number 1 rockets this one deep. Hits, downs this in the end zone for a touchback. The Chiefs offense takes the field with the clock at 4. Brought down at the 1.
Number 84 gets the interception, but that really happened because his teammate got in there and tipped it. Oh, it's all about coordinating your defense, man. Playing as a team.
That's their third interception of the game, and Peter, the D is homing in on the passing game.
Yeah, tough play. I love it.
And that'll do it for the first half of this one. The Chiefs are out in front 10-6. And now let's send you to Chris Berman in our studios in Bristol for the ESPN Halftime Report. Boomer?
All right, Kane, interesting game at the half. We'll get back to you guys in a bit. First, we welcome everybody to our ESPN Halftime Report. I'm Chris Berman. Now let's take a look at the halftime stats. And boy, look at the difference in rushing yards. The Chiefs should be way ahead on the scoreboard, but somehow they've let their opponent hang with them. Let's see if they can change things in the second half. Let's get started in this one early in the first quarter. Number 40 comes up big here as this ball's out, and he's in the right spot for the recovery. The Chiefs, midway through the first, the ball at the 38. Number 89 had to work to find an opening, but he was able to haul this one in. A 37-yard touchdown for the Chiefs. The Fins towards the end of the first quarter. Dolphins behind by 7. Number 18 was in the right place at the right time, as his interception was a possible momentum shifter. The Chiefs still late in the first. Number 14 would find an opening here, and he was off. That set up a 33-yard field goal. Chiefs winning 10-0. Number 48 would turn things around. Big shift in momentum here as he pounced on a fumble. The defense recovered. The Chiefs late into the second quarter, ball at their own 41-yard line. Number 75 is reading the quarterback's eyes all the way as he's able to get his hands on this one and pick it off. The Fins still late in the second quarter. Dolphins back by 10. Number 12 would find his target on this one. They climb back into the game, now down by 7. The Chiefs still late in the half. Number 85 shows some great awareness here as he gets himself into position to pick this one off. Chiefs leading 10-3. After driving 4 yards on 3 plays, number 1 sets up the field goal attempt from just about the parking lot. Got a lot of leg, though. He's got it! A 54-yard field goal. The Dolphins climb back into the game, now down by 4. The Chiefs coming up on the end of the half. Number 84 is reading the quarterback's eyes all the way as he's able to get his hands on this one and pick it off. And that's where we'll leave this one. Chiefs are holding on to a lead, 10-6. Today's halftime hero has turned in an incredible performance thus far. Number 89 has been unstoppable. So that does it for our halftime report. We'll send you back now to the second half of this one. Dan Stevens and Peter O'Keefe are there. Gentlemen.
Thanks, Boomer, and welcome back to our broadcast presented in ESPN Game Sound. Designed and developed in collaboration with Dolby, the leader in surround sound technology. The Dolphins will receive to start the second half, and this is a tight contest. Currently, they're down 10-6. Now, let's get to the game. Number 87 downs this in the end zone for a touchback. The Dolphins offense has taken the field, and they have been having a very tough time passing the ball. They have another opportunity here as they start off at their own 20-yard line. Warfield wasn't remotely in the vicinity of the pass on that one. Incomplete.
Greasy has found limited success in the passing game so far, Dan, and he just can't seem to get into a rhythm out there. I'd say he's not very pleased with his performance. So far, he's got 84 yards and 1 interception.
Second and 10. All 20 yards.
Greasy rifles it out left side, and they can't connect. Incomplete.
Greasy might have had a completion there if his man had been open, but with 2 guys in the zone, it's way too risky.
Peter, he can't buy a completion here. I'll tell you, his past 5 balls have been all for naught.
Yeah, got to focus out there. Wow, look at those tackles. That's how you play sideline to sideline.
Number 81 grabs the fastball over the middle, and they get the first on 3rd and long.
Number 81 is squeezed by 2 defenders on this play, but still comes up with the ball. Oh, that's pure skill. You can't coach that.
Peter, I'm sure he's happy to bring that one in. The last 3 passes to him have all been incompletion.
Yeah, he's struggling a bit there, but this may turn him around.
Chews up 4 yards, and that brings up 2nd down.
Second and 6. Ball 41 yard line.
Morris gets the ball again and gains about 3 yards.
Face mask. Number 63, defense. 5-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
Number 63 held the face mask back there, but it was kind of iffy. That's a 5-yard penalty and a right call.
First down, 2 tight ends in the game. Number 88 goes in motion. Morris picked up about 7, and that brings up second down.
With the tackle. Second and 3. Ball 44 yard line.
Morris gets the ball on second down and maybe picks up 1 on the play.
Third and 2. Ball 43.
Warfield goes in motion. Gains 5 on the play, and they will move the chains.
First down.
Morris got a little help from his friends on that play, Dan. They gave him the space he needed to make the play. Great blocking up front.
A big gain on third, and they will easily move the chains.
Perfect call for the situation, Dan. No trouble in getting the first.
First down, both wideouts to the right. Number 63 tackles in behind the line of scrimmage.
Number 63 was a one-man wrecking crew back there. He powered into the backfield and made the tackle.
Another tackle, and he's starting to fill up the stat book.
He is dominating, Dan. So far, he's got 8 tackles.
Buchanan takes him way back at the 44.
Set this offense back a few with that sack. You know, if there's such a thing as anti-momentum, they're feeling it.
Here he has put the hurt on the quarterback in this contest.
Got that right. So far, he's got 2 tackles and 2 sacks. Oh, let's watch this. 5 wide out versus a D that is wisely loaded up on DBs.
They couldn't connect on this one. Incomplete. It'll be 4th down.
Number 20 in punt formation. Number 25 to make the return.
Number 20 takes the snap and punts it away. Pitts fields the punt at the 9. Tackle at the 17.
Pitts did a nice job getting some yards after fielding the solid punt.
The Chiefs have had real problems turning the ball over. They'll need to buck the trend on this drive, which starts at their own 17-yard line. Number 14 gains 10 yards on the play, and that brings up first down.
Number 14 has wings on this play and catches some air. Watch this. It's an Olympic-sized hurt. Good general motion.
What a run, man. He is generating some great numbers. He is the star.
Up to now, he's got 86 yards on 15 carries.
Will get the carry on first down and chews up about 4 on the play.
Wow, those are nice stats. Way to carry the ball.
Johnson makes a play on this and forces the incompletion.
Johnson knocked that pass down, and he made sure the only one to touch the football was him.
On second down, they try for the first, but it's played well by the defense. That will bring up third down.
Nice pressure that time.
Dawson fires this one over the middle, and it's tipped. Incomplete. That will bring up fourth down.
Foley came in and got a hand on that football and left no chance for a reception there.
That is their fourth batted ball. I tell you, we've seen a number of good defensive plays from this squad.
You sure have. We'll see if they can keep it up, though.
Wilson lines up for the punt. Wilson takes the long snap and punts it away. Number 87 fields it at the 25. Right down at the 39.
Number 87 did a nice job getting some yards after fielding the solid punt.
The Dolphins offense is on the field, and they have not produced well at all. They're looking for an answer as they start this drive at their 39-yard line. Buchanan gets the sack at the 37.
Buchanan just nailed that play by bringing down the quarterback for a loss of yardage.
That's his third sack on the day, and he is playing like a man possessed out there.
He's a beast, man. That's not good at all for quarterbacks around the league.
Intercepted.
Stop him, man. I hope his mom's got the VCR going.
Peter, he gets the touchdown, and there is no better way to cap off a play than like that.
Nothing better than points, Dino.
Now the point after, and it's good. Signal, and we're set. Number 3, Boone's a beauty here. This will fly out of the end zone for a touchback. What a kick. Well, Peter, some interesting information up on the screen.
Oh, you bet. Well, punting is not going to win you a game. Although it looks like they are trying to do that, they need to put a drive together and get into the end zone.
The Dolphins offense takes the field, and they will start at their own 20-yard line. Warfield goes in motion. Greasy just rifles this one, and it's tipped. Incomplete.
Number 63 with the deflection.
That's how we do it. That's how we do it, yeah.
Greasy has been searching for a rhythm out there, and he's come up short, Dan. As you can see by these numbers, he's been having a rough day of it. So far, he's struggled to get 101 yards and no touchdowns.
Second and 10. All about 20-yard line.
Number 81 catches the bullet out left and is well past the markers for a first down.
Number 81 has 3 guys on this play looking for the interception, but they don't get it. He says, "I'll take that, thank you very much." Oh, that's a wonderful catch. The defense should be shaking their heads.
I'm glad he finally nabbed one because he's had a string of missed catches before this.
Yeah, his quarterback obviously didn't lose faith in him, though, Dan, because he's kept throwing it his way.
First down, tight end to the left. Morris will get stopped at the line, and that will bring up second down.
Brown targeted the ball carrier early and didn't even let him get back to the line of scrimmage.
They put a stop to this play behind the line of scrimmage. Pretty good call by the defensive coordinator.
Agreed, Dan. They had it all locked up.
That will bring up second down. Number 81 hauls it in right side, and he's got the first down and a whole lot more.
Greasy throws right past the coverage and into his receiver's hands. Nice throw.
Up to that pass, he's been throwing the short ball, but this time he launches it deep and makes the connection.
Beautiful changeup, and it worked.
36-yard line.
Morris chews up 4 yards, and that will bring up second down. Second down with the tight end right.
Number 42 with the tackle.
Greasy fires this one over the middle. It's intercepted. Stop at the 26.
Feeling some pressure as he lets this one go, which is why it zings right into the defender's reach. Which is he had that one back.
Another throw that was picked off, and this game is turning into a nightmare for him.
Well, he better wake up.
The Chiefs haven't got much out of their offense recently, and we'll see if they can get back on track here. This drive begins at their own 26-yard line. Number 14 carries this one off to the right and gains about 3 yards. And that'll do it for the third quarter. The Chiefs enjoying a lead, 17-6. Second down, 2 wideouts on the field. Number 14 chews up 9 yards, and that will bring up first down.
13 with his shoulder to make the play here. That's breaking the tackle, baby.
Well-designed play there. Move the chain.
Great execution.
If you stop me up, I will stop.
Punches this one left of center and gains about 3 yards.
Number 13 with the tackle.
Counter.
Second and 6. All Chiefs 41-yard line.
Dawson rifles it out left side, and it's tipped. Incomplete.
Scott came in and got a hand on that football and left no chance for a reception there.
They have really gotten after the ball as a team today. That is their 5th batted ball.
Nice, aggressive D.
Third down and 4 wideouts in the game. Number 83 gets the sack way back at the 36. 4th down coming up.
Number 83 sends this offense backpedaling with a nice sack in the backfield.
They lose some yardage there, Peter. It has to feel like they're going down and up escalator.
Yeah, a good rule of thumb here is to try to move the ball in the general direction of the other team's end zone. That's what usually works.
Peter forced the loss of yardage on third, and now they face a 4th and long. How do you rate that defensive performance?
How about A+, 2 thumbs up, 5 stars. It's all good, baby.
Wilson gets the ball and punts it away. Number 87 fields the punt at the 22. Dragged down at the 30.
Number 87 didn't have much room to work with back there. The special team squad made sure he couldn't respond to that really nice punt.
The Dolphins have turned the ball over the past 2 times out. They need to hold on to it as they start this drive at their own 30-yard line. Number 63 tackles him behind the line of scrimmage.
Number 63 not only cleaned the ball carrier's clock in the backfield, but buffed and polished it too. Big hit for a loss.
He's done his part defensively, and now he's racked up his 10th tackle.
Dan, it's all about closing speed at the linebacker position, and he's got it.
2nd down, 3 wideouts in the game. Greasy throws a lob right sideline, and it is not reeled in. Incomplete.
Number 63 is in perfect position for the hook back there. He caused the incompletion.
On 2nd down, they try for the first, but it's played well by the defense. That will bring up 3rd down.
Nice pressure that time.
It's intercepted. 1 man to beat, no one in front of him, and touchdown.
Off the ball, and he's going all the way. Nobody can stop him. Man, I hope his mom's got the VCR going.
Peter, you couldn't ask for more from him today. He has done his part.
And then some. So far, he's got 3 interceptions.
Here's the point after, and it's good. There's the signal, and we're ready. This will fly out of the end zone for a touchback. What a kick. The Dolphins stalled early last drive, and we'll have to wait and see what happens here. They'll start at their own 20-yard line. Morris gains 5 on the play, and that brings up 2nd down.
Second and 5. Ball at the Dolphins, 25-yard line.
Thomas makes a play on this and forces the incompletion.
Thomas knocked that pass down, and he made sure the only one to touch the football was him.
Another batted ball, and they have been attacking the pass every chance they get.
That's right, Dan. You know, why simply defend the pass when you can obliterate it?
Warfield goes in motion. Brown sacks it back at the 20. That will bring up 4th down.
Brown gets to his man in the backfield for a big loss. I don't know what happened to protection. Let's have a look. You know, man, it's all about focus and persistence. He was not going to let that quarterback get that pass off.
That'll be his first sack of the game. Number 20 lines up deep in his own territory to punt it away. Number 20 takes the snap and pummels this one deep. Fields the deep punt at the 34. Tackled at the 37.
Pitts got pinned deep by a beauty of a kick there, and by the time he looked up, there was nowhere to go.
The Chiefs will start this drive at their 37-yard line. Number 14 gets the handoff and heads out right. Number 59 penetrates and stops that back at the 35.
Number 59 not only cleaned the ball carrier's clock in the backfield, but buffed and polished it too. Big hit for a loss.
That will be his 4th tackle of the contest. Second down from the I. Number 84 didn't haul that one in, and it falls incomplete.
Anderson did a tremendous job on that last play, guarding against the post pattern. That pass went incomplete.
On second down, they try for the first, but it's played well by the defense. That will bring up third down.
Nice pressure that time.
Dawson throws this on a rope, and the reception is made past the markers for a first down.
Hits goes one-on-one on this play and beats his man. He executed that pass pattern perfectly and made the catch. Nice reception. Nope, they could not cover him man-to-man. He was one step ahead of the defense.
The balls are coming his way in the middle, and he's making them pay. You have to like his performance so far.
Well, Dan, I like any receiver who's willing to go over the middle and sacrifice the body to make the catch.
Number 13 is at the 40. Eventually tackled at the 34. That will bring up first down.
Number 14 sticks close to his blockers here, and it pays off.
Well, and I tell you, this guy just has the knack for getting away from would-be tackle.
When you can get away from even the most agile tackler like you just saw there, you're going to find a lot of success.
First down, tight end to the left. Number 6 takes this one way out left and will gain close to 6.
Second and 4. Ball at the 28-yard line.
Number 14 picked up about 7, and that will bring up first down.
Number 14 got a little help from his friends on that play, Dan. They gave him the space he needed to make the play. Great blocking up front.
Nice second down call, and they will move the chain.
On offense, it was always a plus to avoid third down altogether, just like that.
Number 14 gets the call again and chews up about 4 on the play.
Second and 5. Ball at 17.
Number 14 picked up about 7, and that brings up first down. First down, the clock is stopped at 2 minutes. Holmes barrels off. The Dolphins take their first timeout. Second down, just a single receiver on the field. Number 14, choose. The Dolphins will take a timeout. That's their second.
Watch that counter. Watch
Third
that
and
counter.
5. Ball at the 5.
Dawson zings it to the right side, and this one is incomplete.
Number 84 was the intended receiver.
Number 84. Okay, watch this here. He's in position, but couldn't quite haul in the short-range pass. Didn't work out that time.
Peter, in third down situations, they have not been successful at all with the pass. His play was more prudent.
Boy, third is such a crucial down, Dan. And when you don't convert, it really hurts.
Fourth down, and the field goal unit is on the field. It's good.
Number 3 has little trouble pooching this one through. Let's see it again. Yep, he knows that you aren't allowed to miss many of those in this league.
They'll take the 3 points, but they were hoping for 7.
But that's the second time today they get close, only to have to bring in the kicker.
The ref gets the signal, and we're set. What a kickoff through the uprights. Give that kicker 3 points. The Dolphins start this drive of the game from well in their own territory, and the clock at 1:46. This pass will fall harmlessly to the ground, and it's incomplete.
Number 88 got free on that one by running a short outside route, but couldn't make the grab. That's incomplete.
That falls incomplete, but it would have been a minimal gain had they completed it anyway. Second down. The clock is stopped at 1:42. Greasy unloads this one to the left, and it's tipped. Incomplete.
Holding. Number 62. Offense. Half the distance to the goal from the spot of the foul.
Number 62 is all over his defender on this one. He grabs him and does not let go. The refs aren't big fans of this, and they throw the flag. Yep, that's offensive holding right there. Good call.
Second down, empty backfield.
10 yard.
Tips it away on the coverage. Incomplete.
Robinson managed to disrupt things. He got in there and he smacked that pass away. Great D.
That play would have set up a manageable 3rd and short.
But instead, they forced the incompletion. That's how the D is supposed to play.
Greasy really rifles this pass, and it's intercepted. No one in front of him. He's in for the touchdown.
You're unbelievable.
Number 23 sets the ball close to the end zone, so you know he's going for it. And he gets it. What a huge play for the defense as they put points on the board.
That touchdown will seal it, Peter.
Well, barring some type of miracle, they are going to come away with this one.
Here's the extra point, and it's good. The ref gets the signal, and we're set. Number 3 rockets this one deep. Number 87 decides to take it out of the end zone. Shoots! Brought down at the 27.
Number 87 powered downfield for a big gain. Hey, who needs the touchback when you can get even more yards yourself?
The Dolphins start this drive of the game from well in their own territory, and the clock at 1:22. This pass will fall harmlessly to the ground, and it's incomplete. Second down. The clock is stopped at 1:18. Greasy rifles it out left side, and it's off. Incomplete.
With the deflection.
3rd down and 5 wide receivers take the field. Thomas makes a play on this and forces the incompletion. It'll be 4th down.
Thomas came in and got a hand on that football and left no chance for a reception there.
A nice defensive play will give him his 2nd batted ball of the game.
Yeah, great read there.
Flex, strong trip. Flex, strong trip. Down. Hey, I got 42.
Greasy hits some air under this pass, and it falls incomplete. They will turn the ball over on down.
Number 22 with the Colts.
Number 88 had this ball right in his hands. At least I thought so. Let's look. Yep, right there. You have to catch those passes.
Well, they don't convert on 4th down, and that will be it for them.
Yeah, chalk this one up in the L column, Dan. It's all over.
Rhino.
Loss of one on the play. Timeout call.
I'm the beast.
2nd and 11. Ball at 27.
Down.
Loss of 2 yards.
Yeah. What else you put
3rd and 12.
Red.
Ball at 29.
Hey, 89 is mine. Hey, I got down. Set.
One on the play.
Don't go it that way. Come on.
And that is going to do it for this one. The Chiefs come out on top 34-6. For my partner, Peter O'Keefe, this is Dan Stevens saying goodbye until next time.
See you, dog. That's all right now.
All right, Dan, thank you. So this one is in the books as we welcome you all to our ESPN Video Games post-game show. I'm Chris Berman. The Chiefs stepped it up for sure, putting up some good numbers. Let's get started in this one early in the 3rd quarter. Number 12 would drop back and deliver a strike on this one. Ball at their own 36. Number 18 shows some great awareness here as he gets himself into position to pick this one off. Touchdown for the Chiefs. The Finns, after getting an interception, Dolphins losing by 11. Number 22 would come up with the big play to kill a drive as he was able to step in front of a wayward pass for an INT. The Finns on D, number 18, would come up with a huge play here as he was able to pick one off here, then had some clear sailing in front of him. Touchdown for the Chiefs. Dolphins trailing 24-6. Number 14 let his big old offensive line pave the way on this one. That set up a short 23-yard field goal. The Chiefs move ahead big and now lead by 21. Number 23 is able to step in front of this pass and pick one off, but he wasn't done there. Touchdown for the Chiefs, and that's where we'll leave this one. Chiefs win big, 34-6. Now let's take a sec to chat with our player of the game, the guy who seemed to be all over the field on defense and came up with big play after big play. Number 18 is down on the field with Susie Colbert. Suze?
Thanks, Chris. You played great today. You just made it look easy tonight. What was the key to your success?
You know what it was? We just stuck to our game plan and got the work done today, you know? Our coaches did a great job today getting us ready for this game, and I think their scouting gave us the edge in the end.
Berman. Coming up on ESPN, we'll take a trip across the Hudson to East Rutherford, New Jersey, and come ashore at Giant Stadium. Dan, Peter, and Susie are standing by for the call. What shapes up to be a most interesting matchup. Philadelphia Eagles, New York Giants. This ought to be good.
Well, the fans are looking for their seats as the teams are down on the field warming up. Hi, and welcome to Giant Stadium. I'm Dan Stevens. My partner in crime is Peter O'Keefe. And Peter, this game could boil down to a battle between two outstanding quarterbacks.
Absolutely, Dan. These guys put both their teams in a position to win every night. And this is the type of matchup that true football fans wait all year for. Number 7, he's definitely one of the very top quarterbacks in the NFL today. This guy is a natural-born leader. He builds up each one of his teammates and elevates their game. He's just all about winning. On the other side of the ball, we've got another top performer in the Giants. He's a very capable quarterback. His ability to read defenses and get the ball to the right receiver is what I love about this guy. His football IQ is just off the charts. I'll tell you what, Dan, both these guys have potential to light it up today.
Okay, Peter, we'll see how they do once the game begins, but first, the toss of the coin. The ref gets the signal, and we're set. Number 1 boots the opening kickoff. What a kickoff through the uprights. Give that kicker 3 points. The Giants offense takes the field, and they will start at their own 20-yard line. Number 39 gains 5 on the play, and that will bring up second down.
With the tackle. Second and 5. Ball at the Giants, 25-yard line.
Number 67 tackles him behind the line of scrimmage.
Number 67 not only cleaned the ball carrier's clock in the backfield, but buffed and polished it too. Big hit for a loss.
They don't let that play get back to the line of scrimmage, and that will bring up third down. Third down, one man back.
Ball at the Giants, 24-yard line.
This one will fall incomplete. Fourth down coming up. Jennings lines up to punt after the 3 and out.
Number 83, make the return.
Jennings takes the snap and pummels this one deep. Number 83 fields the punt at the 27. Tackled at the 36.
Number 83 returned for a few there, but after that gigantic punt, it was like tearing a single page out of War and Peace. It doesn't make much of a dent.
The Eagles' offense will start this drive at their 36-yard line. Number 31 goes off his left guard and picks up a couple. Second down, 3 wideouts in the game. Number 7 fires this one over the middle, and the catch is made well past the markers for a first down. It looks like, we've had an injury down on the field. As soon as we hear anything, we'll be sure to pass the information along to you.
Check this out. Oh, you'll be all right. Just take it easy.
First and 10. Ball at the 46-yard line.
Peter, once he closes his grip around you, you are not going to get free, regardless of how evasive you are.
Not with that strength. With those guns, he could probably juggle bowling balls, or wide receivers for that matter.
Second and 10. Ball at the 46-yard line.
Number 7 rifles this one hard over the middle, and it's intercepted. Tackled hard at the 29.
Pass interference, number 26, defense. The ball is placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
26. Draws a flag here from some aggressive coverage. You can't be that physical with a receiver and get away with it. Yeah, that's pass interference, all right. Good call.
First down, 10 yards to go. Number 31 will get the carry on first down and maybe picks up one on the play.
Number 31 got some help on that one in the form of blocking, but he still couldn't make a play out of it.
And I'll tell you, Peter, he made a great tackle there. He brought down one of the more elusive backs in the game.
Well, you're absolutely right, Dan. But if there's one guy on this defense that can stick with the ball and make the play, it was him.
Number 64, Jackson back at the
30. Number 64 nailed that play by bringing down the quarterback for a loss of yards.
They forced that one backwards, and that's going to make this third down that much harder.
And they also make it easier on themselves by wiping out all of the potential short yardage plays they might face. Third and long.
Number 10 gets the sack way back at the 30.
The 10 to his man in the backfield for a big loss. I don't know what happened to the protection. Let's have a look. You know, and it's all about focus and persistence. He was not going to let that quarterback get that pass off.
Good defense that's forced 2 losses in a row. Number 2 gets ready to punt this away. Number 2 takes the long snap and aims this one for the corner. This will pin them deep as it flies out of bounds at the 8.
Number 2 angles this one nicely and puts it out of bounds and away from any potential return inside the 10. That's a nice punt.
The Giants stalled early last drive, and we'll have to wait and see what happens here. They'll start at their own 8-yard line. Number 54 blasts him back at the 7. Jackson had to leave the field earlier in the game, and now Susie Kalber has a report. Susie?
Thank you, Dan. After coming off the field with some neck pain, the trainers have determined that he simply got a stinger. They're finishing a quick massage of the area, and it looks like he should be ready to come back in soon. Dan?
Thanks, Susie. Number 39 gets the call again and maybe picks up one on the play.
Number 66 with the tackle.
Third down, one man back.
Ball at the Giants, 7-yard line.
Number 39 picks up a yard on the play, and that will bring up fourth down.
Number 21 made the save, dropping the ball carrier before he could get to the markers.
They stopped them cold. Fourth coming up.
Exactly what this defense needed to do.
Jennings lines up in his own end zone for the punt. Jennings gets the ball and punts it away. Number 83 fair catches it at the 48. The Eagles had their last drive stall out at the end. We'll see if they can keep momentum throughout this one, which starts at their 49-yard line. Number 31 will get the handoff and will lose about a yard here.
Number 55 targeted the ball carrier early and didn't even let him get back to the line of scrimmage.
They put a stop to this play behind the line of scrimmage. Pretty good call by the defensive coordinator.
Agreed, Dan. They had it all locked up there.
That will bring up second down. Number 7 throws it deep down the left sideline, and it's tipped. Incomplete.
Jones managed to disrupt things. He got in there and he smacked that pass away. Great D.
On second down, they try for the first, but it's played well by the defense. That will bring up third down.
Nice pressure that time.
Number 83 didn't haul that one in, and it falls incomplete. It'll be fourth down.
Number 83 had some room on the fringes there, but couldn't reel in the pass.
Third and long, they have a chance, but it's incomplete.
Those are the situations where you want someone to step up and make a play.
But no one did, and it will now be fourth down. Number 2 lines up to punt after the 3 and out. Number 2 gets the snap and punts it away. Moorhead fair catches it at the 21. The Giants have had some trouble moving the ball recently. We'll see what they do on this drive as they start at their own 22-yard line. Number 39 picked up about 12, and that will bring up first down.
Number 39 just powers his way through on this play. It's worth a second look. Ouch. That stiff arm's gotta hurt.
And boy, Peter, I figured they had him dead to rights that time, but he found a way to get free.
And he got free from one of the better tacklers in the league, Dan. That won't happen often.
Number 9 passes this one after the play action, and it's knocked down at the line, incomplete.
Number 78 swatted that pass away right at the line.
The defense stood up to that play and shuts down what would be a minimal gain anyway. It'll be second down. Stevenson reels in the football and is well past the markers for a first down.
Makes the play, but not in time. Let's have another look. Oh, yeah, gave up a lot of yards before forcing him out of bounds.
They can't pin him down on second and long, and now it's first and 10.
Very disappointing execution by this defense.
First down, 10 yards to go. Number 9 dumps it out left, and it's tipped. Incomplete.
Number 66 managed to disrupt things. He got in there and he smacked that pass away. Great D.
That had potential for some yards, Peter, but the defense was on top of it and shut it down.
Good denial there.
Second down coming up. That will end the first quarter, and it's still a scoreless game. Number 33 catches the heater left sideline and loses yards on that one.
Number 33 ran out before he got back to the line of scrimmage. Maybe he thought he was playing on one of those wider metric system fields.
No forward progress on that play, and that will bring up a third and long. Number 9 gets some air under this pass, and it's tipped. Incomplete pass.
Howard does a great job of reading the play and putting himself into position to tip the ball incomplete. It's worth a second look here. Oh, he's a quarterback's worst nightmare.
Jennings lines up for the punt.
Punt formation. Number 83.
Jennings takes the long snap and punts it away. Number 83 fields it all the way back at the 9.
Number 83 got swarmed by the kicking team before he got very far. That nice punt pretty much goes unanswered.
The Eagles have been locked in a defensive struggle so far. They will start this drive at their own 13-yard line. Number 31 carries it past scrimmage and picks up a couple.
Second and 7. Ball to Eagles, 15-yard line.
Rhodes backs him down and gets the sack way back at the 10.
The quarterback, and nobody lays a finger on him.
And then he proceeds to lay a lot more than a finger on him.
Yeah, he used all 10 and then some.
That'll be his first sack of the game. Third down with a split backfield. Number 7 throws a bullet and it's tipped. No good, incomplete.
Smith looked like he had a solid catch there, and yet somehow he found a way to drop it.
The incompletions keep piling up, and even here in the second quarter, it doesn't seem to be improving.
Not at all. They're just not getting it together. The timing, the routes, the protection, nothing.
Number 2 lines up in his own end zone for the punt. Number 2 takes the snap and punts it away. Moorhead fair catches it at the 44.
Fair catch interference. Number 21. Offense. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
Number 21 made contact on that play after a fair catch signal was clearly made, so you got the call for interference. You just can't do that.
The Giants offense takes the field, and they are already in field goal position. They'll line up at the 28-yard line. Number 9 throws a heater right sideline, and it's complete for a gain of 3 yards.
Number 9 made a nice throw there, got it right past the defender.
They move the ball, and it will be second down. Second down, 2 wideouts on the field. Number 86 goes in motion. Robinson runs the fastball over the middle and is well past the markers for a first down.
Number 9 throws into a crowd here and by some miracle gets a completion out of it. I don't know how that happened, Dan. Let's have another look.
There you go. Well, the D had him covered and he just couldn't get to the ball in time. A perfect pass.
You can't coach that. That kind of pass is instant.
A well-designed play there, Peter, and they will move the chain.
Great execution.
Number 39 picked up about 7, and that brings up second down.
Number 39 got yards by staying so close to his blockers, I think they were sharing each other's aftershave.
Peter, what a nice pickup to get them into a second and short situation.
Yeah, great play, and now they have a bunch of options on what to try next. Well, do you play run or flood the zone to disrupt the pass? You almost have to do both right here.
Touchdown!
Gets open, he gets the football for a gain there. Watch this again.
He is wide open. The defense clearly fell apart on that one.
And you can't leave anyone that open in the NFL. Boy, they will make you pay, baby.
That's his first touchdown of the day.
And I think he's a guy you can count on to make those end zone catches. He sets a high standard for himself, and he usually meets it.
It's good. There's the signal, and we're ready. Number 18 rockets this one deep. Number 83 downs this in the end zone for a touchback. The Eagles offense comes out and has an opportunity to tie it before halftime. They'll start at their own 20-yard line. Number 31 carries it for the 6th time and picks up a couple. Second down, 3 wideouts in the game. Smith catches the bullet out left and is well past the markers for a first down.
Smith had 3 guys covering him, but look what happens. Incredible catch.
That's broken kind of a cold streak for him. The last 2 passes his way were incomplete.
Yeah, let's see if he stays on track.
First and 10.
his 7th carry of the game and picks up a couple.
Number 24 with the tackle. Second and 7. Ball to Eagles, 41-yard line.
Jackson puts a lick on the receiver and separates him from the ball. Incomplete.
Number 10 did a brilliant job keeping watch over his zone. That pass didn't have a chance.
On 2nd down, they try for the first, but it's played well by the defense. That will bring up 3rd down.
Nice pressure that time.
3rd down, 7 yards to go. Number 7 sings it to the right side, and it's knocked away from the receiver, incomplete.
Carson closed in from the zone and forced the incompletion.
Well, the D holds tight on 3rd and long and forces an incompletion. That was a good call by the defensive coordinator.
Oh, it sure was. Perfect D for that situation.
And it will bring up 4th down. Number 2 lines up for the punt.
Number 2 placed this punt beautifully. Long kick, then out of bounds. No chance for a run back.
The Giants are looking for some separation before half and will start this drive at their own 20-yard line. Number 39 gets the call on 1st down and maybe picks up 1 on the play.
Okay, fellas, we went over this all week in practice. Now we're going to get it this time. Now we're going to go just like it is. We're going to execute, and we're going to stay strong, and we're going to get to the spots we need to. Okay, fellas?
Second down with the tight end right. Evanson makes the catch out to the left, and he's just barely past the markers for a first.
Number 9 is checking off his receivers, finding the open man, and that's evident as you review the chart.
Number 9 zips it to the left sideline, and the ball is caught for a gain of 7 on the play.
Number 86 had 2 guys on him on that play, but still managed to make the catch.
Another short catch, and that's where they've been utilizing him today.
The short routes have been open, and he's been exploiting it.
Second down, 2 tight ends in the game. They couldn't connect on this one. Incomplete.
With the deflection.
No, nothing.
Third and 2. Ball to Giants, 38-yard line.
Number 39 gets the call on 3rd down and gets taken down well short of the markers. It'll be 4th down.
No. Number 55 pushes them back in time on this one. Big loss. That's a great defensive play. Let's watch. Oh, it's all about pursuing your man, period.
They came up big, caused the loss of yards, and more important, forced the 4th down. The Eagles want to talk it over, and they take their first timeout. Fourth down, and the punting unit is on the field.
Number 83 to make the return.
Jennings gets the snap and pummels this one deep. Number 83 gets it at the 14. Stopped at the 27.
Number 83 returned for a few there, but after that gigantic punt, it was like tearing a single page out of War and Peace. It doesn't make much of a dent.
The Eagles haven't got much out of their offense recently, and we'll see if they can get back on track here. This drive begins at their own 27-yard line. Number 7 makes the long pass, and it's not reeled in. Incomplete.
Rhodes had superb coverage on that play. No wonder it was incomplete.
That had potential for some yards, Peter, but the defense was on top of it and shut it down.
Good denial there.
Second down coming up. Second down with a split backfield. Smith grabs the ball and is well past the mark. The Eagles will take a timeout. That's their second.
First and 10. Ball Eagles, 42-yard line.
Whips him down in the backfield. The Eagles take a timeout. That's their final one. Second down and 4 wideouts in the game. McKinley makes a play on this one and forces the incompletion.
McKinney came in and got a hand on that football and left no chance for a reception there.
On second down, they try for the first, but it's played well by the defense. That will bring up third down.
Nice pressure that time.
Let's step it up. We got this one.
Number 7 lets it go deep down the right side, and it falls incomplete.
Rhodes was in man coverage and played it pretty tight. Tight enough for the incompletion.
It was third and very long, and it didn't look too hard for the defense to stop that play right in its tracks.
You know, Dan, that's what pressure on first and second down will get you. You push them into a hole, and then it's hard to climb out.
Fourth down ahead. Number 2 lines up for the punt. Number 2 takes the snap and pummels this one deep. The Giants offense takes the field with the clock at 10. Number 9 throws a heater and it's complete at the 21. Dragged down at the 28. And that'll do it for the first half of this one. The Giants are out in front, 7-0. And now let's send you to Chris Berman in our studios in Bristol for the ESPN halftime report. Boomer?
All right, Dan, interesting game at the half. We'll get back to you guys in a bit. First, we welcome everybody to our ESPN halftime report. I'm Chris Berman. A look inside the numbers from our first half and look at the discrepancy in sacks thus far. The Giants should be way ahead on the scoreboard, but somehow they've let their opponent hang with them. Let's see if they can change things in the second half. Let's get started on this one early in the first quarter. Number 7 connected with his man on this one. Giant towards the end of the first quarter. Number 9 would drop back and deliver a strike on this one. Giants midway through the second. Number 9 needed to be on target here, and he was. They get the first score and go up by 7. Eagles still middle of the second. Number 7 would find his target on this one. Eagles back 7-0. Number 7 connected with his man on this one. And that's where we'll leave this one. Giants are holding on to a lead 7-0. Today's halftime hero has turned in an incredible performance thus far. Number 9 has played outstanding. So that'll do it from here. Let's send you back out now to Dan Stevens and Peter O'Keefe. Dan?
Thanks, Boomer, and welcome back to our broadcast presented in ESPN Game Sound. Designed and developed in collaboration with Dolby, the leader in surround sound technology. The Eagles will receive to start the second half, and this is a tight contest. Currently, they're down 7-0. Let's get down to the field and the action. Number 83 downs this in the end zone for a touchback. The Eagles bring their offense on the field and will start this drive at their own 20-yard line. Number 31 gets the handoff and heads left. Brought down at the 25.
Number 31 just hasn't gotten into a groove and isn't finding running room anywhere. This has been tough, and he struggled to get 13 yards on 8 carries.
Second and 5. Ball at the Eagles, 25-yard line.
Number 31 gains 8 yards, and that brings up first down.
First down, Eagles.
Number 31 finds the hole on this one and gains some good yardage. Wow, great blocking on that play.
Nice second down call, and they will move the chain.
On offense, it was always a plus to avoid third down altogether, just like that.
First down, tight end to the left.
Ball at the Eagles, 33-yard line.
Number 31 carries it for a third time in a row and chews up about 4 on the play.
Second and 6. Ball at the Eagles, 37-yard line.
Number 31 picks up about 2, and that will bring up third down.
Number 22 with the tackle. Third and 4. Ball at the Eagles, 39-yard line.
Number 7 fires this one over the middle, and they convert on third down.
Number 7 gambles big time on this play, and it works. Makes it a little more exciting to watch, too. Oh, if he wasn't accurate on this throw, it would have been an interception. It's a real fine line.
Again, a nice medium pass. He's been concentrating on those connections a lot today.
Yeah, it's a nice range. Gets you some good yards, but it's not so far out that you're not in total control of the situation.
First down, 2 wideouts on the field. Number 31 has his number called on first down and picks up a couple.
Second and 8. Ball at 39.
Number 7 just rifles this one, and it's complete at the 23. Eventually tackled at the 21. That will bring up first down.
Number 17 made a fantastic catch in double coverage. Keep getting him the ball, guys.
I'm glad he finally nabbed one because he's had a string of missed catches before this.
Yeah, his quarterback obviously didn't lose faith in him, though, Dan, because he's kept throwing it his way.
Number 31 barges off right guard and will gain close to 6.
Holding. Number 84. Offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the ball. Repeat.
Number 84 is all over his defender on this one. He grabs him and does not let go. The refs aren't big fans of this, and they throw the flag. Yep.
First and 20. Ball at 31.
Number 81 gets the sack at the 30.
Number 81 gets a sack in the backfield. The quarterback had nowhere to go on this one. Let's watch. Yep, the D shut the offense down on that play. They couldn't do anything.
That will be their 5th sack of the day, and they have been simply relentless so far.
Yeah, they have been led all game. That's what you want. Somebody whose motor never stops.
16.
Number 7 gambles big time on this play, and it works. Makes it a little more exciting to watch, too. Oh, if he wasn't accurate on this throw, it would have been an interception. It's a real fine line.
That's another pass that went pretty much down the middle. He hasn't been working the sides too much.
Well, he's obviously very confident to be throwing into where all the traffic is. He's daring the D to stop him.
Number 7 fires this one over the middle, and it's caught for a touchdown.
Number 17 faces down 2 defenders and comes away with the football. Oh, nice catch.
That's his first touchdown of the day.
And I think he's a guy you can count on to make those end zone catches. He sets a high standard for himself, and he usually meets it.
Number 11.
Here's the point after, and it's good.
Yeah, right here. All the way, man. Take over. Hard right here. Number 1, kicking off for the Eagles.
The ref gets the signal, and we're set. Number 1 booms a beauty here. Moorhead downs this in the end zone for a touchback.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Yeah. That's good work out there. All right,
The Giants will start this drive at their own 20-yard line. Moorhead goes in motion. Robinson catches the small and is well past the markers for a first down.
Number 9 lays this one in beautifully. Got to see it one more time.
Right on the money, Peter. He effectively rendered the defense irrelevant by being so accurate.
And he might as well have been 10 yards away.
Great pass, Peter, and he's having a terrific day so far.
You bet. So far, he's got 78 yards and 1 touchdown.
First down, 3 wideouts in the game. Number 9 really rifles this pass, and it's tipped. Incomplete.
Holding. Number 63, offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
Number 63 clearly held his man back there. Offensive holding was the right call.
First and 20. Ball at the Giants, 25-yard line.
Robinson didn't hold that one in, and it falls incomplete.
Number 9 showing off some precision passing out there, Dan. Clearly, he's exploiting the short game so far, and he's got 78 yards and 1 touchdown.
Second and 20. Ball at the Giants, 25-yard line.
Number 9 rifles this one hard over the middle, and it's caught just barely past the markers for a first.
Holding. Number 63, offense. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul.
Number 63 held his man on that play, and hey, you can't do that. That was offensive holding any day of the week.
Second down, 1 man down.
Ball at the Giants, 15-yard line.
Robinson catches the ball out left and is at the 45. Finally dropped at the 50. First down.
Robinson makes the catch, but that's not enough for him. He gets it and takes off for more.
Great job fighting for that first down. He didn't waste any time.
Well, just because the pass is short of the markers doesn't mean he can't run it the rest of the way. He's a true competitor. Hey, I like those stats. Great receiving yards.
Robinson goes in motion.
Number 39 had a nice catch, but then came back for an encore with a cool move. Why do I have this urge to hold up my lighter?
They move the ball, and it will be second down. This one will fall incomplete. So 3 quarters in the books now, and we're all tied. Third down, 5 yards to go. Number 9 throws a beauty to the right side. And the ball's caught at the 29. Chased down at the 25. It will be first down.
Number 9. It's a terrific completion in double coverage here. Wow. Now that is one confident QB.
Nice pass, Peter, and he's really lining up the stat sheet.
Oh, you got it. So far, he's got 138 yards and 1 touchdown.
Makes a play on this and forces the incompletion.
Howard got himself in prime position to bat away that football before the receiver even had a shot at it.
You know, as a team, they are batting down passes left and right. That is their 6th so far.
Wow, great anticipation of the pass.
Number 9 rifles it out left side, and it's intercepted. Dragged down at the 21.
I'm coming out.
Logan is able to catch the ball in these rainy conditions, but he's playing for the defense, people. That rain is really rewriting the playbook out there today, and that time the D was the big winner.
Boy, that was a heads-up play to come away with his first interception of the game.
Yeah, you got to love D like that.
The Eagles are going to try and capitalize on the interception. They'll start this drive at their own 21-yard line. Number 31 takes it across the line of scrimmage and chews up about 4 on the play.
Second and 5. Ball to Eagles, 25-yard line.
Number 31 has his number called on second down and picks up a couple.
Number 31 has been searching for a rhythm out there, Dan, and he's coming up short. It seems like his timing is way off. He's working hard, but only has 35 yards on 14 carries.
Yo, Eddie, you getting stuck today.
Smith grabs the fastball over the middle, and they convert on third down.
Smith almost bobbled this one away, but manages to keep possession. Way to keep your cool.
Peter, I'm sure he's happy to bring that one in. The last 3 passes to him have all been incompletion.
Yeah, he's struggling a bit there, but this may turn him around.
First down, tight end to the left. Number 31 gains 8 yards, and that will bring up second down.
Number 31 got a little help from his friends on that play, Dan. They gave him the space he needed to make the play. Great blocking up front.
Peter, what a nice pickup to get them into a second and short situation.
Yeah, great play, and now they have a bunch of options on what to try next.
31 gets the call again and picks up the first down.
First down, Eagles. First and 10. Ball 48-yard line.
Number 31 picked up about 7, and that brings up second down.
Number 31 fought for every yard back there and capped it off with a nice juke move
Got him a couple more yards, too.
He gets another call, and he's carried the offense on his shoulders for these last 3 plays.
Hey, until it stops working, there's no reason to look elsewhere.
Number 31 carries it for the 18th time and maybe picks up 1 on the play.
Number 31 used the blocking, but this stingy defense didn't give up much at all on that last play.
Not much there, but they'll get another shot on 3rd and short.
Wow, look at those tackles. That's how you play sideline to sideline.
Number 7 puts his arm into this one, and it's tipped. Incomplete. 4th down coming up.
Number 10 swatted that one away cleanly. The receiver didn't have a prayer in getting that one.
That was a fantastic job by the defense to stop what would have been a 1st down.
I love to see Big D on 3rd and short situations. 4th down, defenses love to hear that from the refs.
Brought down at the 31.
Carson shows why you think twice before throwing a pass in his neighborhood. Watch. Great presence of mind to try for the football there.
Boy, that was a heads-up play to come away with his first interception of the game.
Yeah, you got to love D like that.
The Giants were intercepted last time out. We'll see what happens here. We'll start at the 31-yard line. Number 39 gets the call on 1st down and runs into traffic. Runs out at the 31.
Number 39 had some blocking help on that last one, but he was still left with nowhere to go.
Not much there. It'll be 2nd down.
Got to take what you can get, Dan, but they were, hoping for more.
Intercepted. Stopped at the 32.
Well, it's all about getting in position to make the grab, and watch here. Oh, that's perfect position.
Well, that's their 2nd interception of the game, and stingy is appearing to be the motto for their defense.
Yeah, either that or give me the ball.
The Eagles offense takes the field with time winding down. They'll start at the 32-yard line. Number 31 will take the handoff and picks up 8 yards on the play.
Number 76 cleared out a huge lane for the ball carrier back there. 10 or 15 more lanes, and he would have had a bowling alley.
Peter, what a nice pickup to get them into a 2nd and short situation.
Great play, and now they have a bunch of options on what to try next.
Number 31 carries this one off to the right and barely picks up the 1st down. Down, the clock is stopped at 2 minutes. Number 31 carries it for a 3rd time. The Giants take their 1st time out. Second down, 2 wideouts on the field. Rips him down. The Giants will take a timeout. That's their 2nd. Number 7 throws this on a rope, and it is not reeled in. Incomplete.
Number 81 shadowed the slant route back there and kept the receiver from making the catch. Incomplete pass.
Peter, the defense stood tall and forced the incompletion, but I don't understand that call. They wouldn't have gotten much at all, even if it was complete.
4th down either way, and in my opinion, too, a bad call.
4th down, and the field goal unit is on the field. Number 1 kicks from 37 yards out, and they take the lead.
Number 1 kicks a soggy football here, but he's on target. And the kick's good. Great job in this nasty weather.
Late in the game, and they take the lead. That was a very big field goal.
As big as they come, Dan.
There's the signal, and we're ready. Number 1, whom's a beauty here. Moorhead runs out for a touchback. Moorhead downs this in the end zone for a touchback. The Giants will start this drive deep in their own territory with the clock at 1:45. No good. Incomplete.
Number 86 had that ball in his hands on that play, and he just dropped it.
That's his first drop, and it is not often you see that from him.
No, normally he's pretty sure-handed there.
Second down. The clock is stopped at 1:41. Number 9 throws a beauty to the right side. And the catch is made for the first. The clock continues to tick down. First down, 3 wideouts in the game. Slides down, and the clock keeps ticking away.
Second and 5. Ball for Giants, 33-yard line.
Number 9 zigs it to the right side, and it's knocked away from the receiver, incomplete.
Number 9 winged it into double coverage, but luckily nobody was able to catch it.
That would have gotten the first, but it's incomplete, and it will be third down. Third down, 5 yards to go. Number 86 grabs the rope right side, and they get the first on 3rd and long.
First and 10. Ball on 36-yard line.
Number 9 wipes it out left side, and the catch is made, and the clock continues to wind down.
As you can see, he's up over the century mark. He came to play today.
Number 39 picks up about 2, and the clock will continue to run.
First and 10. Ball on 24-yard line.
Number 9 throws a high, long one to the right, and it's caught for the go-ahead touchdown.
Guys shadowing him, but still manages to make the catch. He beats his man home. It's all about staking your turn.
That's his first touchdown of the day.
And I think he's a guy you can count on to make those end zone catches. He sets a high standard for himself, and he usually meets it.
Here's the point after, and it's good.
Number 18 kicking off.
There's the signal, and we're ready. What a kickoff through the uprights. Give that kicker 3 points. The Eagles start this drive of the game from well in their own territory, and the clock at 20. Number 17 brings down the lob left side and is past the first with daylight. Touchdown.
Number 17 is going to make the catch. Right there, but that's only the beginning. Look at him chew up the yardage.
Another touchdown for him, and another wonderful effort after the catch, getting it into the end zone.
Yeah, it's all about effort, Dan. What a great performance. Oh, look there, 150-plus receiving yards. He's been making plays all game long.
Now the extra point, and it's good. The ref gets the signal, and we're set. This will fly out of the end zone for a touchback. What a kick. Giants will start this drive deep in their own territory with the clock at 9. Number 9 throws up good here. The Giants take a timeout. That's their final one. First down, 3 wideouts in the game. And that is going to do it for this one. The Eagles come out on top, 17-14. For my partner, Peter O'Keefe, this is Dan Stevens saying goodbye until next time.
All right, gang, great work as always. And with that, we welcome everybody back to the ESPN studios for our ESPN Video Games postgame show. I'm Chris Berman. The Eagles stepped it up for sure, putting up some good numbers. We'll pick up the action midway through the third quarter. Number 7 would drop back and deliver a strike on this one. An 18-yard touchdown for the Eagles. The Eagles tie it up 7-all. Number 85 is going to find himself on the receiving end of this one as he works his way open for the big play. The Eagles, after getting an interception, game tied 7-all. Number 53 is reading the quarterback's eyes all the way as he's able to get his hands on this one and pick it off. The Giants have it off an interception. Number 54 was in the right place at the right time, as his interception was a possible momentum shifter. Game tied 7-all. After driving 12 yards on 5 plays, number 1 is summoned for the field goal attempt. Good snap, good spot, good kick. 3 goods equals 3 points. A 38-yard field goal. The Giants answer right back. The ball at the 24. Number 9 would find his target on this one. A 24-yard touchdown for the Giants. The Eagles trying to answer back. Eagles behind by 4. Number 17 came up with a huge play here as they cover a lot of real estate on this one. And that's where we'll leave this one. Eagles edge out a win, 17-14. Now let's check in with our player of the game, a guy who made one big-time catch after another to help seal the win for his team. Number 17 is down on the field with Susie Collins. Suze?
Thanks, Chris. You really hustled today. You may have the ingredient your team needed to pull out a win here. What gave you guys the edge today?
Defensively, our DBs did a heck of a job today. They did well on coverage, were reading the plays. They played big time today. They should get a lot of credit for this win.
Chris, back to you.
That winds up our...
Get your hand off my penis!
Everybody, I'm Larry Ridley, and this is the NFL on EA Sports. Tonight's matchup features 2 quarterbacks who will be trying to lead their team to victory. It's the Titans going up against the Chiefs. So let's go down to Houston, Texas, where Jim and Phil are on the call.
Chiefs Titans on EA Sports. Houston, Texas is the site for today's matchup.
Hello, friends. Jim Nance alongside Phil Simms. And I guess the big question, Phil, before kickoff is what do you expect here today?
You know, Jim, I expect these coaches to be impressive. You can't go out here and just hope the other team makes mistakes. You got to go out there and take it. So do it with your play calling. You know, try some trick plays. Do whatever you have to do to give your team the edge.
The Chiefs are back deep, waiting to return the kick. The Titans ready to get this action started. down at the 24.
And now we've got what you'd call the wily veteran at quarterback, about to head onto the field for the first time today.
Yeah, when you're a quarterback like this and you've had success, you go out in the field, you can't wait for the game to start because veterans think only good things are going to happen to them. So they're confident and ready to go.
First down here.
Will run it. Here's the handoff. And there's only 2 yards to be found right there. And the offense here in this one will be looking to put points on the board in bunches.
After the 2-yard carry, it sets up 2nd down and 8.
The call is for encroachment. That's 5.
Yeah, they're too impatient on the defense's part there. They're too anxious to get to the quarterback. And Jim, being that anxious, it's cost them a couple times today.
Still 2nd down.
Second down now.
The Titans defense now is going to go nickel. He'll stand back beyond the center in the gun. Got the completion.
And they tackle him there at the 34. This linebacking core is the heart and soul of this defensive unit. This is 3rd down. For this play, they'll go with 2 tight ends.
Handoff made. They'll mark him at the 40.
Always a chess match early in the game to see what your opponent is going to do. Good run that time by the offense. They pick up good yards. Maybe the defense will have to start crowding the line of scrimmage more.
First down here after the run. The defense comes out in the nickel.
The Chiefs stay on the ground. He is tackled at the 40-yard line.
The defensive end has the outside runs. That's his assignment, and he did it well. Takes on the tackle, beats his rear end up pretty good, and makes a tackle on the running back.
Second down coming up.
The Titans defense now loading up, expecting pass with a dime defense. Will send it back to the quarterback out of the gun. Keeps churning ahead. Almost intercepted.
Well, Jim, I threw a lot of passes like that in my career where it should have been intercepted and the guy drops it. You just go, yes, I got a break. Now can you capitalize on that break?
Third down following the incompletion.
Will go ground.
Slashes to the left side. And he's going to be tackled, and that's going to bring us to 4th down. The Chiefs will punt the football away. of bounds this time as it's headed to the end zone for a touchback. This quarterback, at this point, this is not a first-time experience for him. He's been in a lot of big spots as he takes the field for the first time today.
Yeah, veteran quarterbacks, Jim, you're right. It's not their first time seeing a game, situations. They're ready for everything, and their thoughts are always good.
First down, offense readying for the snap. The Titans come out. 2 tight ends on the field. Will go ground, running right through the trenches. Coughed up the football. This one's going back the other way.
Well, the one thing we know about the NFL, when you have the football in your hands, they are going to attack it. You got to know that as a ball carrier, protect it a lot better.
Before there's another snap, the officials want to go back and take a look at that last one. So now they're going to take a look at whether the knee was down before the ball came out.
Well, when we look at this, let's look when the knee hits the ground. And as we look at it, when the knee hits the ground, does he still have total control of the football? If you deem him to have total control, then it's not a fumble.
The ruling on the field is reversed.
This one had to be instigated by the folks upstairs. They challenged the call on the field, and in fact, it was the proper thing to do. The play is overturned. New set of downs now after picking up the first on the ground. Here's the handoff. They're going to run it right. Offensive line today will be leaned on to protect their quarterback as well as opening up some running lanes. And now they'll try over again on second down. Here's the handoff, and they'll run it. Taken down just 2 yards short of the first.
Always good to have these types of runs. Yeah, it's not a first down, but it sends a message. It shows everybody that you can run it when you want to, and also it opens up so many other things for your offense.
Third down here. Offense trying to pick up the first. Takes it out of the eye. Picked up a couple that time. The punter awaits the snap. That's a touchback, and the ball will be spotted at the 20. First down on the way. The Chiefs line up in the pistol offense. Draw, middle. And that's a gain of 10.
Well, there's nothing like a draw play. It just catches the defense by surprise, and running backs, they love it because they know they have a chance to get some easy yards.
Second down following the run. The Chiefs will approach this play from out of the pistol. The give, middle, and he's tackled, but not until he picked up the first down.
If you're running back and you want more carries, do things like this. Read the defense right, read the blocking, and pick up first downs. That's a really good job by the running back.
They're able to move the chains after that last run. Three-step drop. Underneath, but can't find the mark that time as the pass goes incomplete. After the incomplete pass, it brings up second down. It's a dime look for the defense on this play. They'll run it here. And they tackle him down at the 37-yard line.
Good job that time by the offense. Power run gets them a few yards.
Still 5 yards short of the first after the run. Third down coming up. Quarters formation here for the defense. Snapping out of the gun. Finds his mark. They break through. Tackle him behind the line.
Quarterback should have never thrown at that time. Even though he completes the pass, he should have seen the defense was right there. A loss of a couple yards.
They're set to punt it away now. They'll take it at the 20. It's first down as they head to the line. Tight end in motion. From the gun. To the sideline and complete. And here's a look at the defensive line that will try to control the trenches today. Pass complete, but did not get them the first, so it's second down now. The Titans come to the line of scrimmage and show a full house. They'll go draw.
The Chiefs defensive coordinator, my gosh, he is one happy guy. Anytime you get in the backfield and stop a runner and make him lose yards, that's some good stuff.
It'll be third down. The Titans with an empty backfield look here. From the shotgun. Got the completion. They bring him to the turf.
Well, I think we've heard this expression about 7,000 times. It's a passing league. So we all know that. So you got to be able to throw the football and pick up some first downs.
And that's going to do it for the first quarter. We'll be back to Houston, Texas for the start of the second after the break.
The NFL on EA Sports is brought to you by Verizon. Never be without football.
The Titans offense is still out there as we get the second quarter underway. The offense is set at the line for the first down after that completion. Loading up with extra defensive backs in the dime.
First offense.
First down coming up. And the second quarter is underway with this snap.
Nice job that time by the defense. They were ready for the run. Nowhere for the running back to go, and they stopped him for a short gain.
They went with the ground game on first down, bringing up second. They send the tight end in motion. Gets it again. And he is brought down at the 39.
When you run the football like this and you show toughness, there is no doubt when you fake it and try to throw the football down the field, the quarterback's going to have all day to get it done.
On the way, third down. From the gun. What a reception. And he's going to be tackled, and that's going to bring us to fourth down. Man, that was some kind of catch that time by the receiver.
Ooh, boy, these receivers, they make quarterbacks look good. You're right. You can throw it off target. It doesn't matter. They find a way to come up with the catch.
The Titans will punt the football. Return. The ball's coming out to the 20. The Chiefs are ready to take over now as their offense heads onto the field. The defense comes out in the dime. Get ready. Now first and 10. And he's forced to the ground.
The offensive coordinator's just got to make some adjustments here. They can't stop the defensive line from sacking the quarterback, so either keep the tight end in or keep the halfback in to help block for the QB.
After that sack, it's now second down and 17. On this passing down, the defense comes out in the nickel. Handoff. Gains about 3. Now looking at third down. They've come out in the dime package.
Get ready.
Out of the gun. Throwing now to his left. And he's going to be tackled, and that's going to bring us to fourth down.
Jim, when you get in these situations, there's not much you can do. Third and long, not easy to pick up first downs in these type of situations.
The Chiefs will punt the football away. Set up, return. Here he goes. That's a gain of 6. The Titans offense ready now to see what it can do. An extra tight end on the field for this one. 1st and 10. Gets the handle here. He's taken down at the 30. Second down here after that run play. Out of the eye. Here's the handoff. Third down on the way. Wide receivers are bunched up. Drop back, shotgun formation. The Titans now move the chains.
Well, when you keep chipping away with these short throws, sooner or later that defense is going to come up, and when they come up, that's when you throw it over the top.
They're back at the line after that catch for a first down. Offense lines up here. To the ground. Got a big lane. Brought down at the 47-yard line.
When you're an offensive lineman and you can line up and just run the football straight ahead and pick up those kind of yards, you are going to get into the head of the defense. You're basically saying, we're tougher than you are, and we're just going to come right at you.
Second and short following the run. The Chiefs set at the line. Dime package. They'll hike it to him out of the shotgun. He makes the catch, and he knows where he has to get to pick up the first.
You got to be able to adjust when you run these drag routes across the field. The throw cannot always be right on target. Can you reach behind, make the catch, and keep going full speed? That's the sign of a good receiver.
First down here after the completion. They bring in the extra tight end. They'll run it. Here's the handoff. Goes to the left. The tackle is made.
Well, I know it's not going to make a highlight film, but still a good solid run up in there for a couple yards.
Halftime, 2 minutes away.
Coming up at halftime, it's the Verizon Halftime Report.
Welcome back. Halftime just a couple of minutes away as we resume play out of the 2-minute warning. Play number 6 coming up on this drive. Offense lines up here. Tight ends in motion here. 2nd and 8. They're setting up screen. An open lane. Puts up 6.
Well, when the offense goes out there and scores a touchdown to put you ahead, it's got to give a big lift to the defense. They got to get excited and go out there and hold that lead.
The Titans with an extra point try on the way. And the extra point is good. Ready to step up and send this one down to the end zone. Able to move past the 20 and brought down at the 23. They come to the line of scrimmage. 1st down. Plenty of defensive backs out on the field for this one. They'll go shotgun here. Secures it with 2 hands. And he's tackled. He'll be a yard short of the first. No time to waste. They hurry to the line. Sticks to his hands. Taken down at the 45. The offense is set at the line for the 1st down after that completion. Here's the first snap after the big play. Dropping back now into the shotgun. Looking to go deep. Almost intercepted.
Every quarterback in the NFL is going to have 1 or 2 passes a game that can be picked off. Most of the time they're dropped, and this time that was a bad drop by the defense.
Failing to complete that one, so 2nd down here. Wide receivers stacked up on this play. Setting up screen, pulls it in, and they get to him at the 45. So they get the reception, but it's not enough to move the chains. 3rd down coming up. He'll take the snap from the gun. Brings it into his body. He's going to be tackled right around the 21-yard line. The Chiefs signal for a timeout. They have 2 remaining. Following that timeout, offense back out on the field. They're back at the line after that catch for a 1st down. 1st down following the long play.
Let's go.
Out of the shotgun formation. Has his target.
Jim, when you out routes thrown and caught. It's all about timing and rhythm. The quarterback, he has both. That throw is right on target. Nice throw and catch.
Second down, even after the completion. The Chiefs will come out in the pistol. Reaches out and snatches it. And he's on the sidelines out of bounds.
Well, that's just a good old physical run by the offense there. And it's good for a few yards and gets them another first down.
First down here after the completion. Quarters formation here for the defense.
Let's go.
Screen. Oh, and almost picked off that time.
The defense did everything right in that situation. They were in the right spot. They were smart. They read the quarterback's eyes, but they dropped the pass.
This will be the 8th play of this drive. It's a dime look for the defense on this play. Second and goal from the 10. Throws to the right, and the throw is incomplete.
This will be interesting to see how the defense plays this situation. They're up a touchdown. Will they be aggressive or play it safe? I know one thing. If they give up 3 points, they'll be very happy.
About to snap it for the 9th play of the drive. The Titans with 2 extra defensive backs in the dime. Third and goal from the 10. Out to the left. The catch is made. Breaks the plane, and it's a touchdown.
There's no doubt about it. When you score like that to tie up the game, it shifts momentum. And it's all up now to the offense of the other team to get back out there and get the momentum back on their side.
The Chiefs lined up now for the point after. Counted. The Titans about to receive the kick after this game was just tied before halftime. The score's 7-7. The Titans are ready to take it to them. Able to move past the 20 and brought down at the 23. Titans offense heads on to the field. The jumbo set on the field. The Titans take it from the 23. And that's a 2-yard gain.
Good job by the defensive line, standing in there and fighting, and they hold the running back to a short gain.
After the 2-yard carry, it sets up 2nd down and 8. The teams head to the locker room, and we'll be heading to the studio to our pal Larry Ridley as you watch the NFL on EA Sports.
We welcome you in now for the EA Sports Halftime Report presented by Verizon. Now let's take a look back at the first half. Both the Titans and the Chiefs are having some trouble moving the ball through the air. The yardage totals are low, and that's helped play into what was a low-scoring first half. All right, let's take a look at some of the highlights from the first half. Titans line up at the 46. The catch is made after a quick pass, and he caps off the 7-play drive, but they score. That puts them up by a touchdown. Late in the second, out of the shotgun pass will be completed, and he'll end up picking up 23 yards on the play. Still late stages of the second. Quick pass is complete, and he'll be tackled at the 21-yard line. Still late in the first half, the quick pass, it's complete. After the short pass, he'll score. We're brand new at 7. And with that, we'll wrap up our halftime report and head back out now to Texans Stadium for the start of the second half.
All right, Larry, thank you for that from the studios and halftime. We're going to transition now. We're about to get the third quarter underway. Chiefs getting set for kickoff. Gets out past the 20 and brought down at the 24.
Number 32 on the turn.
They come to the line, and it's first down. Play action. He's looking to the right here on this throw. And the tackle is made at the 48-yard line.
There's nothing like a play-action pass. When the offensive linemen make it look like it's a run, the linebackers are all near the line of scrimmage and easy to throw it down the field for that completion.
The offense is set at the line for the first down after that completion. Offense lines up here, staying with the passing game on first down. Gets it out for the completion, and he's tackled just 2 yards short of a first down.
Anytime you get over 4 yards on first down, it doesn't matter what the play is. Is it a run or a pass? That time, nice throw by the QB. Now they're in great position, second down and short.
After that grab, it's now second down and 2. He'll keep it on the play fake. Has his target. Gains 12.
It's always good when your quarterback is able to deceive the defense with good play-action fakes. That's what did it that time. Look at the quarterback. Nice fake. Defense reacts to the run, and now you throw it over the top for the easy completion.
First down and 10. Handoff made. They tackle him for a loss.
Good job by the defense. They stopped the offense that time on first down. Now the defense is in a good situation.
Second down here. The shotgun. He'll throw it over the middle. And at the 25, he'll be brought down.
Well, you can't play man-to-man, Jim, every single play. Every once in a while, you got to throw in the zone. That's what they did this past play. Hey, it was a good idea. It just didn't work.
Third down. takes it from the gun. Catch made. That's been the story of this game. Another third down conversion to move the chains.
When you play a cover 3 defense, you protect against the deep pass, but the problem is all the underneath stuff is wide open, and the quarterback is taking advantage of that.
They're back at the line after that catch for a first down. Offense lines up here. They'll go ground. They go to the right side. We've got a nail-biter going on in this one, and that's saying a lot considering that their running attack has been completely shut down today.
Yeah, the offensive line has had no chance in the run game. They are getting overpowered, and sometimes when it happens like this, forget about that run. Just drop back and try to win the game throwing it.
Nickel formation here for the defense. From the gun. Throws the pass. Had it for just a second, but then it came out on contact.
When we were at practice on Friday, Jim, this team was working on red zone offense all the time. Well, here they are. It's a tie game. We'll see if all that practice pays off.
Let's see what they do on this third down situation. Loading up with extra defensive backs in the dime. Out of the shotgun. Jumps up and hauls it in. And he's tackled some 3 yards away from a first down.
That was a nice job by the offense. It just puts them in a better position. Nice little throw and catch.
Should be what we call a gimme. The lineman tries to plead his case, but it looks like a false start.
False start, offense.
Chip shot here. And he converts here on the field goal try.
Yeah, that was a good job that time by the defense. They were bending, they did not break, and all they did was give up a field goal.
The Chiefs are anxious to return the kickoff. Gets out past the 20 and brought down at the 24. The Chiefs come to the line to start this drive at the 24. The defense comes out in the dime. Let's go. 1st and 10. Incomplete, almost going in the other direction.
Well, the defense has to be impressed after that play, because when you get a chance to get off the field, get a turnover, and get the offense off the field, man, you got to take advantage of situations like that.
That's 2nd down coming up. He'll stand back beyond the center in the gun. He makes the catch. Brought down just 2 yards shy of the first down marker.
Well, you play this cover 4. In other words, you got 4 defenders playing deep, equally spread across the field. Well, who's going to cover the in cuts and underneath? Nobody. That's why the quarterback got an easy completion that time on the in route.
3rd down now. Nickel formation for the defense here.
Get ready.
Will send it back to the quarterback out of the gun. He was looking short, but the pass ball's incomplete.
That time on 3rd and short, the offense throws the football. That just shows you no faith in their running game. Didn't think they could move the defense back, so they throw it, and the pass is incomplete. Now it's 4th down.
The Chiefs will punt the football away. Ball comes out to the 20. First down here. Double tight end formation. Quick drop back. Makes the catch. Gains maybe 5.
I think the best thing to say about that play is just it gained a few yards, so that's what you do. All plays don't score. Sometimes you just want to pick up a couple yards.
That was a nice reception, but not enough for the first down. 2nd down coming up. They've come out in the dime package. Snap it out of the gun. Catch made. In on the stop.
That's what you want to do. Get a first down while you're on top and keep that clock moving and just controlling the football game. Good job by the offense managing things so far here today.
First down here after the completion. Offense lines up here. And now on first down, they'll go back to the air. Makes the reception. And he'll step out of bounds.
Titans offense has been tough today. They are fighting out there on the field. That's a nice job picking up that first down. It's been fun to watch. They got a small lead here in the second half. We'll see if that first down can lead them to a score.
The offense is set at the line for the first down after that completion. 2 tight ends on the field here. Will go ground. And he is brought down at the 45-yard line.
The outside linebacker that time just did his job very well and gets in there and makes the tackle for no gain.
Second down after going to the ground game the first play. Looking across the middle, has his man. That's a gain of 8.
Good job that time by the quarterback. Throw the short pass, even though it doesn't result in a first down. Now on 3rd and short, all of your passes are in play instead of just the 3rd and long where you only have like 3 or 4 plays you can go to.
And the offense will need 3 yards here on 3rd down after the completion. Wide receivers are bunched up. From the gun. With 2 hands, he has it. They are winning at the moment. moment, and they can thank the play of their quarterback.
How about that? Even the fans are going to be happy with the way he played today. They're not going to be able to write anything bad about him because everything he did was top-notch. Decisions, throws, movement in the pocket. What a great day.
That was a big gainer. Now it's time to back it up. From the shotgun. Touchdown.
Well, it's first and goal. I think a lot of defenses are thinking run here, and so the offense, they call a nice play, very deceptive. They throw the football, and they get the easy touchdown pass.
The Titans lined up now for the point after. The point after is good. The Titans defense will now be ready to get on the field. Their offense moved the ball over 80 yards on that last drive. Really no answer for them on what was a very impressive drive. The Chiefs are anxious to return the kickoff. And the tackle is made right around the 26-yard line. Chiefs now ready to take over as their offense heads onto the field. It's a dime look for the defense on this play. Now 1st and 10. Looking to the right side and throwing. Able to make the tackle about 2 yards shy of the first.
Good job by the quarterback completing that pass against the zone defense. Look for the open space when you throw against zones. That's what he did, and he got the nice completion.
After that grab, it's now 2nd down and 2. 1 quarter to go, and you're watching the NFL on EA Sports. The Chiefs will come to the line, trying to put together a scoring drive here in the 4th. This will be 2nd down. The Chiefs are at the line of scrimmage with a spread formation. Here is the first snap of the final quarter. Catch made. That brings the play to an end.
This league now, you got to keep these wide receivers and quarterbacks guessing. You just can't come out there and play man-to-man every play and think that's going to work. You got to mix in some zones, some blitzes, and then occasionally go man-to-man coverage.
They're back at the line after that catch for a 1st down. This play set up by the long gainer. He'll throw it over the middle. He's stacked up at that point.
I like this. Show some patience. Don't try to get it all in one play. Pick up 1st downs and try to go down the field and score.
First down here after the completion. Plenty of defensive backs out on the field for this one. Set up screen. Space to work. Brought down after a gain of 15.
This is where games are won and lost. Once an offense gets down the red zone, even though they're down more than 7, can you find a way to punch it in there for the touchdown and not settle for a field goal?
The offense is set at the line for the first down after that completion.
The Titans go with the dime formation here on defense. From the gun.
Throws to the right. No one was open.
When you get down in the red zone, the offensive coordinator's got to call a play that deceives the defense. Let's see if he can do it. His team is down. He needs a big play here.
Second down coming up.
The Titans come out in a dime package.
Out of the gun. No room to complete that one.
Good job that time by the secondary. They're in good position. They make the play, and it's an incomplete pass by the quarterback.
It's third down coming up.
The Chiefs come out in the pistol.
Here's the handoff. He's brought to a halt. Should be an easy one here. The kick is good.
That was a nice long drive by the offense that time, and it stalls out. But good job by the kicker coming in and putting 3 points on the board.
Titans are ready to take it to them. Gets out past the 20 and brought down at the 24. They face first down. Drop back, shotgun formation. He's looking to the right here on this throw. Jarring hit that time. Knocks the ball free. Boy, that was some hit that time that knocked the ball out.
Yeah, it was a good hit, but listen, you can tell the receiver's expecting that big hit. I don't know why. You're going to get hit no matter what, so you might as well just go ahead and catch the football. Bad job by the receiver that time.
Coming up, second down. Loading up with extra defensive backs in the dime. They're setting up screen.
There has been good pass protection for the quarterback all day long. He has not been sacked much, and he throws it there and gets another completion.
They're back at the line after that catch for a first down. Let's see what they do on first down following that huge play. He's taken down at the 42.
That's a good job by the quarterback. He read the defense, nothing open deep, so he throws it short, and it puts him in great position for a second down play call.
That leads us to second down. It's a two-tight end formation. Play fake. The defense gets a sack.
Well, I know this feeling. When a blitzer's coming, nobody's there to block him. There's nothing you can do as a quarterback, but try to protect yourself because you're going down.
This is third down. The defense comes out on the dime. Unable to bring it in.
Do one thing at a time. Catch the football, then do the next thing. Run with it. He tried to run with it too quick. That's why he dropped it.
The Titans will punt the football. First down here. The Titans will come out in the dime. They'll hike it to him out of the shotgun. Airing it out. Almost intercepted that time.
That was an incomplete pass that time against cover two, the two deep safeties. And you really want to throw the football down the middle or deep down the sidelines. That time the quarterback didn't do that, and that's why it was incomplete.
Second down following that incompletion. Quarters formation here for the defense. They'll go shotgun here. They're going to get him here for a sack.
Well, the right side, Jim, the right tackle and the right guard. They look confused. They don't know what to do, so they just get run over, and the quarterback falls down.
Third down here. Offense trying to pick up the first. Coming to the line, hoping to avoid being sacked for a third time. Dropping back now into the shotgun. Gets it out for the completion. That's a good tackle, and that's a quick 3 and out.
Defensive coordinators love this situation, don't they? Third and long, they can do just about anything, and it's going to work, and they stop the offense that time.
All set to punt here. That'll be a touchback, and the ball will be placed at the 20. The Titans getting ready now to start their drive. They've come out in the dime package. Dropping back 3. And he's going to be tackled right around the 31-yard line.
When you play zone in the NFL, what you're trying to do is make the quarterback hold the football just for a half a second longer, and you hope the pass rush can get there. They don't that time. That's why he got the completion.
First down here after the completion. Well, as the clock is winding down, the offense would like to just run it out. Looking to the right side and throwing. The Titans get a first down, creating space and being a big target. That's what we've seen out of this guy today, Phil.
No doubt about it. He is a talented tight end. In the NFL, the coaches are doing a better and better job of finding ways to get tight ends more chances to catch the football, and this guy's taking advantage of it so far here today.
2 minutes to go in the second half. We return out of the 2-minute warning. Fourth quarter action. First down, offense readying for the snap. The defense comes out in the nickel. Here's the handoff, and they'll run it. Now they take the football onto the opponent's side of the field. No surprise, they immediately pull the timeout. Defense got a bit of a blow and now readies for the next play. Second down. It's the old counter play. Still powering ahead, and they're going to call a timeout here to stop the clock. Third down, following the run. The give, up the middle. He's tackled beyond the markers. It's a first down. First down here after the run. For this play, they'll go with two tight ends. They'll run it here. Tackles made.
What that run does, it just puts the offense in a good situation. So a good, positive run.
Play number 6 coming up on this drive. 2nd down and 1. They feed it to him one more time. Tackle's made, and that'll move the chains.
Situations like this, when you're looking to get that 1 first down to win the game, it's tough because the defense knows there's only a few plays that you're going to try to run, but the offense gets it done. Great job.
New set of downs now after picking up the first on the ground. It's a dime look for the defense on this play. And here we have 2nd down. Memorable game this truly was. For Phil Simms, Danielle Bellini, and Larry Ridley, Jim Nance saying so long for now, and we leave you with the GMC Never Say Never moment of the game.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
Are you fooling around again? I'll kill you if this is a joke.
Annie? Your mom sucked me good and hard through my shorts!
Sports coverage of the NFL brings us to the Hoosier State and Lucas Oil Stadium in downtown Indianapolis. Just a short time ago, smoke from the pyrotechnics filled the dome as the Colts made their way out of the locker room. We're set for football as the Colts get set to match up with their opponents. Charles and I have been looking forward to this one all week, and we are underway from Indianapolis. And taken down just past the 20 at about the 21-yard line. So now here comes the Eagles offense as they get ready to take over. And they'll be led out by the man running the show, Charles, their quarterback.
And what I enjoyed in preparing for this game was talking not just with the coaching staff, but with him as well. And I found it interesting that the coaching staff sees him one way, and he sees himself an entirely different way.
Yeah, one thing he said he's always working on, we know he's not bad at this, but his footwork, always wants to improve that, and that's something he's going to focus on here.
And what was so funny, what the offensive coordinator say right off the top, he's got great footwork. Love his footwork. So this guy is never satisfied.
Brandon, 5 yards on that run. Let's get back to the huddle and make sure if you're back, you spend time with your offensive line and give them credit. Hard to move those 300-plus pounders at the line of scrimmage, and they did for a significant chunk of yardage.
And right away, he lost the football, and the Colts pick it up. And they are going to score on the fumble return. Touchdown, Indianapolis. So the defense forces the fumble. They get the score, and a guy on defense becoming offensive there, Charles.
And you know they love that. Any guy on defense loves to pick up the ball and have it in his hands and try and score himself. In this case, that's exactly what happened.
We'll be singing in the shower post-game. Going to signal for a timeout. They'll have 2 remaining as we step aside here in this first quarter. And this is one of those bang-bang plays, Charles. Did the knee hit first or did the ball come out first?
This is where you need that 20/20 eyesight, don't you, Brandon? You've got to see which one happened first. If the knee hit the ground, then they will keep possession. Relied on his eagle eye in the sky to make the right call and was told to challenge it, and it looks like it's paid off.
And from a coach's standpoint, when you throw that flag, it's probably a pretty tense moment. Here it pays off.
Yeah, you have that little bit of indecision. You throw it where you feel like you're right, and then you think, uh-oh, did I get it right? In this case, they can celebrate.
3 yards on the pickup there, and it'll be second down.
Well, that's just a pile of bodies there, and that's when you kind of find out who's a tough guy, right? Who can stand up and make a play. It was only a 3-yard run, but for both sides, they had to walk away from that feeling like, okay, I can stand up when the going gets tough in here.
He's got a first down and then some at midfield, and he'll take this down to the 40-yard line. So on the other side of the field now, it's 1st and 10 as they've got things rolling on this drive. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. And how he got away from that first tackler, no idea, but he did, and it winds up with positive yardage.
Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly a win-win, but if you're on offense, you'll take that kind of a run, all right? It was kind of stacked up, found a little bit of yardage, and frankly, they're pretty close to staying on schedule on offense. The playbook is still open for the coordinator.
From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. Yeah, he'll work free from one tackle, but that's about all as he's taken down.
He's definitely tough to get down. We just saw it right there, but how about what we did see? Pursuit, wrap up, and then the big finish with the tackle.
For the Colts, an extra defensive back in there now on 3rd down. Now a shotgun snap as they'll look to throw. He's got his man on the crossing route. And he is going to have an Eagles first down as they're able to get the 3rd down conversion. Great way to convert on 3rd down there. 21 yards the play.
But one of the ways the quarterbacks keep all the receivers alive in a play, never lock in on any one guy. Make sure you keep your eyes moving, scan the field, and here he finds the open guy for a nice pickup.
Here's a 1st and 10 at the 14-yard line. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. And he's able to break out of one tackle, but then quickly brought down. 5 yards is the tally on 1st down. That brings up 2nd and 5.
A quick burst there, and he nicely bit off a pretty decent gain.
2nd and 5. Escaping the pressure right. And he'll be brought down right on the edge of the goal line at about the 1-yard line. Give him 7 on the tuck and run, and it'll get him a new set of downs. Well, Charles, in the past, a lot of people called this offense one-dimensional.
I think you did.
Well,
I think it was you.
I'll be honest, I did. I think the fan base is hoping. And he'll take it into the end zone for an Eagles touchdown. Punching it in from a yard away. And the Eagles have taken the lead. Second effort there, he was determined to find pay dirt, and he did.
I think that's a great example of what coaches talk about, a back that runs behind his pads, and he uses pads to get him into the end zone.
Out comes the kicking team here for the extra point. He's got it, and the Eagles lead at 7-zip. So that drive in total 8 plays. And it ends with a 1-yard touchdown run. The kickoff team on the field now as they will send this one away. That'll be taken about a yard deep. And ultimately cannot get this out to the 25-yard line as he's dropped it to 23. So the Colts now coming out for their opening drive. At a glance at the man under center at 6'5", he always demands attention.
What I enjoyed this week is that you asked to talk to his offensive center before the game and find out a little bit more about him and what the relationship is. And that was a pretty positive story, wasn't it?
Yeah, and really what I took away from that is just how it has permeated throughout the entire offensive line, the relationship they've had. It's really a group that's in sync.
They care about him. That's the thing. They really care. And when you care that much, you're going to play that much harder for him and give him a better chance to lead the team to wins.
And he stopped immediately there. No gain on the play there. Second down. And he got off the end there very quickly to make that play.
Yeah, it was almost like the bullet train, wasn't it? I mean, just zoom. Quick, quick, quick. And what a terrific play, holding them to no gain.
The throw over the middle, taken in. And he takes us up to the 40-yard line before being corralled. It's a pickup of 17 and a first down.
That certainly has to feel good. It's not all the time that the play caller should get all the credit. Sometimes I'm thinking the huddle, the quarterback just says, hey, who's going to make a play for me? I just need something right here. And the end result there, nice first down. Drive keeps moving.
From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. And not much room to operate as he'll get this up only to about the 41. Credit him with a 1-yard gain there to make it 2nd and 9.
Well, it's hard to have vision as a runner and find a hole when there's nothing but defenders in your way. They stacked that one up really well. But give him credit. Instead of trying to bounce it out and turn it into a big play, which might have turned into a big loss, he kind of just took his medicine there and took the 1 yard.
16 yards, a first down.
That was a nicely run slant route, and what the receiver's trying to do is make the defender think he's going upfield for a deeper route and then breaks it off, usually after about 3 to 4 steps, and cuts towards the middle of the field. And now what he's trying to do is use his body to keep the defender away from the football and give the quarterback a really nice target.
So from Philadelphia territory now, here's a 1st and 10 at the 43. Out of the gun, they'll look to throw. And it's a short one here, complete to the tight end. And he's brought down, but not before a really nice stiff arm to create a little space. 10 yards.
And there's a completion to the tight end. And look at the size of these players nowadays. At that spot, 6'4", 6'5", and up. A lot of guys used to be basketball players, somehow came back to football. And that's really good for the game of football. You get better athleticism, great hand-eye coordination, guys who know how to control their bodies when they run their routes.
They still need about the length of the football here, maybe a little less as they come up on 2nd and inches. He lets this one fly toward the back of the end zone. Now he's got his target. It's caught for a Colts touchdown. Sometimes you just got to marvel at how these guys can throw the football. He gave that everything he had, and it was right on the money.
And we knew that this offense was going to try and put pressure on the secondary. That was something they talked about with us. They knew that they had an advantage, pressed it, and there you go. Big play for a touchdown on their very first possession.
Yeah, and you see the final number there on how far that ball traveled. Pretty impressive. And there's going to be a stoppage here. The booth wants to take another look at this potential touchdown. They had to go to the monitor, get an extra look. That's what the technology is for, and this touchdown will count. Now they'll line up to kick the extra point. It's up these teams match touchdowns here in the first quarter, and we're tied 7-7. So all even at 7 now as they kick it away. Taken in at the 3. And he'll be stopped up at the 25.
First and 10 at their own 25-yard line.
Philadelphia getting set to take the field. And they're hoping to redo their efforts in the last drive when they got into the end zone.
And just think of what it's like now on the sideline, because when you score a touchdown, you have to go over and look at the tablet and see what you did on the last drive. When you scored points, it's a whole lot better view than when you're trying to figure out how to fix things there.
Now a handoff here to his running back. And he is met in his tracks behind the line of scrimmage. Officially, it's a 1-yard loss. That's going to bring up 2nd and 11.
This size, he's a tough man to bring down, but they do a nice job there stopping his progress and not allowing him to get back to the line of scrimmage.
To start out, here's 2nd and 11. He'll look to throw. And that one goes incomplete. He's maybe lucky it wasn't a fumble as he got hit as he threw it.
That's one of the dangers of the quick game. If you only have a 2- or 3-step drop, if you don't get the ball to someone open right away, those defenders are right near the line of scrimmage and they get on top of you in a heartbeat.
On that last play, and that means they'll need to come up with something here on 3rd down. The play action fake. They'll look to throw. Flush to his right. And down he goes, but he takes it up to the 40. A nice job there on the escape and scramble. A 1st down, a 16-yard gain.
1st down, Philadelphia. That's the end of the first quarter.
These two teams all tied after 1. And they give this time to the tailback. And he'll be brought down just shy of the 45. Call it a gain of 4 on 1st, and that'll make it 2nd down.
Well, on every play call, you realize it's not going to go for a touchdown, so a lot of your calls are setting things up for maybe later in the game, trying to establish the inside run with toughness now, hopefully get to the perimeter later, and let's face it, you could do worse than a 4-yard run on 1st down.
The run got 4. Now they deal with a 2nd and 6. Now a man open down the middle of the field. And they'll get him to the ground. He has another 1st down at the Colts 39. 17 yards on the pickup there. The drive will continue. It's a 1st down.
I know many people like to throw to the tight end, maybe in a little flexed out position because he creates mismatches with his size. But slot receivers do the same thing with their quickness, their speed, and their route running savvy.
Now from Colts territory, here's a 1st and 10 at the 39-yard line. Now a handoff looking right. Give him a couple on the carry there. 2nd and 8. Not a whole lot there. The defense was ready, it looked, for that run-pass option.
You get the sense that next time he has that opportunity, he may keep it himself and get to the perimeter. Probably owes his back a little bit of an apology on that one, huh?
Flushed out right. And he's going to keep it here. And he is out of bounds, but not before he's inside the 30. Give him 10 that time, escaping the danger, running with it, and picking up a first down.
Containing him is becoming a big problem. We've already seen this once earlier on this drive.
Yeah, and so now 2 times this has happened. Do you adjust something?
Yeah, I think you do. I think you got to start thinking about your rush lanes. Try not to either get too wide or too narrow. Make sure someone is there waiting for him to take off.
From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. And he was able to shed 1 tackle but could not get away from there. Give him 3 on first down. It'll set up a 2nd and 7. Eluding the pressure right. And that's going to be caught for an Eagles touchdown. A 24-yard touchdown. And the Eagles have moved out in front. Showed some of his improv skills there, getting flushed out of the pocket but still able to make the throw for the score.
So that means he's not a method actor?
No.
Because with the improv means break character when you need to. And in the NFL, when you have those guys chasing you, sometimes you have to break character in a big way. But I love the fact that he stayed downfield, kept his eyes up, and made the play. How many rookies do that well?
Point after, right down the middle. And that makes the score 14-7. Taken about a yard deep. And a good return as he'll be stopped just shy of the 30-yard line.
Their own 29-yard line.
Second drive coming up here for the Indianapolis Colts. Good drive last time. Really effective passing the football. Do you maybe mix it up, now go to the ground game and surprise the defense a little bit?
I would anticipate the defense making some changes, but I wouldn't necessarily just absolutely go in the opposite direction. They're doing so well throwing the ball.
Yeah,
I wouldn't change it up until they showed me a reason to do so.
The throw right side is complete here on the first play of the drive. And they'll get it up just short of the 45 at the 44. They may want to go back to that one. First play of the drive, good for 15 and a first down.
In today's football, where receivers break tackles, make people miss, get upfield for the extra yardage, when you see a play like that where it's caught and he's dropped on the spot, that's a big-time play by the defense.
Took just one play to move all the way to the 44 as they try again on first down. And he'll give it here to his running back. Just a yard on the pickup there, and it'll bring up a 2nd and 9.
Yeah, things were pretty stacked up there in the middle of the line. A lot of bodies, not much space. I think ultimately he was fortunate to get anything out of that run.
The run only got a yard. Here's 2nd and 9. Now a handoff here to his running back. And across the midfield stripe into Eagle territory.
That's a really nice job by them picking up the run blitz and detecting it and blocking it and turning it into a nice run. And a lot of times you think if you blitz a running play, you're going to smother it. But a lot of the blitzers, they come in a little bit high. They don't have great leverage, and they're easily blocked and turned to the side.
And he gets this one across midfield for the first down to the 46. Call it a 1-yard gain on the play, and it'll move the chains. So that was all you're looking for on a play like that. Get the first down and keep the drive moving.
Yeah, it just looked to me like he just said to himself, I've got this. I'll take it. I'll pick it up, and let's keep moving. Get the first down, get a new set, and let's start over.
And they'll let the quarterback keep it here on 1st and 10. Give him 10 yards on the pickup, and that'll bring up a second and just about a few inches here.
Now, that was an excellent run. And when you see that happen, that's when you're seeing guys doing their job and then some people doing a little bit more. Offensive linemen and tight ends, they're expected to block. But the wide receivers, all they want to do is catch passes. So when they block on a big-time running play and create extra space, you've kind of hit the jackpot there.
Give him 14 on that one and a first down.
Nice job there of utilizing his big target. He didn't overthink it. Understands the catch radius, understands that he knows how to use his body to keep defenders away from the ball, and puts it right out there for the nice pickup.
We've hit the 2-minute mark in the second quarter, 14-7. A reminder, coming up at halftime, Jonathan Coachman will join us from Orlando with our halftime report. But business to take care of before we get there.
A 2-minute drill before the coach's 2-minute drill.
And he will find his man on the end route, complete. Give him 9 there on the first down completion.
Fired that one in there, able to make connection on a nice in route.
With those faster passes and they're going that fast, any hesitation as a quarterback that the deflection, if you miss, might be bigger and lead to an interception?
Yeah, and the deflection works both ways. Maybe a defender gets a hand in the way and it pops in the air. And sometimes you throw it so hard your receiver can't handle it, and he pops it up in the air for the defenders to grab as well.
But a moot point there as they were able to connect. This will be play number 8 here on the drive. It's 3rd and a yard. His throw caught at about the 5. And the Colts are going to have a 1st and goal coming up as they find a way to convert there on 3rd and 1. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal.
And that one was a lot of fun right there because that was the game within the game. 3rd and short, blitz was on. What's the key for the quarterback? Get out of your hands in a hurry. And that was a quick little completion. Got the job done for a 1st down.
A chance now to get even before the break as they come up 1st and goal. And that's incomplete.
To this point, I've been impressed with the work defensively. They have not allowed a lot of receivers to run free. And there's another example, another incompletion.
They come up here with another shot from the 6-yard line, and it's 2nd and goal now. Now they set up the screen. That's complete. And he takes this one in for a Colts touchdown. From 6 yards away. And the Colts are an extra point away from tying up this football game. Getting your back involved, what's the importance there in the passing game?
Well, oftentimes you can create mismatches because who's going to cover him? And you get him into space, which is where he likes to operate with the ball in his hands. It oftentimes makes people miss, gets that run after the catch, and off he goes.
And into the end zone. And we've got a good one brewing. We're all knotted up at 14. So that one a long 11-play drive. And the result for the Colts is a touchdown. This one tied at 14 now as he sends this one away. Taken in at the 3. And a decent return out to the 27-yard line.
Over 1st and 10 at their own 27-yard line.
Philadelphia's offense ready to give us another look. And we're under a minute to go here in what's been an even first half, all tied up.
Yeah, still time to make something happen, too. A couple completions, you string them together, could get into field goal range. Let's see what happens.
They'll come out throwing here on 1st down. They'll try and set up the screen. It's complete. Now the Eagles will use the 2nd of their timeouts as they get the stoppage with a little over 50 seconds to go in the first half. So they had the big loss on that 1st down pass play and facing a 2nd and long. Now a clash of bodies here, and it's intercepted. He's picked off just shy of midfield.
Make a play ball.
The rookie was trying to push it downfield, but the safety bit him.
And he'll learn that you have to hold the safety. And you do that with your head movement, your eyes, sometimes your shoulders. Hold the safety so that you can get back to the throw that you really want to make. He got so excited thinking his guy was open that he made it easy for the defensive back to go get the football.
They'll try and start this drive in the air. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. The Colts going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. Line of scrimmage, the 37 on 1st and 10. From the shotgun, he'll look to throw. Trying to lay one up deep. And that's going to be too high. Out of bounds and incomplete.
He certainly had a good game throwing the ball so far, but I think he was trying to take that from good to great with that throw, trying to get one downfield.
And a quick throw here, that's complete. And he gets it down a yard or two shy of the 30 before he's out of bounds. 4 yards the gain, and it'll bring up a 3rd down.
Never make the mistake that the slot receivers, especially the little guys like we're watching here, are just quicker than fast. A lot of them combine quickness and speed, and they catch a lot of footballs, as we just saw there.
Well, I think that one might have been intercepted, but he will be ruled out of bounds. So this will go only as incomplete. 4th down now looming after Philly's defense stands tall in coverage. And his kick is good. Yeah, the Colts hit the scoreboard first. It's 3-0.
17. Eagles 14.
The drive ends in just 3, but they'll take it. Looks like they'll head to the locker room, barring something unfortunate in front of the scoreboard.
Yeah, they may not be jumping up and down and celebrating because they have the lead, but still, any little momentum in a game like this is important to a team, and they'll feel real good about going in and regrouping, knowing that they are out in front.
They're on 34-yard line.
Here's the Philadelphia offensive unit now as they head out to take over possession. And with time quickly fading here in the second quarter, not sure how aggressively, offensively they want to play this.
I think we'll find out just how much they trust their guys in this situation if they decide to take a shot.
19 seconds showing to play in the half as they come up here 1st and 10. They go back to the air here after the INT on the last drive. He's going to loft one deep left side here. And that will be incomplete with a clock down now to 13 seconds.
Brings up 2nd.
From the 34, they'll come to the line on 2nd and 10. And that is incomplete. 7 seconds remaining. So back-to-back incompletions, and that has them staring at a 3rd and 10. Now they'll throw here out of the gun. He's going to loft one deep left side here. That's going to be knocked away and incomplete.
On the deep ball. Brings up 4th down.
And likely time for one final play here in the half, so they will go for it on 4th down. They'll look to throw again. He's going to go up top again. And they will not be able to hook up there. It's incomplete. So we've hit halftime. Just a field goal separating these two teams at the break. As we'll head down to Orlando, that's where we find our man Jonathan Coachman at our EA Sports Halftime Report. Coach.
Okay, Brandon, thanks very much. And welcome in, everyone, to an abbreviated version of the EA Sports Halftime Report. We saw a strong first half from our quarterback. His guys lead, though by only a field goal. Still anybody's game. As we send it back to Brandon Godden and Charles Davis.
Thank you, sir. A field goal separates these two teams as we come back for this second half. deep. And ultimately cannot get this out to the 25-yard line as he's dropped at the 23.
23-yard line.
Out come the Colts. They'll have it first here to start quarter number 3. And they're not going to play this conservative, I don't think. They had a field goal last time, and they're up, but they're looking to put a drive in the end zone.
Oh, I agree with you totally. No one goes out on the field and says, all right, let's just settle for 3, except in certain situations, trying to ice a game, that sort of deal. Most of the time, it's end zone, and that's what you're thinking, and I believe that's exactly what they're thinking as they begin this one.
Yeah, no quarterback ever goes out there saying, hey, let's get 3, right?
Not one that I've ever met.
It's a first down, his 4th catch of the game after having 3 in the first half. And defensively, they were in zone coverage there. Do you have to be a little careful? You're losing, playing against a good quarterback like he is, to not play too much zone?
Yeah, you have to be careful about how much time you're giving up. I think it's a good point you just brought up. So maybe if you still want to play zone, you go to a zone blitz scheme. And you can drop anyone out of your defensive front, defensive end, defensive tackle. It doesn't matter. You just exchange someone to bring more pressure towards the quarterback and still try and cover downfield.
3 yards on that last carry. Here's 2nd and 7. Now this one to his tight end out on the right side. And he'll be taken down, but not before he gets into enemy territory. Give him 14 on that one and a first down. They'll look to throw. It's a short one here, complete to his tight end. A gain of 6 there on first.
I don't care what sport you're playing. Everyone likes to build up a little momentum, don't they? And look at this, back-to-back completions to the big target at tight end.
That one not as profitable as the other, but still a decent gain. Now this throw caught left side. And he has another first down as they'll get the ball down to the Eagles' 27-yard line. A 14-yard gain for Indianapolis and also move the sticks. Inside 4 minutes to go, 3rd quarter. Now they try the right side here. And this has been a familiar sight all afternoon as they stop him behind the line. He'll lose a yard there, and it's 2nd and 11.
Sometimes with the running game, you've just got to stick with it. Look, it's the 3rd quarter, no time to panic. But that also doesn't mean you just do it the same way you've been doing it the entire ball game. Maybe change up some blocking assignments or run a few different plays, but stay with the overall essence of the running game.
Maybe just a slight detour on what's been a strong drive. Here's 2nd and 11. Off the play fake, he'll look to throw. He's going to let it go deep for the end zone. And that will be incomplete. Trying to dial up the long way out there, but it'll be 3rd down.
But you got to think that sooner or later, they're going to hit one of those. But the coverage has been excellent thus far, and it was again on the last play.
7th play of this drive coming up, but a long way to go on 3rd down. And this is going to be incomplete.
No coverage bust by the defense here. They did a nice job accounting for everybody, and that led to an incompletion.
So out comes a field goal team now for the 2nd time here today. He made his first attempt, this from 45. And his kick is absolutely perfect. And they stretch the lead to 6. It's 20-14 now.
Eagles 14.
Well, looking at it from a defensive perspective, that keeps the deficit very, very manageable. All things considered, not a bad job on the defensive side.
I would say that you've pointed out something pretty good right there, and that is you actually have both sides happy with that exchange. You know, happy in quotes, of course. One team, hey, we've kept it within range. The other side saying, hey, we put points on the board and did stretch out the lead. Let's see how this one turns out.
Yeah, still bottom line, though, 3 points for the opening drive of the 3rd quarter. So here are the Eagles now as they get set for their first possession of the 2nd half. And on that last drive, went for it on 4th, turned it over. A good job by their defense, though. They held them to 3, but this offense, they've got to be a little bit better, a little bit more careful here.
And sometimes when you see these calls on 4th down, when they decide to go for it, it's not necessarily The coach saying, I believe in my offense. Sometimes the coach saying, I believe in my defense. I can afford to go for it here, because if we don't get it, I don't think we'll give up more than 3, and that's exactly what happened.
Do you think that factored in?
I do. I think that he had that in his mind going into the game, that I'm going to be aggressive on offense because I know I've got a defense that can hold up their end.
And this won't be enough to pick up the first. A gain of 2, 3rd and 1.
And the big fella stuffed that one up in a big way. I think doubling him has to be a priority because you can't move up to the next level if you don't take care of him first.
And to give this time to the tailback.
Another carry for the running back. He was brought down.
And that's the big fella's MO right there. Running through tackles, keeping the sticks moving forward. This defense, if you don't bring 11 guys to the ball to try and get him on the ground, he's going to keep making runs like that. I feel the press box shaking every time he touches the rock.
First down, he'll drop to throw. Escaping the pressure right. He's going to take off with it. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. The escapability in evidence there as that one good for 15 and a first.
Man, defensively, that hurts. They got him out of his rhythm. They had him hemmed in, but somehow he was able to tuck it away and get away for a gain.
Now from Colts territory, here's a 1st and 10 at the 36. And he'll give it here to his running back. And he'll have a gain of 3 to the 33.
This drive is pretty clear. Almost feels like old school fundamentals, doesn't it? Want to impose their will on the defense. Was that 5 straight runs?
Yeah, 5 straight carries to start this drive. And like you said, the way it's working, they may just stick with it.
And that's a nice job there because you got to play the ball, not the man when in coverage. That'll keep you away from a lot of needless penalties. And he's able to knock that one away.
7 yards to go.
Got to get to the 26 for a first. This is 3rd down. Flush to his right. He may try and run for this. And they'll get him to the ground. He has another first down at the Colts 21. The 3rd down conversion is successful. Give him 12 yards that time.
Now that's a quarterback who's in charge out there right now. Wants to throw the ball on 3rd down. Doesn't find anyone open, tucks it away, takes off, and picks up the first down, not by a little, but by plenty.
Now on first down, he'll drop to throw it. And he can't get rid of it. He's taken down.
And plays like that really hurt play calling. They had a really nice gain on the previous play, but gave about half the yardage back on the sack. Excellent pressure up front. Nowhere to go with the football. Down he goes.
And they need to work to at least get some of this yardage back after the sack. 2nd and 19. And that is caught. Oh, what a catch at the 5-yard line. 26 yards on the play there. And it's going to yield a new set of downs. And they've got 3 tight ends here on 1st and goal to add some extra mass. Back now here on EA Sports. It's the Eagles behind on the scoreboard, but with the football here as we start the 4th quarter. They come up on a 1st and goal and most likely 4-down territory as they need a touchdown and the PAT for the lead. Now a handoff here to his running back. And the Eagles are going to be set up for the 1st and goal. They couldn't quite reach the chalk, but they'll have it at the 1-yard line.
Well, Brennan, we always know that once you score 1 touchdown,
want 2.
You're without a doubt. And so far today, he's got 1, but was denied.
And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, Philadelphia. A great effort there. His 2nd touchdown of the afternoon. And the Eagles, if they hit the PAT, they will be in the lead.
Well, let the natural light of today reflect that he is now getting into the end zone 2 times.
Look at you. You little Ralph Waldo Emerson, is that his name?
No, I was just going with the meteorologist. Said it was a day game. I'm here.
Extra point forthcoming. And with that, his guys take the lead here by a point. A pretty long drive that time. 11 plays all told. And it ends with a 1-yard touchdown run. The kickoff unit is out on the field, and they will send this one away. That'll be taken about a yard deep. And they'll get him down right around the 25, actually the 26 officially, so a net gain of 1 there.
Let's make it happen, baby. Let's make it happen. It's time.
Here comes the Indianapolis offense now as they get set to take over. And they will be looking to answer the touchdown their defense just surrendered. Still a good chunk of time remaining here in the 4th quarter and a chance to regain the lead in a tight one. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Toward the right sideline, but it's incomplete.
So much for the best laid plans and best designed plays. That was good coverage along the sidelines. No place for that one to get in there. It sails incomplete.
Throwing again here on 2nd down, this time complete. That'll leave them with a 3rd and 2 coming up. They got 8 yards there.
One of the feature points of the in route is being able to make a nice throw to the middle part of the field. And for a quarterback, that's one of the better throws and better looks that he'll get. But he has to be careful not to wait too long and let his receiver wander into some tough territory. If he's late with the ball, he can get his receiver hit and hit hard.
7 catches for him now, and this last one, a 1st down. They'll stick with the passing game as he looks to throw. And the throw left sideline here is caught, but they'll rule it incomplete. Couldn't keep his feet in. 2nd down.
We've seen that the deep ball's been a part of their game plan all afternoon, but they've had trouble hooking up on it, unable to successfully find the end zone over the top.
So 2nd down and 10. Once again, they'll go from the 40.
From the snap, he certainly looked like he knew where he wanted to go with the ball, but surprise, that guy was covered. So that took his attention elsewhere to no avail.
The Colts on 3rd down. They've converted 3 out of 5 thus far. This is 3rd and 10. Back to throw again. And this is going to be caught. He won the fight for the football. A big gain of 31 on third down.
That could very well be a defining play in this game. A touchdown, that gives them the lead, and they took a major step towards getting there with that big play right there.
So now then, the big play has him all the way inside the 30 now, 1st and 10. Again, he'll drop to throw. Firing quickly here, and that's complete. And he's able to get it down to the 25-yard line. They'll contain him to just 4, 2nd down.
Good throw, good catch, but I really like the route. The drag and being able to run away from defenders. Hard to stick with them for that long.
Yeah, better against man than zone, or?
Better against man, because now you're running away from someone and you're not running into a defensive player in another zone.
Under 4 to go now as the clock runs and they come up on 2nd down. Now here's a look for the end zone, but that one's going to wind up incomplete.
Coverage was excellent downfield. I think he was more throwing that football away than anything else.
Yeah, absolutely, because everywhere you looked, they were covered.
Sometimes it's better to go ahead and be convinced that there's no place to fit in the football than to go ahead and force it and turn it into a bad play.
So 2 third down conversions on this drive, but not able to get a third, and now they deal with 4th down.
They really had a good drive going there, but a nice recovery by the defense these past few downs, able to knock that one away on 3rd down and bring up what I think for the offense, an unexpected 4th down here.
Makes the score Colts 23, Eagles 21.
So the drive here ends with a field goal. It does give them the lead, but this one's still certainly a long ways from over.
It definitely puts a lot of pressure on your defense to hold the lead, right? They're happy to have it and happy to be out there trying to do so. But I know as a former player, in the back of their mind, they're thinking, why don't you score the touchdown and seal this thing?
The Eagles take over 1st and 10 at their own 30-yard line.
Philadelphia getting set to take the field. And now they find themselves trailing following the field goal. Still a good amount of time in this 4th quarter, but this drive very well could determine the outcome of this ball game. First and 10, and kind of tipping their hand at running the ball. 3 tight ends are out there. A handoff as they run the counter play. And tough going there as he'll only get it up to about the 31. Just a yard on the 1st down carry, so it's 2nd and 9.
Well, partner, I don't think it's any secret that any running back wants to be able to see a hole open so that he can gallop through it. But in this case, he had to slow down. There was really no hole there, and he took a big hit in order to get that 1 yard.
2nd and 9 now. Over the middle, it's complete. And able to get this one across the 45 before he's brought down. 15 yards on the play, 1st down.
And here we are in the 4th quarter, partner, and watch them drive for what would be a go-ahead touchdown. And you and I both know this is where you need a quarterback who can keep his cool back there. Not just for himself, but to keep the rest of the team relaxed too.
Three tight ends in the ball game here on 1st and 10. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. And he's going to take this one across midfield and into Colts territory. A good run there on 1st down, and it'll leave him with a 2nd and 2.
Brings up 2nd and 2.
From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. And he is tackled inside the 40, not quite to the 35. It's a 1st down on a gain of 10.
It's a gain of 10. 1st down, Philadelphia.
2 minutes remain, and that's our score differential as well. 2 points here in the fourth quarter. So it's Eagle football here as we get you reset. They show run with 3 tight ends here on first down. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. And inside the 20 before he's brought down. Another big hitter there. This one good for 18. Probably had 60,000 thinking pass right there, including us in the booth.
Yeah, no doubt about it. That was a big call, big guts on that one. And guess what? That run, it'll pay dividends.
So here's a 1st and 10 now, down inside the 20. From the red zone now, they'll look to throw. And he's got his man out of the backfield. That's complete. The Colts going to use the first of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. And the question now, how do they want to work the clock here on 1st and goal? A field goal would give them the late lead. Going to give this time to the tailback. And flags come in as he gets forward for about 3 yards. Now let's check on the call.
Offense.
That one whistled against a big right tackle.
You'd think being able to fire out and block it'd be a lot easier to not commit a holding penalty, but it's tough to keep those guys right in front, isn't it?
From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. Now the Colts going to burn the second of their timeouts as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. And the ball situated at the 9, 2nd and goal. And he'll give it here to his running back. And the second wave of tacklers is going to get him as they stop him behind the line. Now the Colts will use their 3rd and final timeout as they'll head to the sideline and talk over what to do next. For the lead, here's 3rd and goal. From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. And he will maneuver his way down about the 7. Give him a couple on the right as it brings up the 4th down. Have to kick this field goal, don't you?
No question about it. Look at the clock. Look at the situation. Kick the field goal.
The Eagles going to take the first of their timeouts as they'll stop him with a little over 30 ticks to go in the football game. So on 4th down, out trots the kicker in a big spot here. This to take the lead here in the final minute. And in his 15th season, he's able to get this one to go. And the sideline celebrates as they have taken the lead in the final minute. All right, so time to reset here. It's a huge kick there, gives them the lead, but they've got to be careful that their celebrations aren't a little too premature.
You're exactly right about that, because there still is time for the other guys to run a few plays and get into field goal position. So this defense is going to need to come up with one final stop if they're going to get out of here with a victory.
And he's up across the 25 and down at the 28.
28-yard line.
So the Colts now down on the scoreboard. 24 seconds to go. Now their lead is evaporated, but they still have a shot on 1st down. back to throw. And the throw left sideline here is caught, but they'll run it incomplete. Couldn't keep his feet in. Second down.
Second down and 10.
So now they'll come up on 2nd and 10, once again from the 28. They'll look to throw. And, a crusher there as it's intercepted. He's picked off near his own 48.
And that one, it's going to hurt big time. You're in the 2-minute drill trying to get your guys down the field, and it's looking like they're going to come up just short, as this is definitely not his best throw. And it'll wind up being intercepted.
Victory all but assured now as they take a knee here, and they're going to escape with a 1-point victory. So fly, Eagles, fly. It's a victory for Philadelphia. And I tell you, this was a fun one. Just a close game. Nothing comes easy in this league, as you know. They had to work for that victory.
I've got to go back to what you just said. Nothing comes easy in this league. How many times have we talked to coaches prior to a game and assessed, the strengths, the weaknesses, the whole deal? Even in games when one coach was a decided favorite, what do they always say to us? But you do know this is really a 7-point league. 7 points either way usually decides a ball game. We had exactly that in this one.
And not only that, but this is a gutsy road victory, one they can hang their hat on. That'll do it for us. For Charles Davis and all our hardworking crew, I'm Brandon Gaudin. You've been watching the NFL on EA Sports. For more, find us on Twitter at EA Madden NFL. With that, we say so long, everybody.
Get your hand off my penis!
That's my purse!
Everyone, I'm Larry Ridley. Welcome to the NFL on EA Sports. The time for talk is over as we are just mere moments away from the Super Bowl. Two teams now have a chance to prove they are the best. It's the Patriots going up against the Eagles.
Larry, this 2017 season has given us enough thrills to last a lifetime, and now only one game remains, and it's the one we've all been waiting for, as EA Sports is proud to welcome you to coverage of Super Bowl 52 from 2-year-old U.S. Bank Stadium in Minneapolis. Tonight, it's all on the line. We play for the Lombardi Trophy. Hi again, everyone. Brandon Gaudin, along with the man who has had to stick with me all season long, Charles Davis. And Charles, the anticipation, the hype, the media coverage, all in the rear-view mirror now. We can finally get down to playing some football.
Yeah, don't worry about that, partner. I'll ride or die with you anytime. You know that. But here's the best thing about this. Everyone talks about trying to keep things normal as they approach for Super Bowl. There is no such thing as normal. The pageantry, the hype, all of that is more intense than anyone could ever imagine. What you're trying to do is embrace it in one way and make sure it doesn't totally knock you off your game. That's why the night before the big one, teams often switch hotels, try and give those guys that last chance to breathe a little bit before they go out and play.
Well over 100 million people watching around the world. Welcome to you all. Super Bowl 52 underway from Minneapolis. That'll be taken in the end zone. And no run back here. This will be a touchback, and it comes out to the 25-yard line. Tom Brady ready to lead the New England Patriots onto the field. Well, 5 Super Bowl rings will have to be enough, at least for now. The crazy thing is that you and I were talking about, Charles, what are the chances he would throw for 500 yards in the Super Bowl? Patriots never punted, and they lost.
That doesn't make any sense.
None.
Because when that happens, his team wins. I mean, I don't think it's ever happened in NFL history. He's the oldest league MVP at the age of 40. He's got plenty left. We'll see him back out there.
Yeah, I know you're not doubting him for that 6th Super Bowl ring.
Not at all.
They go play action here on first down. Eagle pressure, too much this time. Down he goes. Timmy Jernigan. Breaking throw to get him for a loss of 7. And Charles, despite this list of key inactives that we see here, they've obviously still been pretty successful.
Give everyone credit for this one, because to me, when that happens, key guys are out, the next man steps up and plays well, but that starts with the organization itself, all the way through. No excuses for guys being out, finding guys who are capable backups who can step up and play when they need them, and we've seen the results of that. This team knows how to work through things.
And the big boys up front in the trenches, what do you think of the O-line, Charles?
I love them because this is a group that's so cohesive. They know what the man next to them is going to do at all times, and they operate as a terrific unit.
And I don't think this is the script they had in mind for their opening drive. This is 3rd and long. Brady. Oh, he can't get away, and Brady will go down. Brandon Graham in there to drop him for a 6-yard loss, and that'll lead to a 4th down.
I remember when I was a kid and all I wanted was a nickel so I could get that soda down at the fountain. And guess what? The nickel came into play well. 5 defensive back, they covered well, allowed for the sacks.
Sodas were a nickel when you were a kid?
No, I just needed the extra nickel so I could pay the proper price.
Okay, how much were they? A dime? What were they?
15 cents.
On 4th down on now is the lefty Ryan Allen to punt. Returnable here from the 38. A good return there. Call it 13 yards. And the Eagles will have great starting field position here as they take over. The Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles, here comes their offense. And you know that this team, that city, Charles, certainly enjoying their first Super Bowl title.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
On the road to victory.
Exactly. All of us know the song now.
But as they look forward, everyone wants to talk about, oh, well, Foles is the MVP. Do you put him back out there? Wentz, what do you see at the quarterback spot?
If Carson Wentz is healthy, I see him taking the first snap of the year next year. But they have to hedge their bets with a knee injury. Nick Foles still under contract. People may be interested in him. But if I'm the Eagles, you got to come with a big ransom to try and get Nick Foles off of my team.
Yeah, give him 4 yards there. It'll be 2nd and 6. And the tight end, Zach Ertz, is key in this offense as we get a look at the starters.
Comes out of the factory known as Stanford, which keeps putting out tight ends. Zach Ertz, one of the better ones we've seen in recent years.
Six yards to go here on 2nd down. They'll need to get the play off quickly. Here's Foles. And complete to Zach Ertz. And brought down, but able to get it to their 30-yard line. It's a pickup of 16 there, and it'll lead to a new set of downs.
I do believe we'll see a little bit more of this as this game progresses, because when you can have that type of a game in the middle of the defense, it hurts them in so many ways, because most teams like to be strong down the middle. And if you can sting them there, that opens things up for you on the outside as well.
But that's where he, their big tight end, is so good, that middle third, the seam routes, the end routes. Yeah, you're right. Probably see more of that.
Yeah, it takes a lot of courage and fortitude to go in the middle as well, and he's got it.
Now it's Ajayi. And he's going to fight his way forward here for a modest gain. It's a 6-yard pickup, and it gets him to 2nd and 4.
Let's talk a little football 101 here, because one of the keys to advancing the ball downfield, success on first down. Huge difference, as we know, between 2nd and 4 and 2nd and 8 and 9.
And after the play on the ground, that brings up 2nd down here. They stay on the ground. Again, it's Ajayi. They'll be brought down at the 21 after a pickup of 4. For the AFC champion New England Patriots, here are the starters on the defensive side.
Well, they will be retooled in 2018, but still some familiar faces. Trey Flowers at defensive end, their best pass rusher. Dante Hightower, injury-plagued in 2017. They expect him back full-time for this season. And back deep, Devin McCourty. He orchestrates their defensive secondary, the only Pro Bowl representative off of their defense in 2017.
They'll run it now out of the gun. It's a gain of 4, and it gets him the first.
Brandon, what were they thinking on defense there? That looked like they were playing for the pass. That was 3rd and short. Yeah, it was an easy pickup because they handed it to him. That was way too easy.
Just looked like absolute confusion defensively. Not sure why they were in that set.
Yeah, I'd say you ought to have a few men in the box there.
First down and 10 now for the offensive group. And the play clock's running down. Here's Ajayi. And he'll get about 3 as he's taken down at the 14-yard line.
Well, so many times we look at a short run and we praise the offense for trying to set the tempo and establish things, but the defensive guys, hey, they just won the battle there. It wasn't a big run given up. They don't always have to absorb the body blows. Sometimes they dish them out themselves.
See if they stay on the ground for 2nd down. Now Foles. Screen pass to Blunt. Oh, a nifty juke there.
Not much fun for a guy trying to tackle him.
And he'll go down here at the 12-yard line. So the screen good for only 2. Now it's 3rd down.
So many things have to come together just right for a screen pass to break for big yardage. The blocking, the timing of the pass to the runner, everything has to fit together just right. But on that play, the defense was able to disrupt things and hold it to a short gain.
Foles. This is caught. And he won't have the touchdown, but he will have the first down as he's tackled at the 2. They're able to convert on 3rd down, and that sets up a 1st and goal. Well, he did everything but get him in the end zone there, but now they're set up golden opportunity, strong opening drive, and they're knocking on the door.
And the way that they did it, now look where they are on the field, all right? This is naturally set up for a running play, isn't it? But with his ability to throw the football, his accuracy on this drive, you might want to think about a pass play in this situation.
Interesting. Time to find out. So a spirited first quarter here in Super Bowl 52. 0-0 our score. The NFL on EA Sports continues right after this message.
The NFL on EA Sports is fueled by Gatorade, the sports fuel company.
Back live with Charles Davis. I'm Brandon Gaudin. It's the Eagles with the ball here to begin quarter number 2, and they've got it here with a first down. They'll try to run with Ajayi, and he's in for an Eagles touchdown to open the scoring at Super Bowl 52. And the Eagles are able to cash it in for 6. And nothing special there. They showed they were going to run the football. They ran it. They got it in.
Like old-time football, right? Hey, this is exactly what we're going to do. Straight-ahead power, and they got it done.
On for the extra point, Jake Elliott. Time running out here on the play clock. He's got it, and the Eagles lead at 7-zip. So that drive consumes 9 plays all told. And it's capped off by a touchdown run by Jay Ajayi. Elliott now to kick this one away. That'll be taken in the end zone. And no run back here. This will be a touchback, and it comes out to the 25-yard line. Now this offensive unit ready to see what they can do here. And the last drive, the first drive for them, not very good. 3 and out. What do they go to here?
Well, you don't look down at your play sheet and say, this is what the problem is. Now let's find out who my playmakers are. Get the ball in their hands, and maybe the offense will move a little bit better.
Sometimes it's more important to get it to the right people rather than dialing up the right number.
Exactly.
Or the right play, yeah.
That too.
Throwing on first down is Brady. And it's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect. Gronkowski the intended target, and that'll bring up second down. Well, too much oomph, too much mustard there on that pass.
Yeah, really turned it loose, didn't he? Really cut loose with that one. Sharp, strong. Didn't lead to a completion, though. Made it very difficult.
Now a former fifth-round pick of the Eagles. This is Dion Lewis. And he'll wind up losing yardage here, back at the 21-yard line.
Partner, you mind if I take off this headset and put on a coaching headset?
You want to get this running game going?
I want to get this running game going. I'm going down there and saying, gentlemen, we have got to run the football. We've got to get it going right now.
Yeah, to this point in the second quarter, it has been a struggle. And on third down, a nickel formation here defensively. Working from the gun, it's Brady. And Amendola with a catch. And they're going to get this one all the way out across the 45. That one goes for 24 yards.
I've got to make sure that I don't take Tom Brady's greatness for granted, that we make it routine. How about that throw right there? Yeah. Another great completion.
And you know one area where he honed his throwing, he was a catcher in high school. He was actually drafted by the Expos in 1995 in the 18th round.
Wow, that would have been something to see him behind the dish.
Think he gunned down a few guys?
Gunned down a few guys trying to steal second. That would have been fun to watch.
They'll run it now out of the gun. And able to push his way forward here for a good little gain. 5 yards is the tally on first down. That brings up 2nd and 5.
Partner, I think from our experience together, we have learned that most offensive coordinators are going to tell you, if I'm going to run the football on first down, I've got to get at least 4 yards. They got 5 here. They've got to feel pretty good about that one.
They try again with Lewis. And he'll go down shy of the 40 at the 41. 8 yards on the pickup there, and it moves the sticks.
Tremendous blocking by the interior of the offensive line. They didn't just gash him there. They blasted a gaping hole for him to gallop through. I think if he comes back to the huddle, he better be giving them a whole lot of credit and thanking them for that much space to rumble.
They'll run it here. This is James White looking for a seam but finding none. He'll get back to the line of scrimmage, and that's it. No gain on the play. It'll be second down. Well, a well-executed blitz, no doubt. Great job by the linebacker. Maybe the quarterback, if he could have seen that, could have audibled there.
Yeah, he needed to be in a different play because that one just meshed perfectly for the defense. All the gaps were filled except for the one the offense really wanted to run through, and that was filled by a big man wanting to make a tackle.
And he made a great tackle. Now he'll throw with Brady. And his throw's going to be incomplete. The former Bill, Chris Hogan, the intended receiver. And that'll make it third down.
The one thing that I've liked defensively is that they've shown him a lot of different looks here in the first half. They've come after him. They've sat back. I think that's what you need to do to keep an offense guessing.
And they certainly have kept them on their toes. That's why they haven't had much success on the scoreboard. Throwing is Brady on third down. And they'll be inside the 35 now at the 34-yard line. The completion good for only 6, and that'll bring up fourth.
So much about this game is just understanding situations and then having to execute, isn't it? Guard the first down sticks. Don't let them get there. And they rallied and made the tackle.
So on fourth down, Brady will yield to Gostkowski for the field goal try. On the right hash, officially, this will be a 51-yard attempt. That's running out of steam, and it won't get there. He left it just short, no good, and this score will stay right where it is.
Everything looked good. Good snap, good hold. Sometimes, though, the ball just doesn't want to go where you want it, and this one winds up no good.
CD, I want to get your thoughts on some potential free agents this offseason before we change the possession here. Now, caution, many of these guys could be re-signed, I know, but who are some of them? Kirk Cousins is one.
Yeah, we're talking about difference makers. Kirk Cousins at the quarterback position. He's going to be coveted around the league by quarterback-needy teams. Case Keenum had a big year. Could he move? But how about running backs? Le'Veon Bell, Dion Lewis, some pass catchers, Jimmy Graham, Jarvis Landry, Sammy Watkins. And about the guy who goes and gets quarterbacks, DeMarcus Lawrence had a monster year for Dallas last season.
Yeah, a lot of big names that could be out there as free agents. It'll be a gain of 10 to start the drive out, and by a few inches, that'll be a first down. To go here in the first half. We'll come back to Super Bowl 52 after this. A reminder, coming up at the intermission, we'll get highlights of this Super Bowl from Larry Ridley and the crew in Orlando with our EA Sports halftime report. So here we go, 1st and 10 now. They run with Ajayi. Call it no gain on the play, and it'll be second down. So nothing there. I don't know that that's all in the back, though. You got to look at blocking there, don't you?
I would agree with that totally. At some point, they have to win at the point of attack. Instead, it was the defense getting it done again and holding them to no gain.
Now he'll look to throw here on 2nd and 10. Works over the middle. And they're able to get this one down to the 25. That one goes for 24 yards. And there they went crossing route against the zone defense. What do you think of that?
It takes real coordination between the passer and the receiver because you've got to read those zones and where the open spots are and be on the same page with the guy throwing the football. Because sometimes you're throwing it in front of the zone. Sometimes you're throwing it between the zones. Sometimes the receiver's going to just kind of find a spot and what we call sit down and present himself to the quarterback and throw it there. It's a tough read, but when they're in sync, it's really effective.
And now we won't see a play on first down. We're going to get a timeout instead, as they'll stop it with exactly a minute to go before halftime. Offense comes to the line now, 1st and 10. They'll run it now out of the gun. He's to the 10. And he is into the end zone. Touchdown, Philadelphia. Jay Ajayi, his 2nd touchdown of this Super Bowl. And the Eagles add 6 to their lead. And that'll give them a 2-score lead here, but I'm looking ahead. They just want to hold it for the final moments here in the 2nd quarter. They don't want to give up anything on the other side.
No, not at all, because if they don't, it almost had the feel of an imposing their will score. And right now, they want to make sure they keep that and carry it into the 2nd half.
Elliott now to add the extra point. And it's good to make it 14-0. Scoring summary, 3-play drive. And it's capped off by a touchdown run by Jay Ajayi. Elliott now to kick this one away. This is taken about 7 yards deep. And no run back here. This will be a touchback, and it comes out to the 25-yard line. The runner-up New England Patriots offense back onto the field. And I wanted to get your thoughts on the offense for this crew as they go into 2018. How do they stack up, Charles?
Typically, New England, pretty darn stable. One of the goals going into the offseason was to try and hold on to running back Dion Lewis, because coupled with James White, that's a heck of a tandem. Of course, the big fella, Gronk. You know, you find him another all-pro year in 2017. And remember, before 2017 began, they picked up Brandon Cooks in a trade at wide receiver. That paid off in a big way. He had his 3rd straight 1,000-yard season in the NFL. And then, of course, there's Danny Amendola, Chris Hogan, and they expect to get back Julian Edelman for all of 2018, coming off of a knee injury.
Ten yards still left on 2nd down. Throwing again. Brady. They'll tussle for it, and this is going to be caught. And now before this first down play, we're going to get a timeout here, as the clock stops here with 46 seconds remaining in the first half. On 1st and 10, here's Brady. Dumps it off to Lewis. Now the Patriots will use the 2nd of their timeouts, as they'll stop it with just over 40 seconds to go in the first half. From midfield, here's Brady. Pressure comes, and down he goes. The Eagles get there for the sack. Michael Kendricks from his outside linebacker spot, forcing the sack for a loss of 8. On 3rd and long, it's Brady. And he's going to be out of bounds, but able to take it inside the 40-yard line. The Patriot passing game is rolling. They've got another first down.
And that's how you pick up a first down. Not only does he make the catch, but has enough body control to get his feet down inbounds, toe tapping, and dragging to make sure he gets it done.
On first down, Brady. And the tip there altered the ball flight, and it falls incomplete. It'll be 2nd down.
I tell you, Brandon, this defense is playing with some confidence. Haven't allowed a point yet. Flying to the football. I'm telling you, it's almost 11 to the ball on every snap. Another nice job there to force an incompletion.
Looking back to the air on 2nd down. It's Brady. Oh, he can't get away, and Brady will go down. And now maybe they want some extra time to talk about this 3rd and long play as we'll get a timeout. As they'll stop the clock with 12 seconds to go in this first half. Throwing on 3rd and long. Brady. And now a fumble. Brady loses the football. It is picked up by the Eagles. And they will set up shop in enemy territory at the 42-yard line.
Partner, I don't care how long he plays. Anytime there's a fumble involving Tom Brady.
You think the Raiders are involved?
You think the Raiders are involved, you think it's snowing, and immediately you hear the words, tuck rule. And now the tuck rule doesn't exist anymore, but that always comes back up with Tom Brady, doesn't it?
It absolutely does, even here, even now. They'll come out throwing here to start the drive. Looking deep downfield. It's incomplete. Took a shot, couldn't connect. So these two teams will head back to their respective locker rooms here in Super Bowl 52 from Minnesota. As we send you down to our EA Sports Studios in Orlando, where we find our man Larry Ridley with our halftime report.
Thanks, Brandon, and welcome to our EA Halftime Report. I'm Larry Ridley. The Eagles are up right now and are looking to keep up the pressure moving forward. The Patriots won't panic either. They know they just need to take it one play at a time. So here we go. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from the first half. Now early in the second quarter, they'll run it here with Jay Ajayi. And he capped off the 8-play drive with a TD. The Eagles take the early lead. Patriots have it early in the second. Brady's going to complete the pass from the gun. And he won't be brought down until he makes it to their own 46-yard line. But the drive would come apart as they missed the field goal. Eagles have it late in the second. Ertz is by himself here, and he'll end up at the 25-yard line before being tackled. Still late in the first half, Ajayi's got great blocking here, and he'd go in for the 25-yard touchdown. As they move out in front, 14-0. Still late stages of the second. The catch is made after a quick pass, and he ends up at the 39-yard line before he stopped on the play. Patriots would later fumble away possession. That'll do it from our EA Sports Studios. The second half of Super Bowl 52 still to come as we kick it back over to Brandon and Charles in Minneapolis.
So both teams have their marching orders, and we'll get going again here in quarter number 3. This is taken at the 3. And he'll get it up to about the 26-yard line, just across the 25. A chance for us now to discuss Jay Ajayi. And he's found the end zone twice, and now I'm guessing he's thinking, hey, let's find it 3 times.
And you got to figure from the defensive perspective, how has he gotten there twice? What are we going to do to keep him out for a 3rd time? How do we tighten things down? Because he and his offensive mates, they are really in sync right now.
They'll start out on the ground with Ajayi. And I don't think he got there. No, they stop him right where it all started. No gain on the play there, second down. And as a defensive end, getting off the ball quickly, swarming to the football, making a tackle, that's what we saw right there.
Yeah, and that's what their job is. And really, a lot of the time, they have to throttle back a little bit in the run game because you know those defensive ends, they're like in a sprinter stance. They're just headed straight for the quarterback. That was good recognition on that play to hold them to no gain.
Back to throw now on 2nd and 10. And he almost had it defensively. Could have been a game changer there in this second half. Instead, it's 3rd down.
You're down 2 touchdowns. You just know defensively you absolutely have to come up with a big play. That nearly was one right there.
Looked over at the sideline immediately after the drop and just saw the dejection. They felt it. They thought he had it. Unfortunately, couldn't come up with it.
An extra corner on the field for New England here on 3rd down.
Yeah, another DB. He'll drop to throw. And that is incomplete.
Sometimes you just have to take things into your own hands, don't you? I mean, the offense is really struggling in this game. They're the ones keeping things going. They have to continue to play at that level.
Here's Donnie Jones now. And the way this offense has moved the ball, he hasn't been needed till here in the 3rd. The call for a fair catch, and it's made at about the 23-yard line. So possession goes over here on the punt, and the Patriots take over. Now we take a glance at the offense as they work their way back out for their first possession of the second half. They were able to get the stop defensively. Now a chance to turn that into points on the offensive end.
Can you imagine what the grease board looks like at the half? Because
no, tell me.
That's exactly what they printed up. Stop them on defense, get the ball back for our offense, and go downfield and score some points. Now, the last part remains to be seen, but they got the first part done very well.
Do people use grease boards, or you mean the magic marker boards?
Yeah, those two.
Second down following the run. Now a play fake. Brady. Oh, a scrap for the football, and he's going to come down with it. Give him 30 yards there.
All the skills were on display on that big-time play. How about him blasting off the line of scrimmage, deep downfield, sells the post pattern in a big way. And that's really pretty easy to do because all defenders are taught not to get beat in the middle of the field. Then how about the agility to break it off towards the corner? Really nicely thrown ball. Awesome completion.
Give him 5 on the carry there, and it'll be second down.
I'd say they've got to find a way to get him going. He's such a big part of their offense. I wonder if they might throw it a little and come back to the run.
Anything, because you're right. He's pretty much been completely neutralized. And after the good gain last play, this time they say, as he's going to be stopped behind the line of scrimmage. This will be a 2-yard loss on the play. And that'll lead here to a third down. From the gun, it's Brady. Looking for Gronkowski, and he's got him complete. And he's able to pick up the first down here before he goes down at the 26. Brady to Gronkowski, cover athlete to cover athlete for a Patriot first down.
Like so many tight ends nowadays, they have no problem at all putting him in the slot and letting him go to work, and that's a nice pitch and catch right there for a first down.
Brady now on first down. Throwing over the middle, but it's incomplete. Looking for his all-pro tight end, Rob Gronkowski, and that'll bring up second down.
Let's face it, if you want to get back into the game, these are the kind of throws you got to hit. He's wide open right there. Got to be able to get it to him, don't you think?
And those are the throws that haven't been available to them every time he's dropped a pass. Yeah, that's a big miss. And here comes play number 6 on this drive. Brady gives this one to Lewis. Trying to run inside, but nothing there. No gain on that one as it brings up a 3rd and 10.
Sometimes with the running game, you've just got to stick with it. Look, it's the 3rd quarter, no time to panic. But that also doesn't mean you just do it the same way you've been doing it the entire ball game. Maybe change up some blocking assignments or run a few different plays, but stay with the overall essence of the running game.
On 3rd down, Brady. And he's got an open man. It's Gronkowski. And he gets the 1st down yardage before he's brought down just outside the 10 at the 11. Ah, yes, Brady to Gronk. You think these two are in sync?
Without a doubt. And look, they both understand what they can do for each other. Gronk knows if he gets open, the ball's going to be there.
Into heavy traffic, and it's intercepted. Picked off down near the 5. And a big turnover there as his guys will get the football back. Thought they had something going there to break that goose egg here in the 2nd half, but to no avail.
Hope was alive until that interception. What a terrific play, taking the ball away after it looked like they were starting a drive.
And now that shutout still standing. You know that's something those defensive guys hold a lot of pride on, too.
No doubt about it. They're excited about where they are in this game.
Philadelphia getting set to take the field. This is sort of what you would call a put-away drive, isn't it? They score here, especially a touchdown. It's almost out of reach.
It certainly feels that way, and I think that they're going to call their plays accordingly because what you really want to do, even though you know the scoreboard is still up there and the game's going to go on, I think you can take the spirit away from another team. That their drive and will to come back and win can be taken with another score right here.
Still 3rd quarter, but you just get that feel.
Yeah, they're teetering right there on the brink, aren't they?
23 yards on the play. Right after the turnover, they come out throwing.
And that means it's a sudden change situation. We used to practice it on defense. Sudden change, get out there, stop the offense. But you typically run out there a little bit unsettled. I think that's why he came right out throwing the football, hoping to catch him off balance.
And he did. This is Ajayi. And able to break one tackle, but then quickly brought down. But a nice little gain. It's a 6-yard gain on the ground, and that'll make it 2nd and 4.
3rd quarter, and you've got the lead. You're not ready to go into that 4-minute offense to close the game out, but a running game can really benefit your team right now.
Remains in Super Bowl 52. We'll return with more after this. This is the NFL, and it's on EA Sports. Back now here on EA Sports. It's the Eagles in possession of the football and leading this one as we get ready to start the final quarter. So the offense readies for a 2nd and 4. They'll look to throw. And he almost had it defensively. Could have been a game changer there in this 2nd half. Instead, it's 3rd down.
I think he's taking an awful chance with the football right there. You've got to lead. You've got to protect it. And he's taking chances putting it out there in a little bit of jeopardy.
Especially in a spot like this, 4th quarter, as you said, trying to cling to that advantage.
Yeah, that one probably should have been picked, huh?
The Eagles on 3rd down. They've been okay, 2 for 3 thus far. This is 3rd and 4. He'll look to throw. Oh, Incomplete. Nearly the pick they needed. They would have loved one there, but at least it does get them to 4th down.
Oh, man, that was close. The opportunity to change momentum, big play, right in his hands, unable to come down with it.
A sigh of relief, no doubt, on offense that fell harmlessly to the ground. Here's Donnie Jones now, as he'll punt it away for the 2nd time. So a change of possession here on the punt. And the Pats will be backed up deep to get the drive started as they take over 1st and 10. Now out comes their leader and the captain of this offense back onto the field. With his guys trailing here in the 4th, he can ill afford a repeat of the interception that ended the last drive.
Yeah, you're 2 scores down. You take it upon yourself now to play perfect or near perfect football if you want to get your team back into the game. But it's also tough to do when you're trying to avoid errors, yet still play perfect football.
And a very short pickup there across the 15 to the 16. A gain of 3, 2nd down. Brady to throw on 2nd down. Quickly to Gronkowski. That's caught. And they'll get him down here at the 23. 6 yards is the pickup, and that'll lead to a 3rd down. You got the big lead defensively. Willing to give him that underneath stuff, right?
And this is why you work on your tackling. Tackle them after the catch, inbounds, keep the clock running. Just go ahead and bleed the game out that way.
New England on 3rd down. They've hit 4 of 7. They need just a yard here. It's 3rd and 1. Brady going to try and throw on 3rd down. And this one is incomplete. If they're going to have a shot in this Super Bowl, they're going to need this one on 4th down. Now Brady got to have this one. And Allen's got it. And he's got the 1st down yardage before he's brought down at the 42. 19 yards there on the pickup. And they're able to pick up the conversion here on 4th down. Well, correct me if I'm wrong. You're down 2 scores. I don't think you need to rush just yet, but you can't take your time either.
Yeah, even if you don't want to commit to full 2-minute offense, you have to up the tempo, up the urgency. Maybe you're starting to call 2 plays in a huddle each time you snap the ball.
Brady now on 1st down. His throw incomplete. The wideout Chris Hogan, the intended receiver. And it's 2nd down.
I know our vantage point might be a little bit better way up here, but that looked like an ill-advised throw to me. I didn't see anything open. And this play just didn't look right from the beginning.
It did not. I thought he might get outside and just chuck it away. Dangerous pass, incomplete. So the incomplete pass brings up 2nd down. To throw again. Brady over the middle. That's taken in by Gronkowski. And he'll get it into enemy territory just across midfield at the 49. And they'll get 9 there as that sets him up better for 3rd down.
Let's not quibble about the gain there on 2nd down. That was a positive play because that was a take-what-you-can-get situation. Got out to the tight end. Now it gives him a much better opportunity to convert on 3rd down.
And the Eagles will go with an extra DB here as they prepare for a stop on 3rd.
Thinking pass all the way.
Again, it's Brady. On the slant, he gets it to Gronkowski. And he's got the 1st down yardage before he's brought down at the 42. The familiar refrain, Brady to Gronk for the New England 1st. And in a two-score game, obviously, every play, every third down, like we saw there, magnified. Big pickup.
It was a huge pickup. What they really want, though, is to not even get to third down. They've got to maximize time and conserve as much as possible.
Offense walks to the line for play number 7 of the drive. Throwing on first down is Brady. And this is intercepted, and that should do it. Picked off by Malcolm Jenkins. He's at the 30, 10, and he takes this one back into the end zone, and the Eagles defense gets a pick-6 TD. That's the story of the game. They've been suffocating all game long on defense. They were suffocating there again in a big way.
And they've done it not just by out-athleting them, which is often the case, but by being able to adjust to anything they tried to throw at them and beating them into the punch each and every time. This was a defense that was well prepared.
Elliott on for the extra point. And it is now 21-0. So they throw the pick 6. They'll get another shot at it now as this one's in the air. This is taken about 7 yards deep. And no run back here. This will be a touchback, and it comes out to the 25-yard line. Now the Patriots offense, they work their way back out onto the field. And last time, decent field position through the pick 6. Obviously costly.
But they can't afford to just bunker in now. All right, good field position means go ahead and attack on offense. Try and press the advantage a little bit. They just have to be better with the football on this possession.
So the last one didn't bother you too much last time?
No, because it's exactly what you're supposed to do. You can't have good field position and not try to take advantage of it.
Eagle pressure, too much this time. Down he goes. Brandon Graham in there to get him again. The third time he sacked him here tonight.
This has been a tough one for this offensive line. It appears almost like they've been on roller skates this entire game, the way they've been pushed around. 6 sacks given up in this one.
They don't need to run another play here before the 2-minute warning. Let's see if they do it anyway. Now Brady throwing on second down. Going underneath for Lewis. And he is really laid out that time. Knocked flat on his back at the 28. They'll wind up getting 10 back as that sets him up for third down. So the Patriots with a football as we get you reset. They face a third down now as they try to find a late score. We're still in search of the first down after that last completion. Throwing is Brady on third down. This is caught. It's Cooks. And he's taken down at the 43, but not before picking up the first. Brady connecting with Cooks for the Patriot first down. Now a play fake here on first down. He's going to let it fly. So they took a shot on first down, but couldn't connect. Another wayward pass. You know, things started out poorly in this game, and to be frank, they just really haven't gotten much better.
And all that does is embolden a secondary. They feel good about what's going on, and they just play better and better.
And on 2nd and 10 now. Throwing again. Brady. And seeing nowhere to throw, he chucks this one away from harm. Incomplete. Now it's third down. New England on 3rd down. They're hitting at 60%, 6 out of 10 thus far. This is 3rd and 10. Now Brady again. And they can't get the long connection as it falls incomplete.
This defense was definitely alert to the possibility of the deep ball, and they were more than ready for it.
They've got the lead, 4th quarter. Maybe can expect more passes like that downfield. And they're indeed going to go for it here on 4th down. So trailing here in the last quarter. Let's see how this plays out. Got to try it here. He's back to throw. And it is incomplete. They had to go for it with such little time remaining, and that may write a finish to this Super Bowl. So they tried to go for it for pride, but it really wouldn't have mattered. This one, it was already determined.
No doubt about it. This one was over a while ago.
Philadelphia getting set to take the field. They have the big lead here late. They protected their home turf well, didn't they?
They certainly did, partner. And just think about how good that feels, because every team has a goal when they start the year to win at home. All right, and sometimes you don't win all of them, but they managed to get that done today. Just think about your routine stays the same. Everything's familiar. You feel right going into the game, and they translated that into a win.
They did indeed. They protected the home field, and now the final stages. 2 yards on the carry there. It'll be 2nd down.
This is what happens sometimes when you abandon the running game. It's hard to get back to it, because once guys get out of that mentality of firing out and hitting people, hard to get them started again occasionally.
They run again with Ajayi. And he's got room. He goes for 18 there as the drive will continue.
Now this is an example of breaking down a defense, because on a lot of these runs, he's getting past the point of attack, and guess what he's doing? Forcing the secondary guys to have to make a lot of tackles.
So the run gets them the first, and now they operate with a fresh set of downs. Now a handoff here to his running back. And he'll at least get him inside the red zone here, down to about the 19. Give him 3 on 1st down. It'll set up a 2nd and 7.
Some of the most unselfish players on any football team, defensive tackles, because we ask them to just eat up blocks and allow other people to make tackles. But when he can make a play himself, as we just saw there, that's a big day.
And the Lombardi Trophy will rest in the city of brotherly love. The Philadelphia Eagles are the Super Bowl champs. And to the Super Bowl champions, they etch their name forever in NFL immortality.
That's pretty phenomenal right there. It actually gave me chills just to hear you say that, because immortality forever and ever. When you look in the record books, you'll see this team, you'll see their picture, that your name will be a part of it. That's got to be an incredible feeling, because it's been a long journey to get there, and now they get a chance to enjoy it.
And they end this year just how everybody wants to end the year, holding the Lombardi Trophy. What a season for them. What a ride it's been for us as well here in the booth. For Charles Davis and our entire crew, I'm Brandon Gunn. Thanks for watching, everybody. We will see you next season right here on EA Sports.
Get your hand off my penis!